Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook Library, a sanctuary of stories where fan fictions come alive, where ancient legends echo from the East and Western worlds awaken with wonder. Settle in. Your journey begins now.
Shadow Monarch in DC Chapter 76 Unexpected Reflection. Arthur Blackwynd walked forward without a single care in the world, his footsteps echoing through the sterile Cadmus lab. He didn't even glance at Galatea. He knew exactly what she was about to do. Galatea, watching him pass so casually, felt something snap inside her. The sheer disrespect of it. He wasn't even acknowledging her. Like hell. Her muscles tensed, then she lunged, fist cocked back, aiming straight for his head. But before her strike could land, Kara intercepted, crashing into her like a blue and red meteor. Galatea barely had time to react before Kara shoved her back, planting herself firmly between Arthur and his would-be attacker. "You're stuck with me," Kara said, her voice edged with steel. Galatea clicked her tongue in irritation, rolling her shoulders as she stabilized herself. "Tisk, you really don't know when to quit, huh?" Kara smirked. "Oh, trust me, you'll wish I did." Meanwhile, Arthur continued walking, completely unfazed by the brief exchange behind him. He barely even spared them a thought, his mind already set on one thing: Lex Luthor. "I'll find Lex," he thought to himself, "and deal with that bastard for what he did." Then, he stopped. A massive, cold shadow stretched from under his feet, expanding at an impossible rate, swallowing every inch of light in the room. The white sterile glow of Cadmus was extinguished, replaced by a suffocating abyss of darkness. Arthur raised his hand, his voice low, commanding, absolute. "Come forth." The shadows stirred, and then they arrived. From the abyss, figures emerged, kneeling before him in perfect synchronization. Shadow demon knights, clad in dark armor that gleamed with an unnatural sheen. Noble shadow demons, their regal forms flickering between reality and nightmare. Shadow demons, monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes, shifting hungrily in anticipation. And then a towering, monstrous presence loomed in the darkness. General Doom. His hulking frame was covered in spikes, his burning eyes staring ahead with unwavering loyalty. Arthur exhaled slowly, letting the weight of his presence settle before giving his order. "Wreak havoc." Like a dam bursting, his army surged forward. The demon knights vanished into the corridors like silent executioners. The demons screeched, their monstrous forms twisting through the air as they sought prey. General Doom turned and led the charge. Cadmus was about to become a battlefield. Back in the center of the room, Galatea's gaze snapped toward the chaos unfolding around them. Even mid-fight with Kara, she couldn't ignore what she had just witnessed. An entire army summoned in an instant. Kara smirked at Galatea's distracted expression. "Hey," she said, cracking her knuckles. "Eyes on me." Before Galatea could react, Kara's fist slammed into her gut, sending her skidding back across the floor. "Damn it." Galatea gritted her teeth, steadying herself. Cadmus Command Center Amanda Waller stood stone-faced, arms crossed as she watched hell unfold before her eyes. The monitors flickered, flashing between different locations in Cadmus. Every screen showed chaos. One feed showed Harley Quinn, laughing maniacally as she twirled a stolen rifle, unloading rounds into expensive hardware like she was playing in an arcade. Another displayed Red Hood, moving like a specter, dropping guards before they even had a chance to call for help. But the worst of them all, her gaze locked onto the main monitor, the one showing Arthur Blackwynd. A walking nightmare. The command center shook as his Shadow Legion rampaged, cutting through Cadmus' elite forces like they were nothing. Demons. Wraiths. His army spread through the facility like an infection, and Amanda could feel Ida's suffocating presence. It wasn't just the destruction. It was the sheer dominance he exuded. Waller had read the files. She had watched the recordings. She understood why Lex Luthor was so obsessed with harnessing this power, but seeing it this close. For the first time in years, a sliver of unease crept up her spine. "Director, what do we do?" one of her subordinates asked, his voice barely steady. Amanda's jaw tightened. "We burn them to the ground." She turned sharply, barking orders with the precision of a battlefield commander. "Deploy all available units, shock troopers, drones, experimental squads. I don't care what it takes, rain fire on them." Her voice was absolute, ruthless. The command center erupted into movement. Operators scrambled to input commands, the facility's automated defenses whirring to life. Heavy turrets unfolded from the ceilings. Security mechs powered on. Armed reinforcements moved in with kill orders. This wasn't about containment anymore. It was extermination. The chaos kept escalating. Arthur's shadow army wasn't slowing down. Red Hood was tearing through their ranks like a ghost in a war zone. Kara and Galatia's battle had reached a devastating pace, their strikes causing shockwaves that cracked the very walls of the facility that was built to hold this kind of beings. Her fingers twitched. A final option lay before her. Her gaze shifted to a locked-down section of the facility. The screen labeled only as Project AM. One of her officers, sweating, hesitated before asking, "Director, should we unleash him?" Amanda's eyes narrowed. Then, she shook her head. "No, not yet. It's unstable. We have yet to control his technology. We're not that desperate, yet." The officer swallowed hard and nodded. But as Amanda turned back to the screens, watching Cadmus' forces struggle against the impossible, she knew one thing for certain: that moment might come sooner than she wanted. Inside the dimly lit laboratory deep within Cadmus, alarms blared, their red light flashing across the pristine, sterile room. The facility was under attack. Chaos had erupted above them. But down here something else was happening. Lex Luthor stood before a massive cloning pod, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The translucent tube was filled with a thick, bubbling liquid, faintly glowing from within. Suspended inside was a figure, a young man, his features eerily similar to Arthur Blackwynd, yet unmistakably altered, now with an S symbol on his shirt. A perfect experiment. Nearby, Drive. Emil Hamilton paced, his expression tense. His voice cut through the alarms, laced with barely restrained frustration. "I told you, Lex. That was a stupid idea, going after his parent. You knew exactly what you were provoking. That was never someone who'd let that slide." Lex barely spared him a glance, his focus entirely on the being inside the pod. "Yes," he muttered, unfazed, "I'm aware." And yet, there was no regret in his tone. No doubt, only calculated certainty. Then, a smirk. But none of that matters anymore. His fingers hovered over the control panel. With a deliberate motion, he pressed the final key. The containment seals hissed open. The chamber erupted with steam as the liquid drained rapidly, leaving behind a figure gasping for air, his lungs taking their first breath. Arthur's clone. But he wasn't just a copy. No, Lex had perfected him. His voice, dripping with triumph, filled the lab. "Behold." Emil's breath hitched as the figure stumbled forward, coughing, eyes darting around in confusion. The resemblance was undeniable. Arthur Blackwynd's face, but with a faint glow in his irises. A telltale sign of Kryptonian augmentation. Doctor, Emil thought to himself. Lex really had no choice but to merge that DNA with a Kryptonian one. How desperate. Lex's smile widened. A perfect fusion. I modified him with Kryptonian DNA, it should accelerate the emergence of his powers. He'll reach his potential far faster while he is in this state. It can take minutes. I even left him in a radiation similar to that of the sun for quite some time. From the other side of the lab, another containment pod hissed open. Superboy stepped out, his piercing blue eyes burning with intensity, muscles taut with readiness. Lex turned to them both. Their expressions still dazed, still processing. It didn't matter. They didn't need clarity. They needed orders. Go, Lex commanded, his voice absolute. Eliminate the intruders. The two clones exchanged glances, uncertain but bound by their programming. They obeyed. As they marched out, Emil hesitated, his hands clenched into fists. "This is dangerous, Lex. Other than Superboy, you've created something we can't control. I don't even know what to call that thing." Lex's smirk didn't waver. "It doesn't matter." Hamilton exhaled sharply, frustration mixing with resignation. "And if they fail?" For the first time, Lex's expression darkened. His gaze flicked toward a final, heavily reinforced vault. A place even Emil wasn't granted full access to. Lex spoke in a hushed whisper, almost to himself. "Then, I'll use that." Jason Todd moved like a phantom in the shadows, his twin pistols spitting silent death as he weaved through the corridors of Cadmus. The guards barely had time to react. A shot to the knee, a cracked jaw, a knife twisting into armor before he was already gone. Bodies hit the floor, groaning in pain. He wasn't here to randomly kill, yet. but that could change real fast. Then, he paused. A movement from down the corridor caught his eye. Not his allies, not Cadmus guards, someone else. Jason ducked behind cover, pulling his visor down to zoom in. What he saw made his stomach drop. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Moving in from a separate access point, another team of infiltrators made their way through the facility, but these weren't enemies. These were the goddamn Justice League. Batman, his dark silhouette led the charge. Every step measured, every action calculated. Green Arrow wasn't far behind, bow drawn, eyes scanning every inch of the hallway like a hawk waiting to strike. Black Canary moved like water, elegant and lethal, followed closely. Cyborg, his metallic form humming softly, scanned the area with his cybernetic eye as he whispered to Batman, something Jason couldn't quite hear. Then, a blur of lightning. The flash. The Scarlet Speedster zipped through the hall, stopping only to check something on a console before whooshing away again. Jason let out a long, deep sigh. Not the kind of company we need right now. The League wasn't here for him, they were after Cadmus. Same mission, different motives. This was about to get complicated. Arthur strode confidently through the cold, sterile halls of Cadmus, the sounds of battle and destruction echoing around him. His shadow demon knights had scattered, wreaking havoc as per his command. And yet, he felt something. A presence. Something unnerving. He stopped. Then, footsteps. Not from behind. Not from above. Ahead. Arthur turned the corner and froze. Standing a few feet away, illuminated by the flickering emergency lights, was him. No, not him. But close enough to make his stomach twist. The figure bore his face, but his eyes glowed faintly. Red, his stance stiff, controlled, almost unnatural. An echo of himself, but warped. Arthur blinked. Silence. The tension hung thick in the air, two versions of the same man staring each other down. Arthur narrowed his eyes, took a slow step forward, and then he spoke. What the foo? Chapter 77 Unexpected Reflection. To Arthur, Blackwynd stared at the figure standing before him, his own face reflected back at him, but something was off. His expression twisted in a mix of amusement and disbelief. They actually made a clone of me, he muttered, scoffing before shaking his head. When the hell did they even manage that? Then, like a bolt of lightning, the answer struck him. My fight with Doomsday. Arthur exhaled sharply, recalling the sheer brutality of that battle. His blood had painted the battlefield, scattered across the lab. Idiots, he thought, a smirk forming. This thing should be nothing more than a mere human. The nature of my power isn't from my DNA, it's something deeper. More spiritual rather, especially since I have assist. But before he could dwell on the thought, his glowing eyes caught movement. His clone had closed the distance in an instant. What? A fist came rocketing toward his face, barely giving him time to tilt his head. The air pressure alone sent his clothes fluttering as the punch narrowly missed his jaw. Arthur's smirk vanished. How? He muttered, stepping back as the clone pressed forward with relentless aggression. Each strike came fast, precise, and heavy. Arthur weaved between the attacks, but the sheer force behind them was undeniable. He clenched his fist, summoning his power. Ruler's authority activated in an instant. An unseen force gripped his clone, halting its movements mid-swing. Arthur exhaled. Can you even talk? His clone didn't answer. Not a word, no emotion, just blank, unfeeling eyes staring back at him. Arthur scowled. TCH. Figures. He tightened his grip and with a powerful kick, sent his clone flying backward. The impact was devastating. The clone crashed into a reinforced steel wall, leaving a crater of twisted metal in its wake. For a moment, Arthur thought it was over. But then a guttural, pained groan escaped from the clone's lips. It clutched its head, fingers digging into its skull as if something inside was breaking. Then its eyes snapped open, now glowing a deep, menacing red. Arthur still surprised by all of this. What the hell? And then boom. Twin beams of searing heat erupted from the clone's eyes, wild and uncontrolled. The force of the blast tore through the lab, scorching walls, melting steel, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Arthur barely dodged, flipping backward as the heat vision cut through everything like a raging inferno. I see now. The clone continued to scream, its power spiraling out of control. Arthur's gaze darkened. The bastard cloned me. With Kryptonian DNA, he muttered under his breath. His fists clenched as realization dawned. Guess he couldn't replicate my powers, so he compensated with this. With a single thought, his doomsday bone gauntlets materialized in his hands. Arthur took a step forward. What a strange feeling, he muttered, eyes locked onto his berserk doppelganger. Fighting a clone of myself, his grip tightened. Yet, I should put him out of his misery. Alarms blared. Red lights flashed across the high-tech corridors as Batman's squad tore through Cadmus security teams like a surgical strike. Guards fired wildly, but it didn't matter. Cyborg blasted through a barricade with a charged sonic cannon, sending guards flying. Green Arrow launched an EMP arrow, frying their rifles. Black Canary let out a concussive scream, throwing an entire squad against the walls. And the Flash. The Flash was everywhere. A blur of motion rifles vanished from enemy hands, tasers turned on their wielders, and soldiers collapsed from rapid-fire punches before they even knew what hit them. Then, the walls shook. Boom. A reinforced steel blast door was sent flying, crashing into the far wall with a deafening crunch. From the dust emerged a squad of enhanced warriors, the Ultiman. Wind Dragon, his body wreathed in swirling air currents. Longshadow, towering over them, his body expanding to colossal proportions. Juice, his body crackling with unstable electricity. Downpour and Shifter, the hydrokinetic twins, grinning with malice. Batman's eyes narrowed. As expected, they're using their experiments as attack dogs now. Wind Dragon smirked. Batman, you shouldn't be here. His voice was calm, but the storm around him wasn't. Green Arrow knocked an arrow. Whoa there, just Batman. Can't you see us as well? Shifter growled. You don't understand what Cadmus is doing here. You shouldn't interfere. Black Canary rolled her shoulders. We've heard that line countless times before. Longshadow's massive fists clenched. Last warning. Stand down. Batman's response was instant. Flash. Before they could blink, Flash was already moving. He disarmed Juice in an instant, sending a shockwave of electricity frying the walls instead of them. He slammed into Shifter, stunning her mid-transformation. He turned to Batman mid-motion. What next, Bats? Batman was already moving, his cape billowing. We were prepared for this outcome, we take them down. Perched on a high-security catwalk, Red Hood watched the chaos unfold. Smoke, sparks, debris, pure mayhem. He sighed, adjusting his helmet. Good. At least those things can buy me enough time to find the heads of Cadmus, without Bruce's interference. Arthur exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the cold, sterile air of the facility. His clone stood before him, its chest rising and falling in ragged breaths, eyes burning red with residual Kryptonian energy. Arthur flexed his fingers, ruler's authority coiling around him like phantom chains. Let's end this. His clone moved first, launching forward with blinding speed, fist cocked back. Arthur barely tilted his head, the attack grazing his cheek, but then twin beams of heat vision erupted from the clone's eyes. Arthur cursed under his breath and ducked low, but the sheer heat grazed past his face, searing his skin. He winced, feeling the sting, the scent of burnt flesh filling his nostrils. A scar. TCH. Annoying. Before the clone could fire again, Arthur raised his hand and the air cracked as ruler's authority took hold. Invisible force wrapped around the clone's limbs, yanking him into the air. Arthur yanked his arm back, then slammed him into the ground. The floor cratered beneath the impact. The clone tried to rise. Arthur was already on him, a devastating knee to the gut, followed by a vicious elbow to the jaw. Crack. The clone staggered, but it recovered unnaturally fast, throwing a wild haymaker. Arthur ducked, pivoted, then drove his heel into the clone's ribs. Wham! The clone smashed through a steel console, sparks flying everywhere. Arthur didn't stop. He called upon ruler's authority again, pulling the debris from the wreckage and launching it at his clone-like spears. Clang! 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 The clone blasted them apart with a roar, but Arthur was already in front of him. A lightning-fast flurry punches, knees, elbows. Arthur was overwhelming his own clone. Then, with a deadly flourish, Arthur's kryptonite sword materialized in his grip. The clone's red eyes widened. Too slow. Arthur swung in a brutal arc slash. The clone's arm was severed at the shoulder. It screamed, clutching at the missing limb, crimson spilling onto the floor. Arthur spun the blade, rolling his shoulders. Hurts, doesn't it? The clone's eyes burned hotter, its remaining hand clenching, but before Arthur could finish the job, boom. Something slammed into him like a missile. Arthur was sent flying, crashing through rows of equipments, sparks flying as his body tore through steel and machines. He groaned, pushing himself up from the rubble. He knew exactly who it was, after a single glance. Emerging from the dust, standing tall with arms crossed, Superboy. His piercing blue eyes locked onto Arthur's. "I won't let you do whatever the hell you want," Superboy growled, taking a step forward. Arthur grinned. "For some reason, you look more human than my clone." Superboy's expression hardened. "Don't compare me to that," Arthur scoffed, rolling his neck. "TCH, this guy really just can't help himself." Superboy frowned. "What?" Arthur wasn't talking to him. A dark shadow loomed behind Superboy. Before he could react, Doom's massive fist crashed into his back. Superboy was sent flying, smashing through a reinforced steel pillar. Doom followed, roaring, slamming his fists into Superboy in a relentless, bone-crushing assault. Boom. 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 Arthur sighed, walking toward them. "Why are you here? I can handle them myself." Doom paused mid-strike, glancing back at Arthur before kneeling, growling lowly in apology. Arthur sighed. "Never mind." He turned away, stepping back toward his crippled clone. The clone's eyes flickered red, rage still burning in its gaze. It clenched its remaining fist. Arthur lifted his kryptonite sword. "No, you won't." One clean, powerful swing. Shing. The clone collapsed, dead. Arthur exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. Then, cracking his neck, he looked toward Doom and Superboy, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Now, where were we?" Deep inside Cadmus. Cloning chamber observation deck. The room was bathed in the glow of flickering monitors, each screen displaying a different nightmare unfolding. Arthur Blackwynd butchered his clone with terrifying ease. His Shadow Legion ran rampant across Cadmus, tearing through security. Doom was pummeling Superboy into the ground like a savage beast. Lex Luthor gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the edge of the console so tightly his knuckles turned white. His calculated smirk was gone. His usual aura of control and superiority shattered. Then, Arthur's sword cut clean through his clone. Shing. Lex flinched, his eyes widening. "No, no, no, no." He slammed his fist against the console. "This doesn't make any sense. That clone had the same physiology. No, it was enhanced beyond him. It should have been a match. It should have." His voice cracked with rage as he turned toward Emil, eyes wild. "Pathetic." Emil sighed, rubbing his temples. "I told you, that clone was merely a human. Using an unstable Kryptonian DNA was even a bigger mistake. It was an experiment, Lex. A half-baked one at that, very unlike you. In fact, he did us a service there. If it had lived any longer, it would have mutated into something even worse, a monstrosity beyond our control." Lex's face twisted in fury. He whirled on Emil, jabbing a finger at him. "Everything is falling apart. Do you realize that? Our security is crumbling. The Ultimen are being torn apart. Cadmus, my Cadmus, is being brought to its knees." He grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it across the room, sending it crashing into a wall of monitors. "And it's all because of one damn boy." His breathing was ragged, his mind racing. But then a realization struck him. His hands stilled. His posture straightened. His eyes gleamed with something dark. A slow, sinister smirk crept back onto his face. There was one last option. Lex turned back to Emil, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "I have one last resort." Emil's expression darkened. Lex ignored him, already typing commands into the terminal. The room trembled as hidden mechanisms began shifting beneath them. "I've been working on something for years now. Something special." He exhaled sharply, his fingers hovering over a final authorization key. "No test subject has ever survived exposure. I don't even know where they exactly disappeared to." His lips curled into a cruel grin. "He'll be the first to take the full force of it." Chapter 78, Luthor's Last Gambit. The air crackled with tension as Arthur stood before Superboy. Doom, still kneeling from before, snarled, his body tense, ready to lunge. But Arthur simply raised a hand. "No." Doom's eyes widened slightly, but he obeyed, his massive form melting into Arthur's shadow like a ghost vanishing into the night. Superboy frowned, confused. That thing was the strongest one here. Arthur chuckled, rolling his shoulders. The strongest. He gestured to himself. That's me. Superboy exploded forward, throwing a full-force Kryptonian punch aimed straight at Arthur's head. Crack. Superboy's fist met empty air. Arthur had already tilted his head to the side, his expression bored as Superboy's fist shattered the concrete wall behind him. Arthur sighed. That was slow. Superboy spun, throwing another punch. Arthur leaned back, dodging again. Punch after punch, each one missing by mere inches. Arthur effortlessly sidestepped, ducked, leaned, weaving around the attacks like he was dancing. Superboy gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. Boom. Superboy lashed out with a devastating uppercut. Arthur caught it. One hand. No effort. Superboy's eyes widened in disbelief. Arthur tightened his grip on Superboy's fist and twisted. Snap! Superboy grunted in pain, his arm wrenched at an unnatural angle. Arthur's smirk widened. You're like a newborn. You can't even swing a punch properly, maybe because you are only a half-breed. Superboy growled, trying to pull away. Arthur let him go, only to drive his knee into his stomach. Superboy gasped violently, his body folding in half as spit flew from his mouth. Arthur didn't stop. He grabbed Superboy by the face, and drove him headfirst into the ground. The entire floor buckled, sending cracked spider webbing across the facility. Superboy groaned, trying to push himself up. Arthur let him. Whoosh! Superboy lunged again, this time with a kick blasting straight at Arthur's face. Arthur vanished. His kick hit nothing. Arthur reappeared behind him in a shadowy flicker. Superboy barely had time to register it before crack. Arthur hammer-fisted him in the back of the neck, sending him crashing face first into the floor. Arthur casually stepped on his back, pinning him like an insect. And letting the likes of Lex Luthor order you around. Arthur scoffed. Pathetic. Superboy snarled, trying to push up, but Arthur pressed down harder. Crack. Superboy screamed in pain. Arthur crouched down, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. You are better than this. He lifted his foot. Superboy weakly got up, eyes burning with anger and humiliation. Arthur tilted his head, amused. You done. Superboy lunged one last time. Arthur simply turned his body slightly and a vicious backhand sent Superboy flying like a ragdoll, slamming into a wall and burying him in debris. Arthur cracked his neck. Yeah, this is a waste of time. Arthur stood amidst the aftermath. To his left, Superboy groaned in pain, buried beneath concrete and steel. To his right, his lifeless clone lay in a heap, its severed arms still twitching slightly as the Kryptonian DNA burned itself out. Arthur's glowing eyes flickered between the two. I'll deal with all of this later. He exhaled, letting his power surge through his veins. Whoosh! The world blurred. Arthur vanished in a streak of black lightning, zipping through the corridors like a phantom. His body became a shadow among shadows, undetectable, unstoppable. His eyes snapped shut mid-run, allowing his senses to expand. Life forces pulsed around him like beacons in the dark. Every living thing in this place he could feel them. Then, there. A familiar presence. That's the place. Arthur's eyes snapped open as he pivoted, his momentum twisting him toward a reinforced door deep in the heart of Cadmus. But before he could get closer, a squad of armed guards burst from the corners, rifles blazing. Bullets screamed through the air, the muzzles flashing in rapid succession. The bullets hit Arthur. Did nothing. They bounced off his skin like pebbles against steel. Arthur stopped walking, staring at them blankly. Still shooting. Still trying. Arthur sighed. I saw you. No need for all this. With a flick of his wrist ruler's authority. Their bodies locked up. Their own arms twisted against their will, turning their weapons toward each other. They screamed. They fired. They fell. Arthur kept walking, not even sparing them a glance. With another gesture, crack. The remaining weapons shattered like glass, their pieces scattering across the cold metallic floor. Then he stopped. Right in front of the massive, fortified vault door. His gaze drifted up to the glowing red text. Cloning chamber. Arthur's lips curled into a wicked smirk. You must be in here. Boom. His fist slammed forward with monstrous force. The impact rippled through the entire facility. The reinforced metal screamed as it bent inward. Then the entire gate exploded inward, torn from its hinges. Smoke and fire billowed out from the ruined doorway. Arthur stepped forward, bathed in the fiery glow. His voice echoed through the chamber, laced with amusement and absolute dominance. Knock, knock. Lex Luthor stood in the observation deck, his fists clenched. Below him, smoke still curled from the destroyed cloning chamber gate. The reinforced steel, bent, shattered, obliterated, was a testament to the sheer power now inside the facility, and that power was Arthur Blackwynd. Lex's jaw tightened as he turned to Dr. Emil Hamilton, the scientist watching everything unfold with cold calculation. Lex, Emil said, not even looking at him. You understand what's coming for us because of your mistake, right? Lex inhaled slowly. Then, with eerily steady hands, he reached into his coat. Sank. A blade pierced Emil's chest. The doctor's eyes widened in shock. A sharp, wet gasp escaped his lips as he looked down, seeing Lex's hand gripping the handle of a hidden dagger, its edge dripping crimson. You, Emil's voice faltered. Lex leaned in, his voice quiet, yet absolute. My apologies, Doctor. Lex twisted the knife. Emil gagged, choking on his own breath, as his body trembled violently. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Lex pulled out the blade with wiping the blood on his sleeve before tossing it aside. He exhaled. Calm, controlled, unshaken by what he just did. I had to do this. He glanced down at Emil's corpse with zero remorse. To guarantee he walks into my trap. Then, without hesitation, he contacted Galatea. Across the battlefield, mid-fight, Galatea's head snapped up as Lex's voice cut through her mind like a blade. We have been attacked. Arthur Blackwynd is here and Emil is dead. Galatea froze. Her pupils dilated. Her body tensed. Kara took the chance, rushing forward, fist cocked back. No. Galatea's rage exploded. With blinding speed, she slammed a brutal punch into Kara's gut. Boom. Kara's eyes widened as she was launched backward, crashing through a concrete wall. Galatea didn't even watch her fall. She shot into the sky, her target locked. She was coming. Arthur Blackwynd would die today. That was the only thing she had in mind now. Kara, coughing from the debris, stumbled to her feet. She saw Galatea already heading straight for Cadmus' core. You are not going anywhere. She blasted off after her. Lex Luthor exhaled slowly, standing high above the chaos below. His sharp eyes scanned the ruined remains of Cadmus. Fires burned. Smoke coiled into the air. The screams of dying soldiers echoed like a tragic symphony. Then, he locked eyes with Arthur Blackwynd. A chill slithered down his spine. Arthur stood there, motionless. No smirk, no amusement, just pure, cold, calculated fury. His doomsday bone gauntlet flexed, fingers curling like talons, ready to strike. Lex barely had time to react. Arthur raised his hand. A crushing force clamped around Lex's throat. GHK. His airways squeezed shut. His feet lifted off the ground. Ruler's authority. Before he could even process it, he was yanked forward like a ragdoll. Shish. It. Lex flew through the air, dragged mercilessly toward Arthur. His mind raced, but Arthur was already cocking back his fist, the doomsday-clad gauntlet gleaming with raw devastation. Lex's pupils shrank. Hurry up, you useless pie. Boom. Something slammed into Arthur like a missile. A blinding fist collided with his face, crushing him into the nearest steel wall. The impact dented metal like paper. The force shook the entire chamber. Arthur's vision blurred for a split second before he felt the full weight pressing against him. A hand still clenched around his skull, holding him in place. Through the dust and fractured metal, he saw her. Galatea. Fierce. Eyes blazing red with raw vengeance. Her grip was like a vice, her knuckles widening as she forced him deeper into the wreckage. You, she hissed. Will pay with your life for what you've done. Arthur scowled. His muscles coiled, and before she could react, a devastating kick launched her backwards. Galatea slammed through several consoles like they were made of glass. Sparks rained down as she landed on her feet, instantly rebounding relentless. Arthur barely had time to steady himself before she was back in his face, throwing a vicious right hook. He blocked. Their arms clashed. The shockwave rattled the entire room. Blow after blow they exchanged fists like titans. Every strike a seismic event. A shockwave exploded behind them. Boom. A streak of blue and red shot into the room like a meteor. Kara. She landed hard, the force of her arrival sending out a powerful gust, her cape billowing behind her. Her blue eyes burned with fury as she took in the scene: Arthur, the ruined lab, Galatea who was engaged in a fight already with him, and finally, Lex. Kara's expression hardened instantly. I knew you'd be here too, freak. Her eyes were laser focused on Lex. There was no mistaking the venom in her voice. Lex, ever the calculating strategist, didn't even flinch. His eyes merely flicked toward her for a brief moment, his lips curling into a dark smirk as if the fight was already decided in his mind. Galatea didn't even flinch. She barely glanced over her shoulder. Kara's fists clenched. Surrender. You guys lost already. Galatea screamed. Shut up. You're weak. You can't even keep up with me. But Arthur's focus wasn't just on Galatea. Lex. His eyes snapped back to him. Lex was retreating, limping away from the battlefield, a sinister smirk curling his lips. A hidden mechanism rumbled beneath the floor, faintly glowing. Activating. Arthur narrowed his eyes. What the hell is he up to? Lex stopped at a control panel, hand hovering over a button. He turned, just enough for Arthur to see his grin widen. I'll be seeing you in, never. Arthur's stomach sank. Something felt very wrong. Chapter 79 Ashes of Cadmus. The control panel lit up in a cascade of warning red. Too fast, too bright, screaming something no one had time to read. Lex's hand came down on the button. Arthur's eyes widened. But Galatea was still between them, her fist slamming into Arthur's side, throwing him back a step, just enough. A surge of light exploded from the ceiling and floor in tandem. Two immense pillars of raw energy, like lances of gods themselves, shot straight through the chamber. Kara cried out as the force struck her mid-flight, hurling her into a wall with a violent boom, cracking the metal surface like brittle glass. Kara, stay back, Arthur roared. But the beam had already encased him and Galatea, both caught in the center of the trap. The light wasn't just light. It was pressure, agony, gravity folded on itself. Arthur's knees buckled, slightly, a rare sight. His eyes narrowed, teeth clenched. His entire body screamed in protest, but he refused to fall. Galatea let out a shriek of pain, more primal than human, as the force seared into her Kryptonian skin. Even she couldn't handle this. Her clone flesh was unraveling. Arthur grunted, lifting his head slowly, blood trailing from his nose, and extended one hand toward Lex, his will blazing with wrath. You will not run away. Ruler's authority ignited. Lex, already gloating from his safe distance, froze. Why? No. No. He screamed, as his body jerked violently, ripped forward like a puppet on strings. He crashed into the beam, howling in agony as the energy chewed through his suit, his skin blistering instantly. Arthur clenched one gauntleted fist around Lex's throat, the other barely holding Galatea back. You fool, you'll kill us both. Lex rasped, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with panic. Only I can stop it. Arthur, his voice strained but unrelenting, leaned closer. You weren't gonna stop it, anyway. The beam grew brighter, hotter. The air itself began to warp. Arthur's vision blurred. The chamber felt like a collapsing star. Arthur. Kara screamed from outside, beating her fists against the containment field, her eyes wide with helpless rage. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to stop it. She launched herself at the energy field again, her shoulder cracked from the rebound. Inside, Arthur was burning from within, shadows swirling violently around him as he forced one arm up. Kara saw it, his hand reaching toward her. Arthur. For a moment, she thought he was reaching for her. But then his palm opened. Ruler's authority. Stay back, idiot. His voice was faint, barely audible but resolute. A wall of invisible force snapped up between them, just for a second. Long enough. No, Kara shouted, tears streaking down her cheeks. And then boom. A flash of light so pure it was blinding, then a shockwave that shattered everything in its wake. Kara was thrown back, crashing through walls, debris, and steel like a ragdoll. She tumbled through the air before slamming hard into the facility's outer hull, cratering the wall. Silence, smoke, sparks, the burning hiss of melting metal. She struggled to stand, her knees shaking. Her breath hitched in her chest. The chamber was gone. The beam was gone. Lex, Arthur, Galatea, all gone. Arthur, Kara whispered. Silence answered her. Her fingers clenched into trembling fists. No. No, no, no. Her breath hitched again. You idiot. This wasn't supposed to happen. She fell to her knees, staring at the crater, where he had stood only moments before. Where he had smiled. Where he had told her to stay back. The girl of steel stared into the void he left behind, eyes burning. And for the first time maybe ever, Supergirl felt despair. After the explosion through the smoke and ruin, Kara stood unmoving in the crater. Her cape fluttered in the wind, but she was a statue of fury and grief. Her communicator crackled in her ear. A voice, gruff, familiar, persistent. Red Hood, Supergirl, are you there? Come on, Kara, do you copy? There was a long pause, and then Supergirl low and broken, yes. Jason asked calmly, I just heard a massive explosion from 5 clicks out. What the hell happened? Another silence. Arthur is gone, Kara said. Jason couldn't process what he just heard. What do you mean Arthur is gone? Kara then snapped at Jason. He's gone, Jason. The line went quiet. In the background, Jason could hear glass breaking, metal bending, and the unmistakable sound of Kara losing control. Her rage was a tempest now, tearing apart the remnants of Lex's cloning chamber. Jason sighed, lowering his head. Yeah, well, I'll let you have your moment. But I've got work to finish. No time to dwell on this. Cadmus Command Center. A steel door slid open with a hiss. Jason Todd stepped through, twin pistols held loosely at his sides, his red helmet gleaming under sterile white lights. The alarms were silent. He had already silenced them, along with the guards who tried to stop him. Across the room sat a curved desk. Behind it, Amanda Waller, General Eiling, a few surviving Cadmus board members. No guards. No backup. The room was dead silent except for the low hum of the monitors. Jason's boots echoed on the metal floor as he strolled in, calm as a storm waiting to break. He twirled one of his pistols idly as if he hadn't just dismantled an entire security team on his way in. He looked at the scene before him, Amanda Waller seated, composed as ever, and General Eiling nursing a drink like this was any other Thursday night in a war room. A couple Cadmus suits stood awkwardly behind them, pale-faced, sweating bullets. Jason tilted his head. Well, and here I thought I'd walk into a villain lair. Test tubes, mad scientists, maybe a half-finished clone in a tank. He slowly raised both pistols. Not this sad little PTA meeting. Eiling's hand darted for something under the desk. Bad move. Bang. Bang. Both hands burst red as Jason blew through them, followed by a third shot tearing through the general's shoulder. Eiling let out a guttural yell, slumping back, blood spilling across the desk. Next one takes your head off, Jason said coolly. Amanda Waller didn't move an inch. You're far from Gotham, Jason. He let out a chuckle behind the helmet. Wow. First name basis. Color me flattered. Thought I was just a ghost story to people like you. You've always been on my radar. They might have dragged you back from the dead, but your choices since then have been rather interesting. You have been useful without realizing. Jason stepped forward, boots crunching on glass. Spare me the talk. I didn't come here to have a conversation. We came here to burn it all down. For every innocent you played God with. You built weapons. You used people. You unleashed monsters. Waller's eyes narrowed. You all are fools. You and that Arthur Blackwynd. He was unstable. Dangerous. Everything we stand for here. Everything Cadmus is to fight people like him. I know, Jason muttered. But Waller leaned forward now, elbows on the desk, her voice low and sharp like a scalpel. Is this really about innocence, Jason? Or is this about you? He said nothing. She pressed on, cutting deeper. Do you see yourself in those metahumans we experimented on? Is that it? Do you see yourself strapped to that chair, screaming, while Joker carved the boy out of you and left something else in his place? Jason's jaw clenched under the helmet. His grip on the pistols tightened, knuckles white. Do you actually care about the innocence? She asked, voice like venom. Or is this just the only way you can unleash that anger left in you? Because your real target's already dead, and there's no one left to blame but the rest of us. The silence that followed was suffocating. Jason didn't respond. He didn't have to. Waller exhaled, slowly. You do this, there's no turning back. He raised his gun, calmly. Without hesitation. I never planned on hesitating. 2 shots. Night-night. And just like that, the room fell into silence. Red Hood turned, walking back out into the hallway. No regrets. No second guesses. Just footsteps echoing through the corridors of a crumbling facility. Arthur's consciousness flickered in and out, pain screaming through every nerve in his body. His breath was ragged, uneven. He coughed, hard blood splattering onto the scorched ground beneath him. His vision blurred, the world spinning before it slowly came into focus. The air was thick, humid. The scent of damp earth and greenery filled his lungs. A forest. Somewhere, unfamiliar. His body ached with every small movement, but he forced himself up, staggering onto unsteady legs. His clothes were barely hanging onto him, burned and tattered, his exposed skin riddled with fresh wounds. He took a slow, painful breath, his chest tight. Where the hell am I? His voice was hoarse, strained, every word a battle. A weak, rasping noise pulled his attention. Next to him, barely clinging to life, was Lex. The once pristine mastermind was reduced to a charred, gasping husk. His skin was burned beyond recognition, his breaths shallow and labored. But somehow, impossibly, he was still alive. His lips twitched, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. It's not AF failure. After all. Lex choked the words out, barely audible. Arthur didn't hesitate. His boots scraped against the dirt as he stepped forward, looming over the broken man. Then crack. One stomp. Lex was gone. Arthur exhaled through his nose, barely sparing the corpse a second glance. Bastard. But the moment the words left his lips, his strength faltered. His legs buckled. He dropped to one knee, body screaming in protest. His vision blurry again. Chapter 80 Alternate Reality. Arthur groaned, his body screaming in defiance as he forced himself upright. His legs trembled, every nerve in his body alight with pain, but he stood anyway. Blood dripped from his mouth, his chest rising and falling with jagged breaths. Damn it, he muttered, clutching his side. That was some weapon. I couldn't even exchange my way out of there. The ground beneath him was still scorched, the earth torn as if reality itself had been punched. And then, he saw them. Bodies. Dozens of them. Each one twisted and broken, their flesh blackened and ruined, yet unmistakably familiar. Just like Lex. Not copies of him. Just people in similar state. Each one lying at the heart of its own shallow crater. The air reeked of ozone, of death and something unnatural. This, Arthur whispered, eyes scanning the twisted forest clearing. What the hell is this place anyways? A sound. Faint. But enough. His head snapped up. A figure moved through the shadows, wounded, bloodied, stumbling. But very much alive. Galatea. She stepped into view, one arm hanging limp, the other curled into a trembling fist. Her suit was torn, her lip bloodied, a deep wound carved across her shoulder. And yet her eyes, still burned with fury. They locked eyes. 2 broken warriors. 2 survivors. She said nothing, but her expression screamed everything. Grief. Rage. Confusion. Without a word, she charged. Arthur didn't hesitate. His instincts roared to life. His right hand surged with energy, dark tendrils coalescing into a weapon of death. The kryptonite sword shimmered into existence, alive with a sickly green pulse. Galatea came at him with everything she had left. A scream. A punch. A flurry of movement. But Arthur's eyes, they glowed. That familiar skill of his bloodlust ignited once more, casting a darkness around her. And before she could even realize it, the blade was already through her chest. Her eyes widened. Breath hitched. She gasped, blood bubbling at her lips as the green glow of the kryptonite pierced her very core. Her body trembled. Doctor. Gave me a soul, she whispered. Her voice was so small. So fragile. Father. Arthur's grip tightened on the hilt. Her hand shakily lifted, as if reaching out to someone who would never answer again. Why did he leave me? Her eyes welled, not with anger, not anymore, but with grief. Arthur's expression softened, if only a little. Just to make you feel a little better, he murmured, lowering her slowly to the ground. I didn't kill your father. He met her gaze, one last time. It's clear to me who did, and he is lying dead there. Arthur gestured. Towards Lex. Galatia's lips twitched into a faint, pained smile. A breath. A tear. And then, nothing. Her hand went limp. Her body still the sword fading from his hand. The wind whispered through the broken forest around him. A moment of peace in the wake of chaos. Arthur just stood there next to Galatia's lifeless body, his breath shallow, his blood hot. Silence engulfed him, save for the soft sound of wind rustling through the broken trees. He didn't speak at first. Then, softly. "I need to go back," he muttered, clenching his fist. "And finish off Cadmus." Without wasting another second, Arthur extended his arm, shadows curling from his fingers like smoke. His eyes pulsed with dark light as he whispered, "Exchange." Nothing. His heart skipped. "Exchange," he said louder, trying again, this time with urgency. Still nothing. His eyes widened. "No, exchange now." Nothing. And then system notification unable to complete exchange. Target exists in a different reality. "You must be fucking joking." Arthur staggered a step back, his breath catching in his throat. The weight of the message crashed down on him like a hammer. His fists clenched, shadows reacting to his spike in emotion, tendrils slashing at the dirt. "That wasn't a weapon," he whispered slowly, piecing it together. His eyes darted toward the craters around him, the disfigured corpses, the charred remains of failed jumps. "That was a teleportation machine." He looked around again, suddenly everything made sense. The dead people around him. The strange environment. The silence of the system. The air even felt different. These dead people. They were lab rats, he growled. Lex tested this on them, and I just got added to the list. His mind raced. What a situation. Arthur exhaled sharply, then nodded to himself. "I left a significant number of shadow soldiers behind. Kaisel and Blade are with my family. They should be fine." Still, he felt the tight pull in his chest. This wasn't just separation. This was exile. Arthur turned toward the horizon, his expression hardening with grim resolve. "First, I need to figure out where the hell I even am." He looked up. Stars looked the same. The moon was still there. Nothing really unfamiliar. At least this is Earth. Still though, I have no idea what kind of alternate reality this is. Arthur stood alone amid the wreckage of bodies and smoldering craters. He stared into the horizon, still grappling with the reality. He was stranded in another world, with no way back, yet. "Well," he muttered to himself, brushing dust and dried blood from his sleeve. "I'll do this first, and he'll figure it out." He turned and walked slowly toward Lex's mutilated corpse, still twitching slightly in the dirt. The sight of it stirred no emotion in him. He extended his hand over the ruined body. "Arise." From the remains of Lex, the shadow took form, creeping like black smoke until it took shape. A hunched, twitching silhouette that resembled Lex Luthor himself, kneeling in silence before Arthur. A notification flickered in his mind. Shadow extraction complete. Grade. Normal. Arthur eyed it with disdain. "How weak," he scoffed. "But I'll need you, for your intellect not your strength." Lex's shadow bowed wordlessly. Arthur turned away without another glance, walking over to the body that did give him pause. Galatea. She lay lifeless, her blonde hair stained with blood and dirt, her once terrifying power now reduced to cold stillness. Arthur stood over her. His hand twitched slightly. He wasn't sure if it was pity or guilt or just humanity for something that wasn't exactly a human. But his eyes glowed blue. "A soul, you said earlier. Let's see if you have some of that left in you." He knelt beside her, placed his hand over her, and whispered, "Arise." The shadows began to swirl, slow at first, then faster. A pulse of dark energy erupted from her corpse, like a heartbeat echoing across the dead forest. The ground trembled, the air thickened, black wisps erupted from her body, pulling her spirit from the veil of death. Then she moved. Her eyes opened, violet and glowing with eerie light. Galatea, reborn in shadow. She slowly rose to one knee, head bowed. "Grant me a name, my king." Arthur stared at her, eyes glowing. "You call me my king, yet moments ago you tried to rip my throat out." Her voice was different now. Softer, but stronger, as though the weight she once carried had finally lifted. "I had no purpose," she said, eyes still lowered. "I was forged to be a weapon. Used, lied to. The only person I truly cared about, Dr. Emil, was taken from me." Her fists clenched. Her voice cracked, not with weakness, but a painful clarity. I felt grief, but I didn't understand it. I wasn't made to feel. But now, I see clearly. She finally looked up at him, glowing eyes locked with his. You gave me closure in death. You took care of the one who harmed the only soul that ever showed me kindness. For that, I thank you. She bowed her head again, reverent. And now I swear myself to you. I am no longer a failed clone. No longer a tool of Cadmus. I am your sword, your shield, my king. Arthur stood still, eyes locked with hers, reading the conviction behind her every word. And in that moment, he knew she meant it. Then rise, Arthur said, his voice calm but absolute. Galatea, Shadow General Galatea. The moment her name echoed through the forest, shadow burst from her body like a tidal wave, her form stabilizing with regal power. Kneeling before him like a knight before her liege. Galatea looked up once more, a solemn, near-peaceful smile touching her lips. Your will is my command, my king. Arthur turned toward the skies of this unknown world, a grim smile playing at the edge of his lips. Well then, guess it's time to figure out how royally screwed we really are. Back in Cadmus. Boom. The reinforced steel corridor exploded inward as a blur of red and blue ripped through the hallway like a missile. Kara Zor-El, hair whipping like fire behind her, eyes glowing with seething rage, tore through the walls, obliterating security drones, barriers, and guard units as if they were paper. One scream. One punch. Another wall gone. She wasn't holding back. Sirens wailed. Lights flickered. The facility was coming apart at the seams. Supergirl burst through a chamber, and landed face to face with the Ultiman and the Justice League squad. They barely got into stance before Kara's fist was already on someone's jaw. Get out of my way. It didn't take much time. They collapsed in a heap. Broken, beaten, silent. Enough. Batman's voice echoed from down the hall, just as Flash blurred to her side. Green Arrow took position, already loading a kryptonite gas arrow. Kara. Batman stepped forward, tone calm but sharp. You left them on the brink of death. That wasn't necessary. They already suffer from rapid aging. Locking them up is the least human thing we can do. She didn't even glance at him. They were dead the moment Cadmus made them, she said coldly, eyes still glowing. Flash looked between the bodies, stunned. Green Arrow hesitated, lowering his bow slightly. They were clones, Kara said. Disposable, like everything Cadmus touches. Kara. Batman tried again. That's not justice. And that's not you talking. No, she snapped, turning her head slightly, voice low. That was a message. Just then, her comms crackled to life. A familiar voice came through. Cool. Confident. With just the right dose of cocky. Jason Todd. I'm done here. You should leave as well. Facilities toast. Kara paused. Then Jason chuckled. Oh, and Kara, if Arthur's really dead, then why the hell am I looking at his shadow standing right in front of me? Kara's eyes widened. Her heart skipped. What? Chapter 81. World of Tyrants. Cadmus. Walls crumbled. Lights flickered. The entire facility groaned like it was holding back the apocalypse. Then, they came. A low rumble, like distant thunder across the battlefield. The sound of something unnatural, ancient, inevitable. From the shadows, they emerged, Arthur's shadow demons. Blackened armor. Glowing eyes. Some of them tall as titans. Silent as death. Their presence turned the air cold. Reality itself seemed to bend around their ethereal forms. Kara took a sharp step back, eyes wide. No way. Batman's cape fluttered as he narrowed his eyes, analyzing instantly. Flash blinked. Did we accidentally open the door to hell or? Green Arrow raised his bow on instinct. Okay, can we all agree these things look like the end credits of a horror movie? Black Canary took a defensive stance. They're not attacking. Kara's comms clicked again. Jason Todd's voice came through. Well, since his magic, or whatever these things are, is still walking around like nothing happened, I don't think he's dead. He paused, then added with a bit of dry sarcasm, anyway, I'm out. Not really in the mood for a heart-to-heart with Bruce. Peace. Calm disconnected. Kara stared at the soldiers, her jaw tightening. I didn't see their bodies, so maybe, he's right. She walked forward slowly, cautiously, eyes locked onto the one leading the pack. Its armor was different, taller, more jagged, a veteran from Arthur's inner circle. She stopped just short, voice calm but demanding. "Where is your master?" The Shadow Knight said nothing. Nothing. It simply tilted its head, then turned. Without a word, the shadows, all of them, marched away. Moving like a river of death. Kara clenched her fists, biting back emotion. Green Arrow exhaled. Why do they look like they are answering a call? Like dogs heading back to their master. Batman stood tall, the glow of the shadow soldiers long faded. His cape fluttered behind him. He scanned the wreckage, calculating. Cold, sharp, focused. "We've wasted too much time here," he said finally, his voice cutting through the silence. "Flash, go. Head to the command center, fast. Sweep it. Make sure there's no one left who can throw something else at us. Amanda Waller and the scientists there, all of them should be still in here." Flash gave a nod, stretching his neck. "Got it, Bats. Let's wrap this up before someone decides to hit the reset button or something." In a blink, he was gone, lightning trailing in his wake. Batman turned toward Kara. His tone didn't waver, but there was a weight to it. "You should go home." Kara didn't look at him. Her gaze was locked on the cracked floor beneath her boots. Her fists were trembling, not from fear, but from restraint. Batman paused for a second, as if to say more, but didn't. He walked away. Kara stood there alone, surrounded by the ruins of everything Cadmus had tried to control, of everything they lost. Her voice was quiet, but it hit like thunder. "He better be alive." Arthur stood, burned clothes clinging to his frame, but his posture was as strong as ever. At his side, Shadow Galatea knelt, awaiting orders, her eyes glowing, hair fluttering in the breeze like a phantom of the storm. Arthur didn't look at her when he spoke, just kept his gaze fixed on the endless horizon. "Listen up. This'll be your first mission." He turned slightly, voice steady. "Fly. Pick any direction. Doesn't matter. Find the nearest city, the nearest signs of civilization. Do not reveal yourself to anyone. You're fast enough to dodge anything they throw at you. I want information. Where the hell are we?" Galatea raised her head slightly, hand to her heart. "At once, my king." And with that, she was gone, a streak of blackened shadow cutting through the sky like a bullet. Arthur exhaled and sat on a moss-covered rock. He looked over to the side, where Shadow Lex Luthor stood, stoic and silent. "Well then," Arthur muttered, cracking a branch off a nearby tree and tossing it toward the shade. "Since you can't speak, here. Take this." Lex caught the stick in a smooth, eerie motion, almost too human for a shadow. Arthur narrowed his eyes. "Explain to me what that machine was. Why it felt like my damn soul got ripped through 10 layers of hell." Without hesitation, Shadow Lex knelt, and began to drag the stick across the dirt. First, a rough circle. Then another. Then another. Soon, a line of orbs, each detailed slightly differently, land masses, cloud swirls, jagged magnetic fields. Each one a distinct Earth. Above them all, a crude sketch of a machine. Like a dome with jagged teeth, intersecting rings pulsing around it like some apocalyptic gyroscope. Lex tapped the drawing. Then the machine. Then Arthur. Arthur stared in silence. His jaw clenched. "So my theory was right," he muttered. "This is an alternate reality. Another Earth. And we were the test subjects, or at least me and Galatea were, till I dragged you along with me." He stood slowly, glancing at the sky above the trees. "Tell me," he asked, eyes still fixed skyward, "can you get us out of here?" Shadow Lex turned, and shook his head. "Once," Arthur sighed, his breath heavy with frustration. "Shit." But then his eyes lit up with that cold, calculating spark. "At least I can find this world's Lex," he said with a grim smirk. "Some version of him's out there. Same ego, same obsession with winning, same brains." He turned, eyes locked on the fading trail Galatea had left behind. "Maybe he can get me the hell out of here. And if he doesn't," he cracked his knuckles, "I'll make him." Arthur exhaled and raised his hand. A familiar dark blue system interface bloomed into existence before his eyes, floating, semi-transparent, and laced with that eerie, digital whisper of power. "System alert, you have slain Galatea. Cadmus bio-weapon Kryptonian class processing rewards. Item gained. Solar gauntlets type. Kryptonian infused melee gauntlets effect. plus 50% strength in direct sunlight. Ignores armor. Charges with solar energy to unleash a solar pulse. Arthur raised a brow, swiping the gauntlets into his inventory with a smirk. Sun-charged power gauntlets. He rolled his wrist. Kind of weaker than my Doomsday Bone ones, but they've got their charm. New title acquired. Solar Reaper. Effect. Plus 50% damage in sunlight, minus 20% damage taken from energy attacks. You hunted a daughter of the sun. Now, the light answers to you. Arthur chuckled. Dark, low, sharp. I see a pattern here. Then he brought up his status bar with a simple command. Status bar name. Arthur Blackwynd job. Necromancer right pointing arrow Shadow Monarch title. Solar Reaper level. 99 right pointing arrow 100 fatigue. 75 HP. 1907,800ths of a megapixel. 4,909,300 strength. 200 right pointing arrow 201 health. 161 right pointing arrow 165 agility. 169 right pointing arrow 170 intelligence. 191 right pointing arrow 192 sense. 140 right pointing arrow 141 available ability points. 3 right pointing arrow 0 passive skill. Tenacity level 1 Insanity's Gambit immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction Shadow Exchange Monarch's domain skills. Bloodlust level 2 Ruler's Authority Mutilation Sword Rush Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide Abyssforged Necklace Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets Abyssforged Necklace Azeroth Knight Armor Set Greatsword of the Lowborn Prometheum Sword Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial Epic Shattered Bolt Demon King Longsword Kryptonite Sword Solar Gauntlets Tower of Fate Key Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. Arthur stared at the screen for a long moment, the light flickering across his tired but determined face. Level 100, he muttered, and now a full-fledged Shadow Monarch. He let out a breathless laugh. Not from joy, but from sheer anticipation. But not really. I'm still nowhere near the peak. He dismissed the screen, eyes now glowing with that deadly blue hue as his shadow twitched at his feet, alive, hungry. I'm far from the real thing, he murmured to himself. I can get so much stronger than this. Galatea came back swiftly, her dark appearance cutting through the air like an avenging specter. She landed with a quiet grace, kneeling before her king, her expression cold but loyal. I found a city, my king, Galatea spoke, her voice low but steady. Bloodhaven, east of here, not that far. Arthur's gaze shifted toward the horizon. Good, this means we are in a familiar place. Arthur nodded, his voice a smooth, controlled growl. Galatea's tone didn't waver, but there was an undercurrent of caution. I'm afraid not, my king. Arthur's brow raised, his silence now a command. A small, imperceptible shift in his stance, a readiness to hear the truth. The city is called Bloodhaven, she continued, but it's a corrupted mirror of the one we knew. Arthur's mind raced, a dozen possibilities spinning in his head as he studied Galatea's cold expression. The people I just saw don't live, she went on, her voice clipped, cold, they endure. Surveillance constructs float above every district. Armed patrols enforce curfews with lethal efficiency. I stayed away, just like you commanded. Arthur clenched his jaw, the gears turning in his mind. That sounds awfully familiar. Something about her description felt too close to the life of control and fear. The injustice Earth, Arthur thought to himself. It reeked of that unyielding tyranny. What else did you see? Arthur's voice was quieter now, but laced with intent. There had to be more to this world. Something to uncover. Galatea hesitated for only a second, then continued with a brief nod. Symbols and statues. One that resembles Superman. Shit, it's injustice Earth, isn't it? Now anyone that does a minor crime, they are basically playing with their lives. Arthur sighed. Galatea's eyes flickered with understanding, but then she corrected him. On the contrary, my king, I saw chaos. Crimes being committed, but they did nothing about it. Arthur froze, his mind grinding to a halt. Wait a minute, he turned sharply, his eyes locking onto Galatea's. What do you mean, they did nothing about it? The realization hit him like a thunderclap. His hand moved instinctively to the hilt of his sword, and he began drawing in the dirt, tracing out a shape, like a crude sketch of the symbol that he is familiar with. His fingers etched it with precision, even if the lines were rough. You, with sharp edges. Wait a minute. His voice was softer now, but the intensity was building, a storm gathering. The symbol ons, Superman's statue, does it look like this? He traced over the U with a steady hand, locking eyes with Galatea. Galatea's eyes narrowed slightly as she inspected the drawing. She nodded, a fraction of a second too long. Yes, my king. Arthur's heart skipped a beat as the full weight of the revelation crashed into him. Well, this is troublesome. We might have to deal with some sick bastards. He stood upright, his blood beginning to boil as the realization hit. That's Ultraman. Chapter 82 Crime Syndicate Bloodhaven. Earth 3. A thin layer of fog clung to the cracked concrete streets, seeping through the alleys like a living thing. Neon signs flickered like dying stars overhead, casting warped reflections in puddles of oil-stained water. The scent of rust, smoke, and despair polluted the air. A lone figure walked through it all, hood drawn low, shadow clinging unnaturally to his frame. Arthur. Blackwynd. Now cloaked beneath a simple black hood, his eyes scanned the ruined world beneath the folds of dusk. It's even more gloomy in here than I expected, he muttered under his breath, voice low and cold. Like the city itself gave up, and no one even cares. His boots crunched against broken glass, each step measured, patient. Around him, buildings sagged under the weight of decay. Entire blocks seemed abandoned, yet the few who walked them looked worse off, sunken eyes, bruises, malnourished, dressed in rags. But they weren't just poor. They looked owned. Arthur turned a corner and froze, not out of fear, but fury. Ahead, two armored enforcers, faces hidden behind sleek, metallic visors, were dragging a scrawny man by the hair. The man cried out in pain, blood dripping from his temple. "This'll teach you to miss your work quota," one of the guards sneered, smashing the butt of his rifle into the man's ribs. The people nearby watched, but no one intervened. They couldn't. They wouldn't. Not here. Arthur's eyes burned beneath the hood. His fists clenched, but he didn't move. Not yet. He stalked past like any other civilian, seemingly uninterested. But when the guards turned their backs, it happened. A flicker of shadow. A whisper of movement. Crack. One guard's neck twisted violently in an unnatural angle, his body crumpling to the pavement without a sound. The other turned, confused, only to feel the shadow behind him. Arthur's hand reached from the darkness, wrapping around his face. Slam. The enforcer's skull cracked against the brick wall. Once, twice, gone. They never saw their killer. No one did. Arthur kept walking, blending into the flow of the broken city, shadows closing the gap where the bodies once lay. They piss me off, he murmured to himself, voice a razor. Bullying the weak like that. It's pathetic. He passed another alley. This time, children were huddled near a burning barrel, eyes vacant, skin marked with bruises. One of them glanced up toward him, trembling. Arthur said nothing. He only nodded once, slowly, and the shadows flickered. He moved on. This was a world with monsters that wore uniforms and strength was law. Arthur didn't need any more examples to understand what he might be up against. And this broken earth, it had just awakened something far worse than the Syndicate. Arthur stood upon the rooftop of a broken skyscraper, his hood pulled low as he surveyed the corrupted heart of the city. Suddenly a loud hum. A flicker of static. Across every street, every alley, every crumbling corner of the city, screens came to life. Massive digital billboards buzzed on above buildings, drones hovered midair projecting hard light displays. Even the sound systems crackled, spreading the message like poison through the veins of a dying world. Then his face appeared, Alman, cloaked in black, a cold intellect radiating from every syllable. The city fell silent, as if even the air refused to move. People of this crumbling world, Alman's voice echoed through the streets, precise and commanding, it is time to stop this delusion. Time to pull the veil off your naive ideals and see the truth laid bare. You call him a hero, Alexander Luthor. The last flicker of rebellion in a world long claimed. You cling to him like a dying flame. But make no mistake, he leans forward, gaze cutting through the screen like a blade. This resistance is not noble. It is futile, a tantrum against the inevitable. Every action he takes only delays the collapse you fear, and we, the Syndicate, are more than ready to accelerate it. A pause. Surrender, Alexander. Turn yourself in and stop condemning these people to more suffering in your name. You are not a savior. You are not a hero. His voice turned venomous. You are a ghost, haunting a world already ours. So make the right choice, or watch the rest of your so-called hope burn. The screen faded into static, then black. Silence swept the streets again. Arthur said nothing for a moment, eyes narrowing beneath his hood, hands clenched into his cloak. The wind blew. He exhaled slowly. Then smirked. Well, that confirms it. He turned from the edge of the rooftop, shadows curling at his feet as his cloak fluttered behind him. Luther's alive, which means I can find him. But as he glanced back down toward the city, toward the black-suited enforcers patrolling the streets, toward the drones scanning every corner, and toward the giant obsidian towers branded with the mark of the syndicate, his smile faded into a cold stare. Before they do. The shadows behind him writhed in anticipation. Arthur's eyes scanned the horizon, the same sickly moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting its cold light over the wreckage of Bloodhaven. He hadn't seen the sun since he arrived, no matter how long he'd been here. It was a constant night, an eerie, unyielding darkness. The moon remained in place, unmoving, as if frozen in time. He pulled the hood of his cloak tighter, his boots softly tapping the cracked pavement as he moved through the desolate streets, avoiding the oppressive eyes of the floating surveillance drones. His thoughts echoed in his head, a growing realization gnawing at him. I have to say something, he muttered to himself, barely audible over the sound of distant sirens and the hum of the drones above. I know I'm not crazy, but it's been night ever since I opened my eyes in this world. His gaze turned upward, the moon's light harsh and unblinking. The moon, he continued, more to himself than anything, it's just there, the entire time. Never moves, never changes. This means it's Ultraman's doing, covering the yellow sun radiation. Arthur stopped in his tracks, his sharp eyes narrowing. The pieces were starting to fall into place. It wasn't just the moon. It was everything. This wasn't just Bloodhaven. This was a place suffocated by the Syndicate's control. Everything about it screamed their influence, their reign of terror. The crime, the corruption, the chaos. He clenched his fists, a low growl in his throat. And this place has to be within the crime syndicate's section if he did that, he muttered. Or at least very close to where they operate. A shadow flickered behind him, and from it emerged Galatea, kneeling before him, her shadow figure sharp and unwavering. Arthur's eyes glowed, his mind calculating. He didn't look down as he spoke, but his voice was cold, purposeful. Galatea, he began, his tone carrying the weight of command, I need you to find out Alexander Luther's whereabouts. Listen for whispers. Look for any resistance movements, there has to be something. Stay undetected. Don't make a scene. The last thing we want is to draw attention before we're ready. Her gaze was unwavering, her voice low but filled with determination. Very well, my king. Arthur's lips curved slightly, though it was far from a smile. There's a plan forming in my mind, a risky one. But it's only worth it if we find Luther first. We'll see how far the Syndicate's reach truly goes. Galatea rose fluidly, her body a blur of shadow and light as she stood tall before him. Her eyes locked with his for a brief moment, and she gave a single nod, the weight of his command clear in her posture. I will not fail you, my king, she said with quiet conviction, her voice carrying the power of unspoken promise. Arthur's gaze sharpened. He didn't need to tell her more. She understood the stakes. In this corrupted, lawless world, Luther was a key piece. If they could find him before the Syndicate did, it would be the first blow in a war that would shake this earth to its core, and naturally his way out as well. With that, she vanished into the sky, her form melting into the night like a wraith. The only evidence of her departure was the brief ripple in the air, a faint shimmer in the darkness. Now, it was his turn to move. His eyes narrowed as the weight of the situation pressed against his mind like a storm cloud ready to break. I need to do my part, he thought. And as he spoke those words to himself, a calm determination settled over him. With a thought, the Prometheum sword materialized in his hand, the blade shimmering faintly under the dull city lights, a deadly promise of the chaos he would soon bring. His voice cut through the air. I'll cause as much chaos as possible, without being detected. His lips curled into a small, vicious smile. It will certainly alert the Syndicate that someone or something is causing chaos. But, hopefully, that will attract the attention of the Resistance as well. His voice was laced with an almost predatory calmness, the same air of a hunter preparing to strike. His body was already in motion. The air seemed to part around him as he vanished into the night, his form a blur of shadow and speed, a phantom in the darkness. Arthur's speed was remarkable, unnatural even. Each step was calculated, swift, and deadly. The shadows bent around him as he moved, slipping between the cracks of the city's surveillance, avoiding detection with uncanny precision. He darted through alleys, scaled buildings with a fluidity that made him seem like an extension of the very night itself. His thoughts were a sharp contrast to the seamless flow of his movements. There was purpose behind every action, every swing of his sword. The first wave of his chaos came swiftly, a swift strike against a patrol, a brutal, calculated move that left them incapacitated, but not dead. Just enough damage to send shockwaves through the syndicate's ranks, to make them question what was happening. His presence was merely a whisper, a shadow in the midst of their surveillance, too fast to be caught, too deadly to be ignored. He smiled to himself as he dashed toward the heart of the city. They'll come for me, but they'll never catch me. Not until I want them to. Chapter 83 The Hunt. Earth. Jump City. The air was heavy with a tension that could almost be felt, a weight pressing down on the Blackwynd Tower as Kara stood before Arthur's mother, and his brother, Adam. The constant, ever-watchful presence of Blade standing like a sentinel, his gaze fixed firmly on Kara. Atop the Blackwynd Tower, Kaizel, the wyvern, perched like a looming shadow, its wings spread wide, watching over the family with the intensity of a predator ready to strike. Kara, her expression dark and uncertain, finally broke the silence. Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what she had seen and what she could not say. I don't know for sure. Kara began, her voice quiet, her eyes searching for something, anything, to hold on to. I don't know if he's dead. What I saw, the chaos, the shadows, the destruction, but no body. He's powerful, but even he can't. Adam, Arthur's older brother, laughed. It was a sharp, disbelieving sound that echoed off the walls, a defiant challenge against the reality Kara had just spoken. He refused to believe that his brother, the embodiment of strength and resolve, was gone. Dead, Adam scoffed, his voice thick with incredulity. Arthur, he gestured toward Blade, his eyes fierce with conviction. Look at this. Look at his shadow, it's still here. They're still here. You think Arthur would just die and they'll remain. You are a Kryptonian yet you saw his power as well, I know it. He's out there, I know it. Kara's gaze faltered, her frustration was palpable as she shook her head slowly, her voice laced with regret. I don't know how his abilities work, Adam. He never fully explained them to me, she replied, her voice strained and raw. I can't promise you that he's alive. I don't know. Her eyes averted from his, staring into the distance, the weight of the uncertainty pressing on her chest. Adam took a step forward, the fire in his eyes undiminished. His injured hand clenched into a fist as his voice rose with a burning, fierce determination. You might not know but I do because he is my blood. His gaze shifted to Blade, the shadows around the silent sentinel moving in response to his words. I refuse to believe Arthur is gone. Not until I see it for myself. Blade's expression remained unchanged, but he made a subtle movement as if reacting to Adam's certainty. Kara met Adam's eyes again, her heart heavy with the burden of her words. I don't want to give you false hope, she said softly, her voice breaking slightly. But if there's anyone who could survive this, then maybe it's him. She turned her gaze toward his mother. I'll do everything I can, she continued, her resolve hardening. But we need a plan. Arthur might be out there somewhere, but we need to prepare for the worst. Adam's anger began to soften, but his resolve remained as unyielding as ever. He stepped forward, his expression a mix of defiance and determination. I don't need a plan, Kara. I need my brother back. And if he's out there, wherever that is, he'll do it by himself. He already proved that to me. His words were like a vow, one that Kara couldn't help but respect, even as they carried the weight of impossible odds. Before Kara could reply, a sudden, violent surge of energy shattered the calm. A flash of dark magic flared in the distance, and with a sound that cracked the air like thunder, Raven teleported into their midst, her expression fierce and troubled. Her eyes locked onto Kara with an intensity that could burn through stone. You. Raven's voice was like a whip, her tone accusing and full of anger. What happened to him? Where is Arthur? I can't sense him anymore. I've been trying to reach him, but nothing. She paused, her breath sharp and erratic, as though trying to steady herself. What did you do? Where is he, Kara? Kara flinched at the rawness in Raven's voice. She had known that Raven cared for Arthur, even if she had never shown it openly. And now, the overwhelming sense of loss and frustration was clear in her eyes. I don't have an answer, Raven. Kara's voice cracked as she spoke, the weight of her failure heavy in her chest. I didn't do anything to help. I don't know. She closed her eyes briefly, as though the very thought of failing Arthur, of not having an answer for Raven, was too much to bear. He's gone. I think he's gone, but I can't be sure. I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could do more. But her voice faltered. Raven's piercing gaze softened for a fraction of a second, the fury dimming, replaced by something far more raw, grief. I should have known, Raven whispered, almost to herself. His mother, who was silent all this time, stepped forward, her eyes meeting Raven's, her voice steady but filled with quiet anguish. If Arthur were truly dead, I would know it, but if there's one thing I know about my son, it's his stubbornness. Raven nodded grimly, as if realizing the truth in his mother's words. Then I'll find him. His powers have a darker nature much similar to my own. I can try and search for traces of that magic, no matter what it takes. Arthur's fate was still a question to them, and none of them had the answers. Bloodhaven, Earth 3. Arthur leaned casually on the cracked stone wall, his breath steady, his hands slick with sweat and blood. The man beneath him groaned, his face practically embedded in the rubble, his once proud figure now reduced to a mere shadow of itself. Arthur smirked, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he stared down at the broken figure beneath him. Well, this is getting boring, he muttered to himself, his voice dripping with sarcastic amusement. I've been committing crimes and fighting crime at the same time, and so far, nothing. He leaned down, pressing his boot into the man's back, the weight of it making the guy wince in agony. Guess I expected more from this place. He glanced around, the chaos he'd unleashed still simmering in the streets, the screams of the city echoing in his ears. Yet, something felt off. Galatea wasn't back yet. He hadn't heard from her since she set out on her mission to find the resistance, to locate Luther. She was reliable. Arthur stood up, brushing the dust from his cloak with a resigned sigh. Oh well, he said to himself, wiping his hands on his pants. I'll continue. I didn't come all the way here just to sit around. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished into the night again, his form blending with the shadows as he moved through the streets. High in a steel-walled command center hidden deep within a certain place, a man watched the chaos unfold on several surveillance monitors. His cold, calculating gaze never wavered as the flickering images danced across the screen. Alman, the twisted reflection of Batman, observed with an unnerving calm. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the console, his sharp eyes studying every moment of the destruction, the merciless violence on display. Guards crumpled to the ground in a haze of broken bones and shattered armor, their screams lost in the rising fires that ate away at the city's heart. Buildings burned, flickering flames casting a grim orange glow across the cold, glassy screens. A small smile tugged at Alman's lips, but it was not one of satisfaction. No, this was annoyance, frustration. It's not new, he murmured to himself. This kind of destruction, this chaos, but something's off. Who's doing this? Where are they? There's no clear origin, no definitive signs. He leaned forward, narrowing his eyes as a particular piece of footage caught his attention, someone moving too quickly for the cameras, too fast to be fully captured. Impossible, he growled. Whoever this is, they're evading every single camera. There's no way they're just some random street rat. With a sharp motion, Alman hit a button on the console, activating the communication system. The screen flickered, and the face of a familiar, super-speeding figure appeared, this world's own version of the Flash. His costume, a dark blur of red and gold, was a perfect mockery of the Flash from the Arthur's world. Johnny Quick, Alman snapped, his voice a cold, mechanical drawl. I need you to check something out. Something's happening in Bloodhaven, and it's annoying the hell out of me. A lot of guards are getting wiped out, buildings are burning, but the source? Unclear. Whoever's behind it is fast. Too fast. Johnny on the screen nodded without hesitation, a glint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. You want me to hunt them down? Exactly. This person's leaving no trace. No face on the cameras, no clear direction. You're fast enough to keep up with them, and I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out why they're doing this. So go, before they become a bigger problem. Almond's voice dropped to a cold hiss. I don't care who they are. Just find them, now. Johnny cracked his knuckles, the challenge stoking the fire of competition in his eyes. I got it, Almond. I'll track them down. No one's too fast for me, whoever is out there is dead. As the screen cut to black, Almond remained seated, his fingers drumming once more on the console. He could feel the tension rising in that city, the pressure mounting with every passing second. Whoever was out there, whether they were a potential ally or a threat, it didn't matter to him. What mattered was the order he had to uphold, their reign. And if someone dared to disrupt that, they would face the full wrath of the Syndicate. Chapter 84 Cadmus Aftermath. A random alleyway. Bloodhaven rain pattered softly against the cracked pavement, but the cries of pain and the clashing of metal were anything but soft. A storm was already raging in the narrow alley, where Arthur Blackwynd moved like death incarnate. 2 Syndicate guards crashed against the brick walls, blood staining their white armor. One tried to crawl backward, whimpering, his rifle shattered beside him. The other attempted to run, but Arthur was faster, his foot slammed into the man's chest, pinning him down like a lion playing with prey. Please. We didn't do anything, one of them stammered, breath hitching as he looked up into glowing violet eyes that shimmered with barely contained fury. What the hell are you? The other croaked, voice trembling, face pale beneath the bruises. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he dragged one of them into the shadows of the alley, his grip iron, his silence deafening. With a flick of his wrist, he crushed the guard's comms unit. Crack! Sparks burst from the device like fireflies as Arthur tossed it to the ground. With the other hand, he raised 2 fingers, and every surveillance camera in the vicinity shattered, lenses cracking like brittle glass, the alley plunging into unmonitored darkness. The remaining guard whimpered. We don't know anything, I swear. We just follow orders. Arthur's face remained unreadable, a perfect sculpt of wrath beneath the hood. His eyes flared, illuminating the alley with hellish blue. The pressure from his gaze alone made the man choke on his words, falling to his knees like a marionette whose strings had been severed. I asked you once, Arthur growled, voice low like distant thunder, who's commanding your patrols? And do you know anything about some sort of a resistance? I don't know. We just get orders from Command Tower. We don't ask, we just do it, please. Arthur stared at him for a long moment. Disappointment. That's all he felt. No secret code, no intel, just another cog in a broken machine. Useless, all of you. He plunged his hand into the man's chest quick, brutal, and final. The man's eyes rolled back as he slumped, lifeless, to the ground. Arthur wiped his hand on the man's vest and stood up, sighing. They never know anything, always pawns. He turned to walk away, footsteps slow, the kind of walk a predator took after a failed hunt. But then something. His muscles tensed. His senses snapped into high alert. A whistle through the air. Fast, faster than anything he'd sensed since arriving in this corrupted world. His eyes widened. Something's coming. The pressure hit like a freight train of wind. Leaves spiraled, trash blew down the alley, and the streetlight behind him flickered once before bursting. His instincts screamed. And then boom. A streak of lightning cut across the rooftops, vanishing behind a blur. Arthur clenched his jaw, his eyes still glowing, heart pounding with anticipation. He wasn't sure what had just moved past him, but one thing was clear: he wasn't alone anymore. Finally, he muttered with a twisted grin. Someone took the bait. Justice League Watchtower. Arthur's Earth. The room pulsed with low-lit holographic displays and tension as thick as a thundercloud. The Justice League had gathered, but it wasn't unity that filled the air, it was heat, frustration, and something unspoken that clawed at every breath. Superman paced like a lion. Eyes glowing faintly red with restraint. He slammed a hand on the conference table. You went to Cadmus without me. Batman stood across the room, calm as ever, arms folded beneath the drape of his cape. We didn't have time to assemble everyone. Cadmus has accelerated their operations, and once again that boy had to involve himself. I couldn't risk alerting them with the entire league descending upon them like a declaration of war. Clark took a step forward, tone edged with thunder. And what, Bruce? You thought I wouldn't be able to control myself if I saw what they're doing? That I'd lose it? Batman's gaze shifted. Just behind the reinforced glass wall of the containment zone, Superboy floated unconscious inside a stasis field, restrained in anti-kinetic cuffs. The clone's resemblance to Kal-El was unmistakable right down to the jawline and the dormant fury in his clenched fists. Batman didn't flinch. I thought if you saw another Kryptonian, one made from your DNA like this one who could be your son here, you'd forget the mission and would do something stupid. Clark turned toward the containment zone, heart torn between grief and disbelief. That's not my son. No, Batman said coldly. But he is your responsibility. Whether you acknowledge it or not. The words hung in the air like a blade just drawn. Superman's jaw locked. In a flash of fury, his hand gripped a reinforced steel railing crunch. And twisted it into a mangled mess like it was paper. You don't get to shut me out, Bruce. Clark barked, eyes searing. Not with this. Not when my blood is being used like a blueprint for monsters. Batman didn't reply. He just watched, quiet beneath the cowl. I'm done being kept in the dark, Superman snarled. Don't do this again, and if it's about me or my family, I need to be involved whether you like it or not. And with that, Superman took off in a thunderous boom of flight, shattering the sound barrier as he tore through the watchtower's exit bay, a meteor of pain and purpose. Silence returned. Not peace, just silence. From the shadows, Martian Manhunter emerged, his brow furrowed, eyes empathetic. He's not angry at you, Jean said gently. He's angry at himself. Deep down, he believes this is somehow his fault. That Cadmus was emboldened to play God and be that wary of us because he exists. Batman's eyes remained locked on the stasis pod, unreadable. I know. Jean nodded. He'll come around. The war room of the watchtower was bathed in sterile, artificial light, its long obsidian table surrounded by the world's greatest heroes, -1. Superman's chair sat empty, cold, and silent. Batman stood at the head of the table, arms folded behind his back, his cape draped over his shoulders. His voice, as always, was calm, cold, but not without weight. The infiltration was clean, he began. No casualties on our end. But we were late. He turned slightly, his cowl casting an angular silhouette against the glow of the hollow screens. Cyborg. Victor gave a short nod and tapped a command into his arm interface. A screen flared to life behind him, replaying flashes of Cadmus chaos frozen in crystalline detail. Collapsed corridors. Burnt-out labs. Blood. Amanda Waller is dead, Cyborg stated. Killed. Most of the Cadmus scientists are confirmed casualties. The room was silent, the weight of that name, Waller sitting heavy in the air. Lex Luthor, Galatea, and Arthur Blackwynd are missing. Images of the three flashed on the screen. Lex's calculating smirk. Galatea's cold stare. Arthur, a blur caught mid-stride, shrouded in shadow. Last footage shows the three were hit by some kind of energy surge originating from that device Lex was building. We recovered the machine, but it's incomplete. Whatever it was supposed to do, Lex hadn't finished. We're still analyzing the tech. Reverse engineering could take weeks, he added, frustrated. Batman's voice cut in again, low and grim. He kept it sealed off from Cadmus, within the facility. Not even Waller had access. He stepped forward now, gloved hands on the table. And Arthur, he's gone too far. He should have been captured if he didn't disappear with Lex. He crossed a line at Cadmus. I've seen him influence people, but this time he's turned someone I never expected to lose her grip. A cold silence swept through the room. Eyes shifted toward the unspoken truth. J'onn J'onzz, Martian Manhunter, turned his glowing red eyes toward Batman. His voice, gentle and knowing, cut through the tension. It's Kara, isn't it? Batman said nothing at first, but his silence was enough. He gave the faintest nod. Across the table, Diana leaned forward, concern etched in her face. She's still young, still finding herself in this world. Not if Arthur's still out there, Batman replied, tone unwavering. And not if she believes he's dead. We need to find them. Fast. Green Arrow leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, scowling. So let me get this straight. Red Hood went rogue. Kara's gone dark according to you even though she still listened to us. The Shadow Boy vanished with Lex, and speaking of Lex, he might have just built a weapon that makes people disappear. Is that correct? Flash raised his hand halfway, as if in a high school classroom. Question, bats, why are we still keeping these dead monsters around? First it was Doomsday, now it's Arthur's dead Kryptonian clone in a stasis tube. All eyes turned toward Batman. He stared at Barry for a moment too long. The kind of stare that makes your pulse jump. Because understanding them is the only way we stop the next one, he answered flatly. Flash blinked. Right. He turned toward Hal Jordan with a shrug. Always such a ray of sunshine. Hal sighed, rubbing his temple with his gloved hand. You know, I miss the days when our biggest issue was Luthor building another mech suit and shouting about justice. At least that made sense. We've also lost something else, Batman said, cutting back in. A man named Drive, Evo, a captured scientist we believe Cadmus was using. His lab was torched. No body, no logs, but whatever he made, it's gone too. The screen showed an empty, scorched chamber, equipment melted down to slag. No sign of the man. No sign of what he built. The silence that followed wasn't quiet. It was the silence of minds racing. We're at the edge of something big, Batman said, his tone lower now. Diana looked around the room. Then let's find them, before the consequences catch up with all of us. Chapter 85 Arthur vs Johnny Quick. A blur of red lightning and laughter exploded into Arthur like a missile. His body snapped through a brick wall, smashing into the side of a derelict train car that bent on impact. He stumbled forward, coughing, eyes wide as he tried to focus. Another punch, his chest. A hook to the jaw. Crack. A roundhouse at super speed. Arthur was being overwhelmed by his speed, every bone in his body screaming from the force. He finally managed to block one barely, but it still sent him skidding back with his heels digging trenches in the pavement. His eyes, now glowing with cold fury, tried to track the blur zipping around him. But it was hopeless. All he saw was a flash of red lightning and mocking laughter. You're not even reacting. The voice taunted, full of arrogant glee. Come on, newbie, you're making this too easy. Arthur clenched his fists, muscles tensing as sparks of black shadow tendrils pulsed from his skin. I can't even see his movements. Another punch slammed him against a steel beam. The world spun. You know, Arthur growled, wiping blood from his lip, I didn't expect one of the syndicate's heavy hitters right off the bat. He steadied himself. But I guess Alman's not that stupid, so it's not that unexpected. The blur slowed, just enough to take shape, red suit crackling with unstable lightning, twisted grin plastered beneath the half-cowl. It was him. Johnny Quick. Ooh, so you do know us, Johnny said, hands on his hips like this was a joke. Before I smear your organs across the pavement, answer me this. He vanished, reappearing behind Arthur. Who the hell are you? Boom. Another blow to the back of the neck. Arthur grunted but didn't fall. One of Alexander's new pets. Johnny mused, zipping in front of him. No, he's too soft for the kind of carnage I just saw back there. He crouched inches from Arthur's face, red lightning dancing along his shoulders. So tell me, boy, what's your deal? Arthur's lips curled into a slow grin, even through the assault. Bone cracked, power pulsed. Doomsday bone gauntlets erupted from his arms, jagged and snarling. I don't have to tell you anything, Arthur said darkly. His voice dropped into a whisper. But your shadow will tell me everything I need to know. And then, boom. Arthur slammed both gauntlets into the ground with all his might. The pavement shattered in a spiderweb blast. A shockwave rippled out in every direction, cracking concrete and ripping through the alley like a quake. Johnny Quick stumbled for the first time, his blinding momentum stalling, just for a moment. TCH, what the? That was all Arthur needed. With a roar, his eyes blazed blue and a crushing force snapped the air. Ruler's authority. Johnny's body lurched in midair, pulled by an invisible force as if gravity itself had just picked a side. His smirk vanished, replaced by wide, panicked eyes. No, no, he vibrated violently, his entire body flickering like a broken light bulb. Arthur narrowed his eyes, stepping forward, hands clenched. Got you. Like hell you do. Johnny roared, his body breaking into blur again, phasing through the force and bursting free in a scream of red lightning. He landed several meters away, panting, furious. For the first time, he looked unsettled. Arthur straightened, face hard, his silhouette cloaked in shadows, steam, and cracked concrete. "You felt it, didn't you?" Arthur said, voice low and certain. "I could have ended you just now. You got lucky, Johnny." Johnny wiped his mouth, eyes burning. "You're gonna regret that, boy." Arthur just smiled. "I don't think I'll regret killing you today." A sonic boom cracked through the city as Johnny Quick blurred into motion, an afterimage of lightning. Arthur stood still in the eye of the chaos, cloak whipping, the concrete beneath his boots spider-webbed from pressure alone. A punch. Then 2. Then 20, each strike coming from different angles, his jaw, ribs, spine. Arthur stumbled, his hood tearing off completely, face starting to bruise, eyes glowing, still trying to track the annoying speedster. "I gotta admit," Johnny sneered mid-motion, "you're far tougher than the last poor bastard I had to erase. But you're still too slow." He zipped around Arthur, creating a sonic cyclone, dirt and debris lifting in the air. Arthur's lips curled, blood dripping from a split lip. "Maybe." He raised a hand. The air cracked, and 3 weapons materialized with a storm of dark energy: the Prometheum sword, the Demon King longsword, seeping lightning with each pulse, the Kryptonite blade, glowing with that sickly green light. They floated above and around Arthur, dancing midair like predators smelling blood. Ruler's authority. Invisible tendrils of power surged from Arthur's body, gripping the blades and propelling them in swift, erratic patterns. A dance of death. Johnny darted left, the Kryptonite sword nearly shaved his scalp, and then he veered. Right, the Prometheum blade kissed his shoulder, singeing the suit. Arthur's eyes tracked his dodges with frightening calm. He feigned a slash, throwing the Demon King blade wide to bait Johnny into phasing through it. And Johnny took the bait. "Predictable," Arthur whispered. At the exact moment Johnny began to vibrate through the fainting sword, Arthur surged forward, snapping the Prometheum sword at hyperspeed, and from behind, an unexpected arc. It caught Johnny's side, just enough. Clang. A graze. A wound. Agh. Johnny skidded, hand to his ribs, a sliver of his suit burned through. "You bastard," Arthur smirked. "What's the matter? Can't see the blades coming?" He raised both arms again. The swords resumed their orbit. "But you're not just fighting me." Boom. The ground shattered. From a nearby rooftop, a massive shadow leapt down. Doom descended like an asteroid, slamming both fists into the ground with enough force to crater the street. Johnny's eyes went wide. "What the hell is that?" "Back up," Arthur said coldly. "Didn't say I was alone, did I?" Doom lunged with terrifying speed for his size. Johnny blurred, barely avoiding the monstrous claws. But Doom didn't stop. He charged, swung, roared, every missed blow causing tremors. Johnny weaved through Doom's strikes with stunning agility, delivering rapid-fire punches into the beast's chest and jaw. Bam. 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 "I've fought monsters before, freak." Johnny spat. "You're just another oversized one." As he battered Doom with high-speed strikes, Arthur's swords closed in again, coordinated chaos, flying and slashing like spectral predators. Johnny ducked, parried, ran up the side of a shattered building, barely evading the Kryptonite blade. One misstep and he'd be bisected. But Arthur was watching, waiting. He whispered, "Now." Ruler's authority latched on, invisible hands pinning Johnny mid-dash. "What the?" His limbs froze for just a heartbeat. Arthur blurred forward, cloak flaring, Demon King longsword in hand. He stabbed clean through Johnny's side, the blade erupting from his back. Agh. Blood sprayed across the street. Doom stopped, looming, fangs bared. Arthur leaned in close, twisting the sword. "How long will it take you to heal, I wonder?" Johnny coughed blood, face contorting with rage and pain. "I'll kill you." Arthur yanked the sword free, gore splattering, the wound gaping. Johnny tried to stand, knees buckling. Vibrations sparked at his feet. "No," Johnny screamed. Arthur swung again, trying to end it, but Johnny phased, right through the blade. Thin a flash of red lightning, he was gone. Not just running. Into the speed force. Gone. Arthur spat to the side. "I hate speedsters." Arthur stood frozen. The wind howled through the ruined city. Flames crackled around him. The swords slowly faded back to his inventory. Doom growled lowly beside him. The silence was deafening. He scanned the battlefield, Craters, collapsed buildings, shredded concrete. No trace of Johnny. Just the wreckage they left behind. Arthur's voice was low. Let Alman know. I'm just getting started. From above, a sonic hum tore through the air. A streak of black descended gracefully onto the rooftop beside him. Galatea, radiant in her commanding presence, dropped to one knee, her hair catching the moonlight. I have returned, my king, she said with reverence in her voice, eyes never leaving the ground. My king, I bring good news. Arthur's glowing gaze flicked toward her, wordless. I've confirmed it. The Syndicate, they're here. I managed to figure out their names, Alman. Power Ring, Superwoman, Johnny Quicken. She paused, then added with slight triumph, no sign of Ultraman. Which means the strongest of them isn't present. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. I already know their names. And, her expression dimmed, she looked up, regret etched in her face. No sign of Alexander Luthor, I'm afraid. A slow exhale escaped Arthur's lips. Not frustration, just the measured breath of a man used to disappointment. He turned around. Then his gaze locked on a dark, tall building, specifically a certain window. His eyes began to glow brighter. An eerie pulse of ruler's authority crackled around his fingers. And what of you, little spy? He said, voice low and cutting. How long did you think you could hide there? Arthur raised his hand sharply, like yanking a thread from the fabric of space. From the darkness of a window 10 stories up, a man screamed as an invisible force ripped him through the glass, dragging him across the air and slamming him down hard on the floor before Arthur, Galatea and Doom. Crack. The man coughed, dazed. Wait, please. Arthur loomed over him, expression unreadable as the bones around his fists clenched. Who are you? He growled. The man was trembling, eyes darting from Galatea to Doom and back to Arthur. His voice cracked. I just saw you fight Johnny Quick. I've never seen anyone survive a member of the Syndicate, let alone push one of them back. You almost killed him. Arthur stepped closer. The light in his eyes flared dangerously. You still haven't answered my question. The man froze. Then, hands raised in surrender, he gasped, I'm part of the resistance. I work for Mr. Luthor, Alexander Luthor. Please, I was just scouting. I didn't mean to spy on you. We were told to avoid the Syndicate, but I saw what you did. Silence. Arthur blinked slowly. The tension melted just slightly. Oh, Galatea smirked faintly. You were in luck, little man. Arthur lowered his hand, dropping the man unceremoniously. Then get up, he said with a tone like iron drawn from fire. Because if you're telling the truth, then you just found the only monsters this world has left that aren't with the Syndicate. Chapter 86. Alexander Luthor. The man scrambled to his feet, wiping blood from his temple, staring up at Arthur like he was seeing a god walk the earth. You're really not with them. This isn't some kind of Syndicate infighting. Arthur turned his back slowly. Did that look like infighting between colleagues to you? Arthur said, his voice cold and resolute. No, I'm not with anyone. The man exhaled, a sharp breath of relief and disbelief mingled. For the first time in years, he felt something foreign, hope. Arthur didn't look back as he spoke next. Take me to Alexander, I can be of help. And, I'll need his help too. The man blinked, hesitated, then nodded with hesitant trust. There was something in Arthur's voice, something genuine, something real, like a man who had fought through hell and still had the will to stand. Very well, sir, he said. Follow me. They walked through the skeleton of Bloodhaven, broken highways and hollow buildings swallowed by this corrupt world. The man led Arthur past an old, crumbling church, through a rusted steel hatch that hissed open like a grave being disturbed. From there, it was a descent into the forgotten underbelly of the city. Stairways wound downward like a spiral of nightmares, passing through layers of brick, stone, and reinforced steel. Water dripped from cracked pipes overhead. Old emergency lights flickered dimly, red, orange, red, casting long shadows on the walls. The deeper they went, the narrower it became. The city above felt like a distant myth. Arthur finally spoke, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow chamber. How long have you all been hiding like this, Resistance man? The man in front of him adjusted his cloak, sighing. Resistance, man. I'm called John, and about that, it's been years, but this base is new, ever since the syndicate took full control. They don't look for us down here. Either they really can't find us or they are not taking us seriously. Not anymore, they only care about finding our leader. Well, trust me on this one, they don't know, otherwise you all would be dead. Arthur said rather calmly. I guess so. We're the leftovers, scavengers, ghosts. It's not resistance. Not really. It's survival. They passed through another corridor, this one made of carved concrete reinforced with scavenged tech and alien wiring, tech Luther himself must have constructed. Arthur's eyes narrowed, watching the strange machinery embedded in the walls, pulsing with blue energy. And what about Luther? Arthur asked. Do you believe he has a chance at beating them? John didn't answer at first. He stopped walking, just before a thick blast door marked with Luther's insignia. No, Arthur tilted his head slightly, surprised by the honesty. But, John continued, he's not trying to beat them. Not just them, anyway. Arthur's brow furrowed. What do you mean? John looked back, eyes heavy with something that wasn't just fear, it was confusion. Our leader is worried about something worse than the syndicate. Something he refuses to explain. Arthur's jaw clenched. Worse than Ultraman and his crew of murderers. John nodded, hesitating before placing his palm on the scanner. Only he knows, and he's not sharing it with anyone. Arthur fell silent as the massive blast door began to groan open. Beyond it lay the heart of the resistance, a sprawling underground base carved into the bedrock, lined with old watchtower tech, salvaged vehicles, and maps of syndicate territory spread across digital projectors. Arthur's gaze swept over the room. No, seriously, what the hell could be worse than them? His expression was unreadable, but his eyes burned brighter now, less out of anger, and more out of instinct. A new threat rising, something even darker than the syndicate's iron grip. And whatever it was, Alexander Luther was preparing for it. Arthur took a step into the base. I guess it's time we found out what your leader isn't telling you. The heavy metal groaned shut behind Arthur as he stepped into the heart of the resistance hideout. It was lit by flickering lights salvaged from old tech, red hues casting jagged shadows across the cracked concrete and the walls. It wasn't glamorous, but it breathed survival. All around him, people moved with quiet urgency. Men and women, armed with salvaged rifles and pistols, carried out tasks, repairing weapons, poring over tactical maps, stitching up wounds, maintaining what little tech they had left. Some wore modified exogear, others had crude armor pieced together from scavenged parts. Everyone had the same look, tired, hardened, desperate. As Arthur stepped forward, their eyes followed him, mistrusting, wary, unsure if he was friend or foe. Don't mind them, John said, walking beside him. You understand the situation. Arthur gave a slight nod, his glowing eyes scanning the facility. I do, he said. I don't blame them for being distrusting of strangers. Trust is a luxury in this world. A woman at a control panel flinched slightly as his shadow passed her. Arthur didn't react. To this, he understood. Fear, hope, and defiance all fighting for control in the hearts of survivors. They stopped in front of a steel door, sleek compared to the rest of the base, its reinforced shell humming faintly with active security protocols. It wasn't just a door, it was a barrier, one even the resistance didn't casually cross. Two heavily armed guards stood in front of it, weapons in hand, body armor glinting under the emergency lighting. John turned to Arthur. Our leader is inside. I can't go beyond this point, he said. This is as far as I take you. Arthur gave a simple nod. John turned to the guards. He needs to meet our commander. Luther will want to hear what he has to say. The guards gave Arthur a long, silent look. Then, with a nod, they stepped aside. Very well, one of them said. He's inside. Thank you, Arthur said politely, stepping forward. Just as Arthur reached for the panel, a voice bellowed from beyond the wall, filtered and distorted through speakers but unmistakably irritated. Not now. I'm busy, too damn busy to be disturbed right now. Arthur stopped mid-step, blinking. He clenched his fist as his lips twisted into something between a smirk and a scowl. In every reality, he muttered to himself, Luther is unbearable. And very punchable. He sighed, stepped closer to the door, and raised his voice just enough to carry through the thick steel. Alexander Luther. No answer. Arthur smirked faintly, then added, if you're trying to find a way to stop the syndicate, I could do what none of your people can. I'm the one who just fought their annoying speedster. Silence. Then, a clunk, the sound of bolts disengaging. The steel door hissed and slid open with reluctant grace. From the dark within, a single voice echoed, calm now, but sharp. Enter. Arthur stepped inside, and the door sealed shut behind him with a hiss of finality. The lab was functional, but primitive. Compared to what Lex had back home, this looked like a desperate attempt at brilliance amidst rubble. Circuitry patched with duct tape. Computers cobbled together from alien and human tech. Power cells pulsing like the last flicker of a dying star. And at the center, a tall figure stood hunched over a terminal, his back to Arthur. Alexander Luthor. Grizzled. Gaunt. Brilliant eyes. His coat was half charred, fingers stained with engine grease and ash. He looked like a man too smart for his own good, held together by caffeine, paranoia, and sheer intellect and will. He turned slowly. So, you're the one who made Quick bleed. His eyes locked onto Arthur's, and for a second, the room felt like it held its breath. You're not from around here, are you? Luthor said, stepping closer, eyes narrowing. Arthur didn't deny it. I'm not here to play guessing games, Luthor, Arthur replied coolly. I came to offer help, and to ask for yours. Luthor studied him for a long moment, his brain already racing ahead of the conversation. Then, with a sharp turn, he strode across the room to a cluttered workstation and grabbed a small, cylindrical device, silver, humming faintly with green light. I saw what you did through our recruit. John sent back the feed of your fight with Johnny Quick, or at least some of it. He approached Arthur again, raising the scanner. Are you an alien? Arthur's glowing gaze didn't waver. No, you wouldn't even be able to enter this Earth without being hunted by Ultraman or Power Ring the moment you step out of the sky. Luthor grunted. Fair enough. He activated the device with a snap of his fingers. It hummed louder as it scanned Arthur head to toe, casting faint green projections of his vitals in the air. After a few seconds, the readout stabilized. Luthor's brow furrowed. You are human, Arthur sighed, folding his arms. To spare you the guessing games, I'm not from this Earth, and I don't mean I'm from outer space, no. I mean I'm from a different Earth, a different reality. I was teleported here, thanks to you. Luthor froze, the scanner still pulsing in his hand. What? Arthur stepped forward, his voice cool, but heavy with implication. It was your counterpart, the Luthor from my world. He built some kind of machine, and then he used it on me. Whether it was intentional or not, it doesn't matter. It sent me here, and now I'm stuck in this world. It was all too confusing. The next thing I knew, I woke up on this ruined Earth. Luthor's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking slightly as the weight of Arthur's words settled in. He muttered, almost to himself. No, are you saying it's possible? That interdimensional contact is real? That there are other Earths, other versions of this world? Arthur nodded slowly. Not just possible, I'm living proof. Chapter 87. The Syndicate watches. Luthor took a staggering step back, dropping the scanner onto the workstation as his mind reeled. He dragged a hand through his head, staring at Arthur like he had just walked in with the secrets of the universe. All these years I've been watching the Syndicate tear this world apart. I kept thinking, what if this Earth was the outlier? What if there was a better version of all this, a world where people like Ultraman never rose to power? Arthur looked around the lab scraps, scavenged pieces of brilliance, the work of a man fighting impossible odds with bare hands and burning genius. There are better versions, Arthur said. And there are worse. Luthor's eyes narrowed again. How worse? Arthur hesitated for a heartbeat, just long enough for the weight to settle. Let's just say, I had to kill you. You were one of the worst versions in my world. The words landed like a thunderclap. Alexander Luthor stood still, his breath caught in his chest. The silence lingered before he finally spoke, voice low, thoughtful. I see, so I'm also different there. A pause, then a soft, almost melancholic nod. Thank you for telling me. I can tell, you fought for something good back in your world. Arthur offered a faint shrug, a grim smile. You could say that. Luthor turned away, walking toward a desk cluttered with old blueprints and fragments of theoretical schematics. He began leafing through them with practiced hands, mind already shifting into motion. It was just a theory to me, he said. That there existed a prime Earth, one axis point, and that around it spun an infinite number of divergent realities. Possibilities, fractured and mirrored across the multiverse. I never had proof. Arthur nodded. And now you do. Without warning, his voice darkened. Come out. From the far corner of the room, shadows stirred, slithered, until a figure emerged and knelt beside Arthur. Another Luther but a shadow, cloaked in ethereal black, eyes aglow with power. Alexander's jaw slackened. Arthur turned to him calmly. You don't have to worry about saving this earth alone anymore. This is Lex Luthor of my world. The one who built the machine that brought me here. Alexander stepped back in astonishment as the shadow Lex rose and calmly walked to a table, snatching a pen in fluid, unnatural motion. In a blur of movement, he began scribbling complex equations, mechanical schematics, and quantum parameters faster than any human eye could follow. Then he handed the page to Alexander. Luther took it, stared, read. Brilliant, he whispered. Yes, that's certainly possible. His eyes widened further. But it's incomplete. It doesn't look very stable. The containment field, it's all missing, so even if we manage to build it, it won't be accurate, and instead of sending you home, you'll be in another random Earth. Arthur smirked. There are two of you now. Both geniuses. I think you'll figure it out. Alexander chuckled under his breath, the disbelief still clinging to him. We'll need resources, he said, straightening. And I don't mean scrap metal, I'm talking real tech. The kind that only the Syndicate hoards. Arthur's eyes glinted. Of course it wouldn't be easy. He stepped forward, shadows rippling at his heels. But I'll do it. Alexander studied him, then finally smiled. You do seem to have the power for that. He reached under the desk, pulled out a small communicator, black and metallic, designed with stealth tech embedded inside. Take this, he said. You'll need it. If they detect you, and they might. Given how much you radiate power, then you shouldn't stay here. I'll need a way to reach you. Arthur took it with a small nod, his tone dry. Very well. I wouldn't want you getting killed before building that machine. Then he turned slightly. Doom. A rumble filled the lab as something massive emerged from the ground itself. Beneath Arthur's feet, a hulking shadow forged from raw wrath and bone, crowned in jagged horns. Doom, the general of Arthur's shadow army, knelt on one knee. Even Alexander Luthor, the man who'd seen the worst of the Syndicate, took a step back in pure awe. Arthur's voice was low, commanding. Protect them. And this place. Doom growled his acknowledgement. Then, without a word, he merged into Alexander's shadow, anchoring himself there, an invisible guardian of living nightmare. Luthor looked down at the darkness shifting beneath his boots. This is beyond anything I ever imagined. Arthur turned to him one last time, voice calm but resolute. Send me their location when you have it, and I'll try to get what you want. But first there's a place I need to check. Without waiting for a reply, Arthur strode toward the exit, cloak billowing, shadows coiling behind his heels like smoke trailing a comet. The Syndicate's high tower thunder crackled beyond the skyline, casting shadows across the torn city below. Inside the fortified walls of the Syndicate's inner sanctum, Johnny Quick leaned heavily against a reinforced console, his body twitching with residual tremors, residue from his emergency dive into the Speed Force. His uniform was scorched, chest heaving as he gulped in air like a man dragged from drowning. Across from him stood Owlman, ever the cold analyst, arms folded, his expression unreadable beneath the cowl. What kind of man leaves you in this state? Owlman asked, his voice laced with judgment. Quick wiped a line of blood from his chin, his tone rattled and bitter. If I didn't tap into the damn Speed Force when I did, I wouldn't be standing here. I don't even know what that freak was. Shadows, blades, every strike meant to kill. Owlman's eyes narrowed, calculating. Fool, you shouldn't have toyed with your prey if you didn't know what you were up against. The tension escalated as the steel doors slammed open behind them. Ultraman walked in, cape dragging like a monarch of war, eyes burning with restrained fury. This can't be Alexander, or anyone associated with him, he growled, disdain dripping from his voice. Johnny snapped, voice laced with pain and frustration. Of course it wasn't. You think Alexander Luthor could hit me like that? This guy was different. He wasn't as fast as me, but he used the shadows like weapons. Every move he made was to kill me. Ultraman paused mid-stride. That piqued his interest. A man capable of killing Johnny Quick. A being who nearly ended you, and fights like that. He mused, more to himself. Maybe we don't have kill him. Maybe we should recruit him. Alman tilted his head slightly. You want him with us? Ultraman smirked. Better to aim a weapon than stand in front of it, and this one sounds interesting. Maybe he will share our ideals, if not we kill him. Then investigate, Alman said flatly. If you're so curious. Ultraman's eyes flared briefly, but then he waved the idea off with an annoyed grunt. No, I'm not gonna waste my time on this. He turned to the wall, where holograms shimmered with the outlines of territories under Syndicate control. Let Power Ring handle it. Scan, track, whatever he wants. If this shadow bastard becomes a real problem, he looked back, eyes glowing red. Then I'll deal with him myself. Johnny scoffed, still trying to steady himself. You'd better hope it doesn't come to that. Alman didn't respond. He was already in thought, his mind cataloging everything. Boom! Arthur dropped from the clouds like a meteor wrapped in shadows, landing with perfect grace. Dust kicked up in a ring around him, and the cracked ground sizzled faintly beneath his boots, the impact reverberating like a low drumroll across the desolate shore. A second impact struck just moments after. Galatea landed beside him, her shadow hair swept by the salty breeze. She rose, unshaken, statuesque as ever. Thanks for the swift flight, Arthur said without turning, voice smooth like smoke under moonlight. Galatea bowed her head slightly. I don't deserve your praise, my king, she replied, her tone reverent but steady. Before another word could pass between them, a high-pitched chirp echoed from Arthur's belt. The device Luther had given him flickered to life, projecting a faint light as Arthur lifted it. A voice crackled through. Good. For a second there, I thought it wasn't working, or you were dead. Arthur smirked, voice dry. Still breathing. Luther's tone turned sharper, more urgent. I forgot to mention one thing. Something more serious. I have a piece of information one I haven't been able to confirm, but if I'm right, something far worse than the Syndicate is approaching my Earth. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn, I totally forgot to ask him about that, he thought. I'll spare you the data dump, Luther continued. When we meet again, I'll explain. For now, I'll build whatever I can with the scraps we've scavenged. Give me a day or two, and I'll send you coordinates for the Syndicate's high tower. You're confident you can find it that fast? Arthur asked. A pause. Then Luther replied with a smug lilt. They're not exactly subtle. We're the ones hiding, remember? Arthur let out a short laugh. Fair enough. That's all for now, Luther said. Stay alive. Click. Silence returned, but not for long. Arthur turned his gaze toward the ruined horizon. Before them lay what used to be the site of Titan's tower, or at least in his world. Now there is nothing here. His boots crunched softly on gravel as he walked. This is where it should be, he murmured. Then it happened. A low hum, deep, began to rise from his system inventory. Arthur halted. A key pulsed within his grasp, materializing in his hand with a cold metallic shimmer. It radiated with shadow energy, vibrating like a heartbeat in sync with the earth itself. As expected, he said, eyes starting to glow a fierce blue. The entrance to the dungeon remains, even on another Earth. He slowly raised the key, shadows flickering around him. I can still access them. Even if they could detect me here in the open, they won't know where I am once I'm inside dungeons. Then a ding echoed in his mind. System notification: use the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon key. Arthur's lips curled into a confident, wolfish grin. Yes, the key ignited the doorway to the dungeon. The air around him distorted, and with a rumble a portal showed up. Arthur stepped toward it without hesitation. Chapter 88 Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level 2 SYSTEM Notification: welcome to the Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Level 1. Cleared. Proceed to Level 2. Arthur's eyes flared blue, his response low and unwavering. Yes. The ground beneath him shifted instantly. A pulse of dark energy surged through his feet as the world distorted again. When the light returned, it wasn't light at all, it was depth. The environment twisted around him. Gravity felt lighter, like he was floating through broken time. Sound echoed unnaturally, warped like screams underwater. The air carried the sour tang of salt and rot, as if he stood inside a sunken ruins. All around him was a half-submerged dream. The dungeon flickered. One moment, a shattered temple lit by flickering torches of blue flame. The next, a drowned cathedral bathed in ghostlight. It was as if reality hadn't decided which version it wanted to settle on, but then it did on something finally. Massive stone columns leaned at awkward angles. The cracked marble floors were slick with moss, and the walls were riddled with deep holes, like something had gnawed through the stone itself. Arthur scanned the area, eyes narrowed. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Level 2 inches. This is similar to the Atlantean floor from the Tower of Fate, he muttered. Except, I'm not exactly underwater. He paused, eyes narrowing. With a flick of his fingers, his Demon King longsword surged into existence, black metal hissing with blue lightning in his grip. The blade felt restless, like it knew blood was coming. He stepped forward, and stopped. There was movement barely perceptible. From one of the holes in the rock wall, a faint glimmer of wet scales reflected light. Arthur tilted his head. Ants, he said aloud, then shook his head. No, not in a place like this, so why is, then his senses screamed. Without warning, he swung his blade in a horizontal arc. A storm of lightning lanced from the blade and struck the hole. Boom! The wall exploded, stone and slime raining down as a twisted, scaled body was flung out, lifeless. The thing hit the ground with a sickening thud, charred and smoking. Arthur's eyes glowed cold and blue. He stepped closer. The creature's body was serpentine, humanoid, and a jaw unhinged wide enough to swallow a man whole. Humanoid serpents, Arthur said, crouching beside it. Or rather, Nagas. Suddenly, a deafening hiss broke the silence. From every hole, every crevice, every fracture in the shifting temple walls, they emerged. Dozens, twisting and slithering, armored in barnacled scales, wielding spears, tridents, and they screeched in fury and hunger, forming a ring around him like sharks scenting blood. Arthur cracked his neck, unfazed. His grip on the blade tightened. About time, he said, eyes flaring bright blue with power. I need extra soldiers for what's coming. Arthur stood tall, ready. Let the hunt begin. Arthur's Earth. Titan's Tower. Rooftop. The wind was calm up here, but Raven wasn't. She sat cross-legged on the very top of Titan's Tower, levitating a few inches off the ground, cloak rippling faintly behind her. Her hands were pressed together, fingers interlocked in a meditative pose, her hood drawn over her eyes. A faint aura of violet magic shimmered around her, unstable, dancing like fire in a storm. Azeroth Metrian, her voice cracked. Zinthos. She exhaled sharply, jaw tight, a drop of sweat sliding down her temple. I just can't concentrate, she whispered, voice trembling with frustration. I know I can find him. I know it. Her eyes shot open, crimson red, glowing with unstable energy. A pounding headache crashed into her skull like a drumbeat, and she gripped her head with both hands. A pained groan escaped her throat. Below her, two figures had been quietly watching. Yo, Raven. Beast Boy's voice was soft, hesitant. He floated up in hawk form, shifting back into human as he landed beside her. Robin followed, grappling up to the ledge. You've been up here for hours, Robin said, calmly but firm. We could really use your help downstairs. Beast Boy added with a small shrug, yeah. They both offered small, almost sheepish smiles trying to keep things light. But Raven snapped. Her body surged with dark energy, her cloak flaring as her eyes blazed red. I said I'll be there. The entire rooftop trembled with her outburst. Both Robin and Beast Boy took a step back, eyes wide, not out of fear, but pure shock. Beast Boy raised his hands. Whoa, okay, chill. Even Robin looked taken aback. That's not like you. The glow in Raven's eyes flickered, then vanished. Her face fell as guilt surged in to fill the void. She clutched her head again, voice much quieter now. I'm sorry. She drew in a shaky breath. I'll be there shortly. Robin nodded slowly, sensing something deeper at play. All right, we'll be downstairs, he said, placing a hand on Beast Boy's shoulder and guiding him away. They both glanced back with worried eyes but didn't say anything. As they left, Raven remained still. Up above, alone once more, she whispered to herself. Where are you, Arthur? Arthur cracked his neck once. His armor hissed with residual lightning from the previous kill, and his Demon King longsword rested lazily across his shoulder. He looked around the warping, half-submerged temple where reality seemed to flicker between an Atlantean ruin and a Shadow Realm graveyard. This is boring me, Arthur said. Where is this boss? Then the floor trembled. Out of the shadows crawled dozens of slithering Nagas, blue-scaled, Humanoid serpents with glowing runes carved into their chests, eyes burning yellow, tongues hissing. But they didn't attack. They slithered to the side and began to chant, pounding their tridents on the ground in a rhythm that made the air throb with tension. Something far bigger was coming. The temple floor split open, black water bubbling out like oil, and rising from it a giant blue naga. 9 feet tall, coils of thick serpent muscle plated in armor. Tridents twice his height, arcing with chained red lightning. His fangs dripped something that looked like venom, and his eyes fixed on Arthur like a predator seeing its final meal of the century. Arthur raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "You've got a hell of an entrance," he said, adjusting his grip on the sword, then muttered, "I forgot what you're called again." Jenga, Jumba, Jumanji, system notification. Defeat Jima, the boss Naga. Ah, Jima, rolls right off the tongue. Jima let out a blood-chilling roar and launched forward, both tridents spinning, thunder cracking behind him. He moved with deceptive speed, seeking to impale Arthur in a perfect X-shaped kill strike. But Arthur didn't even open his eyes. He stepped to the side at the last second, lazy, calm, as if sidestepping an annoying bug. And then, with a flick of his left-hand ruler's authority, the tridents stopped, still impaled the ground trembling as invisible force held them in place. Jima struggled, his muscles bulging, but they didn't budge. Arthur opened his glowing blue eyes, and smirked. Wrong world, wrong boss, wrong day. He gripped his demon king longsword. Lightning screamed along its edge, condensing into one singular, furious arc of destruction. The temple flashed white-blue as Arthur slashed once, just once, and the very air split apart. A storm blast followed the swing. Lightning burst in a sphere around the strike, vaporizing stone, shattering ancient pillars, and driving Jima backwards with such force he tore through 3 walls before collapsing, impaled against the temple's central altar. His body twitched. "And then you have defeated Jima the boss Naga." Arthur spun the blade once and sheathed it behind his back with a crackle of electricity. "Damn shame," he muttered, glancing at the empty space where Jima had been. "I was actually hoping for a workout." Then ding. A soft chime echoed inside Arthur's head as a familiar system window blinked into view. "You level up. Items acquired. Venom Sac Flask X10 effect. Used to coat a weapon or craft a poison." Arthur raised an eyebrow as he read the item description. "Looks nasty and useless." He muttered with a faint smile, sliding it into his inventory with a flick of thought. "You'll serve well, eventually, I guess." He turned toward the remnants of Jima's fallen body, like the others. Arthur stepped forward. His eyes narrowed, glowing like twin novas beneath his shadow-slicked hood. "Since I've already extracted the others, only you remain." He lifted his palm toward the corpse, black mist spiraling around his fingers like smoke dancing in reverse. The dungeon trembled faintly, as if even its ancient walls recognized what was coming next. Arthur's voice echoed low, sharp, and absolute. "Arise." The shadows swirled like a storm. Cracks of dark lightning, and then it rose. Glowing blue eyes snapped open, its obsidian armor now forged from pure shadow, its twin tridents wreathed in arcane flame. What once was a monstrous serpent now bowed its head before Arthur, reborn in silent allegiance. The system responded. Shadow extraction complete. Shadow name, Elite Knight. Arthur's lips curled into a satisfied grin. "Perfect, Jima, that shall be your name again." The new shadow's form bowed low, silent and still, but the lethal energy rolling off him was undeniable. Arthur readying himself to leave, he took one last look at his surroundings, still crackling with the aftershocks of his last strike. Then ding. Another system notification unfolded before his eyes, glowing faintly in the charged air. Proceed to level 3 of the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. Arthur blinked. "Wait, what?" His eyes widened in brief surprise. "I thought I was gonna get kicked out like last time." He stared at the screen, a slow smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Well then, don't mind if I do." Yes, Chapter 89, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level 3. The world shattered and reformed around him like glass melting in fire, bending and snapping until it finally spat him out into a place that reeked of ice, silence, and death. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon, Level 3. Arthur landed with a grunt, snow crunching beneath his boots. A burst of white powder flared up at impact, swirling around his figure like a shroud. He straightened slowly, brushing frost off his shoulder as his breath curled in front of his face like fog. The air was bitter. The cold dug into bone like knives. Towering obsidian pine trees surrounded him in every direction, stretching so high their tops vanished into a veil of pale white mist. The silence was wrong, no birds, no animals, nothing. I'm getting real sick of these damn shifts, Arthur muttered, his voice hushed in the dead forest. Feels like if I were just some regular guy, I'd be drooling in a corner from all this mind-bending nonsense. He took one step forward. FWIP. 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 That silence was gone and the world exploded into motion. Arrows screamed from every direction. Arthur's instincts flared, his eyes blazed icy blue. He twisted sideways, letting one arrow whip past his cheek. Another came from behind, he ducked. A third, he caught with 2 fingers. Then a fourth. Arthur's expression didn't even change as his free hand raised lazily. Ruler's authority. The final arrow froze midair. Without even looking, Arthur rotated his wrist, and the arrow spun back like a deadly boomerang, zipping into the canopy above. A shriek of pain. A pale body crashed down from the trees, landing face first in the snow. The impact kicked up a puff of white, but Arthur didn't flinch. His glowing gaze stayed locked forward. The fallen figure groaned. It wasn't human. Long, slender limbs. Frost-covered armor etched with runes. Skin as pale as the snow itself, with glowing blue eyes. Arthur narrowed his gaze. Tisk. Ice elves. As if that name summoned them, the forest awakened. Figures dropped from the trees, almost silent, like ghosts. Dozens. Their armor gleamed like cracked glaciers, some of them had their faces covered in intricate masks of bone and frost. Bows were drawn, blades unsheathed. Their breath didn't even fog the air. They were the storm. Arthur rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck with a sigh. He extended his hand. With a pulse of pure darkness, his demon king longsword erupted into being, its obsidian blade crackling with veins of blue lightning. He rested the sword casually across his shoulders, one hand holding it lazily, as if this were nothing more than a stroll through the woods. You could have waited until I warmed up a little, you know, he muttered, glancing left and right. But all right. Elsewhere, Earth 3, the landscape was a smoldering carcass of what once may have been a syndicate black site, now just twisted metal, broken satellite towers, and blackened earth. Power Ring hovered above the wreckage, glowing green energy scanning every inch of terrain in spiraling rings of data. His ring pulsed faintly. Scanning. Scanning. No strange lifeforms detected. He grit his teeth. A vein pulsed on his temple. Damn it all, he snarled, clutching his head, his body lurching midair as if struck by an invisible force. Pain lanced through his skull like 1,000 needles. The ring hissed, not unlike a parasite feeding too long on a host. I can't keep doing this, he growled to himself, staggering through the air, one hand still clutching his head. This bastard's nowhere, not a soul, no trace. The guy who fought Johnny Quick just vanished. He slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and gravel. A moment passed. Then he tapped the side of his mask. Alman. There was a click, a pause. The voice that answered was cold, crisp, calculated. Report. There's nothing. Power Ring hissed through clenched teeth. Not even residual energy. It's like he blinked out of existence. Alman didn't respond right away. Just that uncomfortable, calculating silence that always made Power Ring's skin crawl. I can't go on, Power Ring admitted, breath ragged. If I push this thing any further, I'll be in a sorry state. Silence again. Then Alman spoke, calmly. It's the ring, isn't it? A pause. Yes, Power Ring muttered, barely able to finish the word. His hand trembled. The green glow around his body flickered. Alman finally gave a small, slow exhale. Not quite a sigh, something colder. Return, then. No point in searching further. He'll show himself, eventually. You sound too sure about that, Power Ring muttered, pressing his fist to his temple again. Let's just say, Alman said, voice laced with eerie certainty, if my intuition is correct, this man might be incapable of hiding for long. Which is, a beat. The calm crackled. Then, Alman's voice returned, icy and slow. You'll understand once you're here. The line cut. Power Ring stood in the ruin, green flickers sparking around him, wind dragging ashes across his feet. He looked at the horizon with narrowed, twitching eyes. What the hell are you planning now, Owlman? The snow churned beneath Arthur's boots as he moved like a phantom through the blizzard-stricken forest. Tall, skeletal trees loomed like frozen titans, their branches brittle with ice. And all around him death followed. A squad of ice elves, tall, graceful, darted between trees, their movements swift and silent. Arrows whistled through the air in synchronized volleys. Arthur didn't waste time. With a flick of his hand, Ruler's authority snapped the path of multiple arrows mid-flight, redirecting it back into the throats of the archers, who gurgled and dropped like sacks of meat. Arthur turned with glowing blue eyes, a smirk forming under his breath. Snowflakes with bows. Another came from behind, blade glowing with frost. Arthur sidestepped. With a single horizontal arc of his Demon King longsword, the elf was cleaved in half midair, body crashing into snow as sizzling blood melted the ground. Then he felt it thundering footsteps. Arthur turned slowly. Emerging from the treeline like a damn legend was the last of them, a tall ice elf warrior clad in dark blue iron, riding atop a massive, armored ice bear with eyes glowing white and breath steaming like a furnace. Ah! The boss of the fodder, Arthur muttered, slinging his Demon King longsword over his shoulder casually. The beast roared, charging toward Arthur with enough force to shatter a tree into splinters. The ice elf raised his sword high, ready to skewer him through the snow. Arthur waited. Then, let me borrow your arm. Suddenly, the elf's own muscles twitched violently, his arm jerked downward, Ruler's authority taking control. With a flick of Arthur's finger, the elf's sword plunged directly into the skull of his own mount, impaling the bear with a sickening crunch. The beast wailed in agony and collapsed, launching the elf into a tumble through the snow. The ice elf barely had time to process what had happened when crack. Arthur was already standing over him, one boot crushing his head into the frost like it was made of glass and shame. Sit down, Arthur muttered coldly, eyes still glowing. The corpse twitched once. Then stilled. Silence returned to the forest. Only the wind howled now. Arthur exhaled and looked up at the falling snow with disinterest. You brought a bear to a monarch fight. The wind whistled a mournful tune through the trees, rustling the blood-stained snow. Arthur stood motionless for a moment, surveying the corpses of the fallen elves and the massive ice bear slumped in eternal slumber. His eyes glowed faintly, a pulse of power radiating from him like a heartbeat. All right. Time to rebuild my army. Most of them are back home anyway. His hand rose, fingers open, commanding with regal authority. Arise. A pulse of shadow magic exploded outward, curling like tendrils across the forest floor. The shadows rose, eyes glowing with unnatural light. One by one, shadowed ice elves stood, their forms cloaked in darkness, armor enhanced with spectral black steel. Even the massive bear did, now bearing armor forged from pure shadow, growling low and ready. And just as swiftly whoosh. They all sank into Arthur's shadow, swallowed whole by the abyss beneath his feet. Arthur chuckled as he casually wiped his Demon King longsword clean against his cloak. Hey, I guess I really can't cheat in this dungeon, he said, amused. No shadow soldiers allowed, otherwise, I wouldn't bother fighting these guys myself. He paused, sword now resting across his shoulders as he slowly walked through the snow-covered path. Still, I get it. You want me to earn them with my own strength. Fine, I'll play your game. Like always. Thena's voice echoed across the clearing, sharp and laced with magic. Well, human. That was impressive, for a warm-blooded savage. Arthur stopped mid-step, his smirk returned. Oh, I was wondering when you'd reveal yourself. He turned his head slowly and spotted him standing atop a frozen rock was another ice elf, draped in a fur-lined cloak of frost, his body radiating raw magical power. Blue runes pulsed across his arms, and his gaze was cold enough to freeze fire. Baruka. System notification. Boss identified. Defeat Baruka, leader of the Ice Elvis. Arthur's eyes narrowed, glowing fiercely as he lowered his sword in one hand, letting it hum with lightning once more. Well, what do you know? It just happens that my new soldiers are missing something. A commander. Chapter 90 Arthur vs Baruka. Baruka stood like a ghost waiting to strike. Arthur tilted his head slightly, then raised his left hand, 5 fingers extended. I'll give you 5 minutes, he said coolly, his voice slicing through the silence. 5 minutes to try and kill me. He rotated his wrist, cracking his knuckles for effect. Then, without missing a beat, he slowly brought his Demon King longsword up, resting it against his shoulder, the metal humming with latent power. And when those 5 minutes are up, and I'm still standing, he pointed the blade toward Baruka. Let's just say, you'll look very different then. Baruka narrowed his eyes, runes on his body pulsing with arcane energy. The fog thickened. The cold bit deeper. You dare mock me, human? Baruka hissed. You won't be standing. You'll be frozen beneath my feet. In an instant, he vanished. Arthur's smile widened. Here we go. Baruka's dagger whistled through the air, aiming for Arthur's throat from behind, but it met steel. Clang. Arthur turned just enough to block with the flat of his sword. A reverberating shockwave burst from the clash. Baruka flipped back, boots sliding across the icy ground with graceful speed. Arthur cocked his head. Getting parried by a big sword like this. He lifted it slightly with one hand like it weighed nothing. How do you feel? Baruka snarled and disappeared again, stealth mode. His body melted into the white fog, his presence hidden so completely even his breath left no trace. Snowflakes slowed. The world hushed. Arthur's glowing eyes darted left, then right. For a second, it seemed even he couldn't track him, but then he moved. Baruka reappeared behind Arthur, both daggers raised in a cross, ready to cut through his spine, but they stopped. Inches from Arthur's neck, frozen mid-strike. Arthur didn't even flinch. His left hand was extended, fingers slightly curled, rulers authority pulsing like gravity itself. Nice try. Arthur turned his head slowly, the look in his eyes calm and gleaming with menace. Without a word, he spun and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick, sending Baruka flying through the snow, crashing into a frozen tree trunk. The ice shattered like glass around him. Arthur exhaled through his nose. Calm, unshaken. He looked up at the foggy sky, then down at the shadow of his own boots. 3 minutes left. Baruka groaned, rising slowly from the crater, his body carved into the snow, blood staining the white powder beneath him. His body shook, not from fear, but from pure rage. The frost around him spiked violently, wild magic reacting to his fury. Cold wind screamed through the trees as the temperature plummeted. His pride had taken the blow harder than his body. His runes glowed icy blue. His fists trembled with wrath. Arthur casually lowered the Demon King longsword, the blade steaming from recent use, and with an almost bored expression, unequipped it, making it vanish in a flash of black smoke back to his system inventory. All right, Arthur said, rolling his neck with a satisfying crack. He raised both hands in the air in a mock surrender, flashing Baruka a grin full of disrespect. No weapons, just hands. I'll help you out. Baruka's eye twitched, his mouth twisted in hatred. You insolent. He vanished, snow exploding behind him as he lunged forward with supernatural speed, daggers out, white fog whirling like a vortex around his form. Clink. Clink. Shing. Each of Baruka's strikes came like lightning, fast, surgical, aimed for the throat, the ribs, the heart. But Arthur dodged them all, head tilting inches, body swaying with perfect control. His glowing blue eyes locked onto Baruka's every move, reading his rhythm like an open book. Swipe. Duck. Slash. Lean back. Stab. Sidestep. Arthur's smirk widened as he danced backward, each footstep effortless. Then a faint hiss came from one of Baruka's blades. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Oh, he said with an amused chuckle, swaying away from a diagonal slash. Poison in those daggers. Not bad. Baruka roared and brought both blades in for a final, crossing slash aim to cleave Arthur's face. But Arthur moved faster. He snatched Baruka's wrist mid-swing, fingers clamping down like a vise of steel. The elf's body locked in midair, his expression twisting into pain. Guard. Baruka screamed, dropping one dagger from the sheer pressure. Arthur leaned in, whispering with a grin, problem. Baruka retaliated with 2 quick punches to Arthur's chest, desperate blows more from anger than skill. They barely made him flinch. Arthur's smirk didn't fade. Very disappointing for someone in the peak of his ability. Then bam! Arthur's boot slammed into Baruka's face, launching him like a cannonball through the air. He crashed into a tree, the trunk exploding into shards of wood, snow collapsing on top of him. Arthur shook his head, brushing frost off his shoulder. 2 minutes. From the heap of snow and splinters, Baruka exploded back out, runes glowing crimson now, his entire body emanating rage. His eyes blazed, no longer cold, but burning with hate. "You dare," Baruka bellowed. "You dare treat me like an insect. I'll kill you and feed your corpse to the ice bears." Arthur raised an eyebrow, a frown creeping across his face. "I literally want you to do that." He spread his stance slightly, his posture growing tenser, more ready. "Otherwise," he said with glowing eyes and a cold smile, "this will remain boring." Baruka vanished again. Only this time, it was different. Silence, snow, fog, then slashes. Multiple. Fast. Too fast. One came from the left. Arthur dodged. Another from the right he blocked with his doomsday bone gauntlet, catching the blade with a clink. Another from behind blocked with the second gauntlet. He spun, catching more strikes, the flurry of blades singing a deadly song as Baruka disappeared and reappeared like a ghost in the snow, each attack faster than the last. Arthur grinned, the bone plates of his gauntlets crackling with energy. "Well now," he said, ducking under a slash and sending an elbow into thin air. "This is an improvement, but how long can you keep this up?" Baruka's rage-filled breathing echoed through the fog, his stealth mixing with his fury, the air practically humming with tension. Arthur flexed his fingers slowly, knuckles cracking like the ticking hands of a countdown clock. His blue glowing eyes pierced the white storm, scanning every shifting flake, every subtle crunch in the snow. His focus was unbreakable. Baruka didn't strike again. He couldn't. Seconds passed. Then, with a low wheeze, the elf stumbled out of the snow-drenched veil, his stealth broken, body battered. His once pristine cloak was torn and soaked in blood, his ruined skin flickering like a failing enchantment, and his breath, shallow, desperate. Still, in his hand, a dagger remained. His pride clung to that blade like it was his soul. Arthur took a step forward. "Time's out, elf," and in that instant, everything changed. Arthur's eyes ignited, glowing like twin supernovas as his bloodlust activated. A pulse of pure, primal dread exploded outward from him, an invisible wave of pressure that crushed the air, made the winds halt mid-howl. Baruka froze. His eyes widened, lips trembling. For the first time, the cold-blooded killer of the ice elves felt true fear, the kind that tore through bone and soul alike. He looked into Arthur's gaze, and what he saw was death given form. "And no," he snarled, voice cracking. With one final act of desperation, Baruka roared, and his magic surged, a massive explosion of ice magic erupted around him. Towering spikes of jagged frost burst from the ground like nature's wrath incarnate, the snowstorm spiraling into a hurricane of ice blades. A spectacle of power. But Arthur didn't feel like it was a spectacle of power, he saw it more of a death cry. He walked forward, slowly, like a god parting a sea of lesser elements. The blizzard slammed into him. The ice spires screamed toward his body. But the frost might as well have been a mild inconvenience. He didn't stop. Couldn't be stopped. Baruka barely had time to react before Arthur was right in front of him, fist already clenched. "No, Monarch of..." Boom. Arthur's punch ripped through the elf's torso, blood and ice bursting behind him like a crimson spring. The force caved in armor, runes, ribs, everything. Now mere inches away, Arthur held the pose, fist still buried in Baruka's chest, staring directly into his enemy's eyes. The sheer cold of the world around them had nothing on the frozen, merciless expression on Arthur's face. Baruka's lips moved, barely forming sound. Arthur slowly retracted his arm, crimson steam trailing from his gauntlet. Baruka collapsed to his knees, eyes still open in disbelief, blood soaking into the snow beneath him. Then he face-planted forward, lifeless. Arthur stood still for a moment, the wind curling around him. Then, without hesitation, he knelt beside the fallen body. His hand pressed to the cold, pale back of Baruka's corpse. The runes etched into the elf's flesh flickered one last time, before going dark. Arthur's eyes glowed again, an ethereal, soul-piercing blue as he uttered a single, commanding word. "Arise." The shadows on the ground trembled, then surged. A pool of darkness spread like ink across the snow, and the forest seemed to lean away in fear. A moment later, a figure emerged. Baruka, reborn. But no longer flesh. His body was black as midnight, clad in dark, spectral armor. Twin shadow daggers pulsed in his hands, shaped like ethereal fangs. His eyes gleamed with the same piercing blue light as his master's, cold, calculating, and full of loyalty. Arthur rose to his feet. "Baruka." The elite knight. His voice rang out, steady, sharp as a blade. Not bad. He took a step closer, the wind pausing like it awaited his verdict. You'll lead the other ice elves from now on. The shadowed elf dropped to one knee, head bowed low, daggers crossed over his chest in solemn respect. Then suddenly Arthur felt the air ripple, space warping around him like a broken mirror. His eyes narrowed as the world twisted once more. Not again. Chapter 91. Storming the Syndicate. The world fractured. Space twisted like glass struck by a hammer. Light bent. Time stuttered. Boom. Arthur was ripped from the dungeon, launched through the seams of reality, and slammed back into the waking world with a loud crack of displaced energy and a gust of shadowy mist. His boots crunched onto concrete. Arthur rolled his shoulders and groaned, brushing off dust. I'm starting to hate teleportation. He exhaled slowly, surveying his surroundings. The last wisps of dungeon mist dissolved around him. He smiled, half satisfied with his efforts. These soldiers should be enough, he said, feeling the new shadows writhing beneath his feet like loyal hounds. Alongside Doom and Galatea, I can take on the Syndicate. Ding! You have leveled up. Item acquired. Baruka's dagger. Arthur's gaze snapped to his system menu as it unfolded before him in pulsing light. The blade shimmered into his hand, sleek, jagged, and cold to the touch. Baruka's dagger, a weapon passed down through the Ice Elf assassins. Grants an increase in attack power and drastically reduces its wielder's weight for enhanced agility. Arthur tilted his head, unimpressed. Not my thing. He flipped it once, then tucked it into system inventory. Baruka can have it back. He'll put it to good use. He clenched his fist, and the status bar unfolded. Status bar name: Arthur Blackwynd. Job: Shadow Monarch. Title: Solar Reaper. Level: 100 right pointing arrow, 104 fatigue, 10 HP, 8100 megapixels, 9700 strength, 201 right pointing arrow, 205 health, 165 right pointing arrow, 171 agility, 170 right pointing arrow, 175 intelligence, 192 right pointing arrow, 200 sense, 141 right pointing arrow, 150 available ability points, 12 right pointing arrow, 0 passive skills. Tenacity level 1, Insanity's Gambit, immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skills: Shadow Extraction, Shadow Exchange, Monarch's Domain skills: Bloodlust level 2, Ruler's Authority, Mutilation, Sword. Rush equipment: Omega Hardened Hide, Abyssforged Necklace. Inventory: Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets, Abyssforged Necklace, Azeroth Knight Armor Set, Greatsword of the Lowborn, Prometheum Sword, Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial Epic, Shattered Bolt, Demon King Longsword, Kryptonite Sword, Solar Gauntlets, Venom Sack Flask X10, Baruka's Dagger, Tower of Fate Key, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. Arthur closed the menu with a flick of his finger, his smile widening. I should beep beast. A sharp, electric buzz shot from his pocket, not a ringtone. Just that piercing high-frequency static. He raised a brow and tapped the side of the device. Hey, Lex, I mean Alexander, never mind. Same thing. A pause. Then the voice came through, clipped, sharp, laced with frustrated genius. I've been trying to reach you for the past 24 hours. Arthur blinked, a sheepish smirk forming. My bad, I thought you died. Not that it would have been shocking, but still, a little warning next time. Arthur chuckled. Relax. I took a nap in another dimension and came back stronger. You know, the usual. In the mood for jokes in this situation. Wonderful. While you were busy with whatever, I finished about 20% of the machine. Arthur's eyebrow twitched. Only 20%. What did you expect? Alexander snapped, clearly annoyed. I'm reverse engineering quantum anomaly tech during a global superhuman crisis with no funding. 20% is a miracle under these conditions. Fair enough, Arthur muttered. What's the hold up? Resources. Exotic ones. The kind that just so happens to be hoarded by the Syndicate. Arthur grinned, his voice dropping an octave. We already discussed that. I can go after them. A pause. You're that confident? Alexander asked, not even masking the disbelief. Then he sighed. Very well, we don't have a choice. And we're running out of time. All of us. That line made Arthur's smile falter. His voice was quiet now. What do you mean by that? I told you, I'll explain when we meet in person. There was a brief crackle. But not now. I've got something else for you. I'll send coordinates. Go there first. You'll find some weapons, ones I designed specifically to give you an edge against Syndicate members. Also, I should tell you about their weaknesses. Arthur perked up. No need, I already know about them. Also custom weapons. Built for me. You really know how to spoil a guy. More like devices than weapons, and don't flatter yourself. I built them with the help of your shadow. Well, my shadow. No. Wait. The other Lex. Alexander groaned. Just no one of the devices I left behind can disrupt Johnny Quick's connection to the speed force within a set radius. Arthur's eyes widened, sparks of interest dancing behind them. That's a huge help. Why didn't you use this before? Because I'm not strong enough to get that close to him without being turned into paste. Arthur grunted. Right. Stupid question. You said it, not me. Arthur's smirk returned, his eyes narrowing toward the horizon as storm clouds rolled in like an omen. All right then. Let's get this over with. Good. I'll be in touch. The night was tense, alive. A cold breeze howled across the steel skeletons of the cityscape as Arthur Blackwynd stood tall atop a looming skyscraper, his silhouette sharp, unwavering. Beside him, Galatea hovered just slightly above the rooftop, arms crossed, cape fluttering in the wind like a battle flag. Her eyes glowed faintly, locked forward on their target. A tower. Not just any tower. A monolith of steel and arrogance, crowned with a burning white emblem. Shining like a god's eye across the horizon. Arthur exhaled slowly, his voice slicing through the wind like a blade. I already picked up Luther's little gadgets. He cracked his knuckles, shadows pulsing across his gauntlets. Time to strike. Galatea, let's fly. She gave a wicked smirk, kneeling slightly before lifting into the air beside him. As you command, my king. Inside the tower, a bored guard stood by the window, sipping from a lukewarm coffee cup, eyes scanning the calm skyline lazily. Another damn shift. It's not like anyone will. He muttered, rubbing his eyes. Something moved. His brow furrowed. Far off, something was approaching through the dark. Is that a bird? He leaned forward. It was getting bigger. Fast. Wait a minute. Is that a crash? The glass shattered like ice under a sledgehammer as Arthur and Galatea blasted through the window at supersonic speed. Before the guard could scream, Arthur's hand clamped over his face, slamming him into the concrete floor with bone-rattling force. The man was dead before he even realized what's going on. Arthur stood, eyes glowing a cold, surgical blue, brushing glass off his shoulder like dust. All right, he said, voice echoing across the chamber, now come out. The shadows answered. From the darkness, a wave of black surged. Ice elves, their armor frosted and shimmering under the dim red emergency lights, emerged like wraiths. Their eyes burned cold, and leading them, Baruka. He knelt before Arthur, silent and deadly, still cloaked in frost and menace. Arthur reached into his inventory, the dagger, Baruka's original blade, now humming with power. He handed it over. Baruka, Arthur declared, voice like a war drum. Lead the ice elves and unleash chaos upon them. Find what Lex asked for. Leave nothing of value untouched. Baruka bowed low, reverent. And with that, the shadows exploded. The ice elves vanished into the halls, crawling across walls, melting into vents, slipping through cracks like death incarnate. Baruka sprinted into the darkness, twin daggers dancing in his hands. Arthur turned, cape swaying, stepping over the ruined guard as alarms began to wail across the building. It'll be ideal, he muttered to Galatea with a grin, if we finish them all, right here, right now. Alman's command deck, a dark, brooding nerve center carved into the heart of the Syndicate's high tower, cool steel walls, endless rows of blinking monitors, data streams flooding from every continent, surveillance feeds spanning dimensions. The only light in the room came from the flickering blue glow of the massive screens surrounding the tall throne-like chair in the center. Alman sat there, arms resting calmly on the obsidian armrests, his cape draped like a shroud of intellect and menace. His mask reflected the light of the monitors as a feed from Sector C1 flashed into view. There he was. Arthur Blackwynd, standing amidst chaos. Smoke, sparks, and broken Syndicate tech around him. And he was looking directly at the camera. No emotion. No fear. Just those piercing eyes and a slow, deliberate smirk crack. The screen exploded into static after Arthur simply raised his hand. Alman's gaze narrowed. So that's him. His voice was calm, too calm. The kind of calm that meant something dangerous was unraveling in his mind. I figured he wouldn't stay hidden forever. He tapped his fingers together, mind spinning with calculated malice. Even anticipated he'd make a move, but these things he's unleashing. More feeds showed flashes, ice elves, moving like assassins, bisecting syndicate operatives. He leaned forward, eyes scanning, calculating. Johnny only mentioned one shadow. From behind, a sultry, amused voice broke the tension. Superwoman, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, clad in her crimson and obsidian suit, her eyes glinting with excitement. My, how bold. She pushed off the wall with a wicked grin. I should go greet him. Properly. Alman didn't even turn. You mean we should? His voice carried no emotion, just logic. Cold, and precise. Ultraman is off-world, still observing what I warned him about. That anomaly. He turned his head slightly now, just enough for the corner of his glowing lens to catch her. Which raises the question. He stood up slowly, like a storm about to roll in. Did this man know Ultraman wouldn't be here? Superwoman tilted her head, smile never leaving. Who cares? Her voice was full of arrogance and anticipation. We can easily crush him. Just another pest. Let's go. Alman stared at the shattered feed for a long second. Silent. Then, he moved. One swift motion. One final decision. He stood tall, cape flaring as he turned toward the exit, Superwoman already ahead of him. Chapter 92 The Syndicate Trap. Arthur carved a path of annihilation through the corridors. With each swing of the Demon King Longsword, arcs of blue lightning tore through the air, crackling, snarling, hungry for blood. One guard lunged at him with a plasma rifle. Arthur sidestepped effortlessly, letting the bolt fly harmlessly past before cleaving the man in half with a reverse grip slash. The body dropped before it even registered death. Another squad opened fire from the end of the hall. Bullets and energy blasts lit up the space, but they never reached him. Ruler's authority activated in a subtle twitch of his fingers, and the projectiles froze midair, then dropped like rain. Arthur surged forward like a phantom storm, his blade dancing through steel and bone alike. Men screamed. Metal melted. Sparks flew. A soldier tried to run. Arthur snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning burst from the sword, curving through the air and striking the man in the back. His body convulsed, then crumpled. You're wasting my time, he muttered, storming forward as the carnage continued. Galatea trailed behind him, untouched, cutting down stragglers like an angel of death. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes flared with a demonic blue light. His pupils narrowed as something flickered through his vision, an alert from his shadows. The ice elves found something, he muttered. A grin tugged at his lips. That's a huge amount of kryptonite. Must be Ultraman's drug stockpile. He chuckled under his breath. Take it all, he commanded. It'll do well in my system inventory. He didn't need to go look to know his ice elves were obeying. Arthur and Galatea pushed deeper into the tower. The structure became colder, more metallic. No guards now, just silence and the low hum of machines that felt like they were watching. They reached a set of vault-like doors. With a hiss, they opened, revealing a vast chamber, circular, cathedral-like, pulsing with alien tech. The tower's heart. Arthur stepped inside. The lights flickered. Not from damage. This was intentional. Galatea slowed, her expression tightening. My king. Something's not right. Arthur raised a hand, signaling her to halt. His gaze swept the room. I know, he said, voice low. Stay sharp. A thunderous mechanical chunk echoed as massive blast shutters slammed down, sealing every exit in the blink of an eye. Then came the hum. It started as a whisper, but rose to a thrumming vibration in their bones. The walls glowed, veins of red, green, and blue pulsing through the steel. Inhibitor tech, high level, designed to trap gods. Arthur narrowed his eyes. A voice crackled through the intercoms. Smooth, measured, cold. I was hoping you'd come in person. Alman's voice echoed from every speaker, but it wasn't mocking. It was detached, calculated. You moved like a ghost, he continued. But a ghost that cast shadows, and shadows can be tracked. A brief pause. We didn't even need to bait you. You made it all the more easy to trap you here. Arthur stared at the glowing walls, then the ceiling. They're coming. Suddenly, 3 sealed doors around the chamber hissed. Open with synchronized finality. metal groaning like beasts roused from slumber. From the northern entrance, Alman emerged. Calm, composed, his cloak hung in perfect stillness despite the humming energy around them. His white lenses pulsed with data streams, scanning every inch of Arthur in a millisecond. From the east, a red flash burst forth. Johnny Quick skidded to a stop in a streak of lightning, the floor beneath his boots scorched and cracked. His smirk was wide, twitching at the edges with anticipation. Eyes burned with the promise of revenge as he cracked his knuckles. From the western door, Power Ring stumbled in like a drunk man holding a ticking bomb. His arm trembled violently. The green construct on his hand pulsed like a heartbeat too fast to be natural. Sweat beaded on his brow, his gaze darting, twitching, as if trying to resist the very voice in his head. Then glass shattered above. Superwoman descended like fury incarnate. Her boots hit the ground with a sonic boom, knees bent in a perfect landing. She rose slowly, hair flowing with cape behind her, shoulders squared like a demi-goddess ready for war. The four closed in. Slow, methodical, a predator's circle. Galatea moved slightly in front of Arthur, fists clenched, her aura rising. Johnny Quick tilted his head, that grin still carved into his face like a scar. Well, look at the Shadow Boy getting cornered like a rat, he said, his voice soaked in arrogance. We meet again. This time's payback for last time. Arthur didn't flinch, he merely smiled, calm, amused. Power Ring's head twitched. His breathing hitched. He's leaking something, he rasped, his voice cracked and full of panic. Something dark. The ring says it's not magic, it wants me to leave, but I won't let it. He screamed the last words, as if trying to drown out the fear whispering in his skull. Superwoman took a step forward, hips swaying, lips curved in a lazy smirk. Her eyes ran over Arthur, slowly, like she was savoring the sight. You're cute, she said. Broody, strong jawline, her voice purred with mischief. You'd make a nice companion if you join us. Arthur's gaze met hers, unbothered, unmoved by her proposal. His smile faded into something colder, sharper. I don't do secondhand, he said simply. The smirk vanished from her face. Her eyes narrowed, the air around her snapping like tensioned wire. Then you'll make a nice corpse when I'm done with you. Alman's voice cut through the air next. Precise, controlled, as if reciting a calculated analysis. I anticipated an assault, he said, stepping fully into the light. What I didn't expect was a commander who sends an army of shadows and still dares to walk in here by himself with only one of them. He paused, studying Arthur, as if memorizing every detail for future review. That was impressive, stupid, but impressive. Galatea took a step forward, shoulders tense, eyes burning red. You dare mock my king, she growled, her voice full of venom. Arthur didn't look at her. Just raised his hand slightly. She stopped immediately. He inhaled once. Rolled his shoulders, a casual stretch as if he were just waking up, not standing in the center of a trap designed by the world's most dangerous minds. Then his voice cut through the tension. Calm, deadly. 4 of you, 1 of me. He stepped forward. Almost seems unfair. His eyes swept over them one by one. Alman's emotionless mask, Johnny Quick's smirk, Power Ring's trembling form, Superwoman's narrowed gaze. Shame that Ultraman isn't here apparently. Maybe you would have had a chance. He sighed like this was all just mildly disappointing. No matter. His expression changed, just slightly. The faintest smile pulled at his lips. It wasn't joy, it was inevitability. Soon enough, the 4 of you will know what it means to walk in shadow. He took one more step. To serve in shadow. The lights around the room flickered again, not from the trap, but from him. The temperature dropped. His own shadow stretched unnaturally long. His voice dropped lower now, but it hit harder like the clang of a war drum echoing in the bones. And when your bodies fall, his eyes flared brighter. The shadows behind him rippled like a living tide. Your souls will rise again. With me. A pulse rippled from him, not energy, but presence. Like death had just taken notice. Galatea smiled. Johnny Quick took a step back. Power Ring whimpered. And Alman's hands twitched behind his back. Arthur's voice cut one final time, soft as a whisper, loud as fate. Welcome to the beginning of your eternal servitude. Then, the air shivered. A pulse rolled out from Arthur's body, heavy and cold, like a storm cloud pressing down. Shadows from his feet, crawling outward like living tendrils. From that darkness, one figure rose. One massive, towering, yet swift and coiled like a snake, twin tridents spinning in his hands, his form rippling with shadow-forged armor. Jima the Naga. Arthur didn't look at them. He just whispered toward Elman, his voice laced with iron. You miscalculated, Elman. Johnny Quick's smirk dropped, visibly. His voice cracked with frustration and disbelief. Oh no. Another one of his monsters. The entire syndicate moved. It was instinct. Fear. Strategy. Rage. Whatever it was, it happened all at once. Superwoman launched forward with a scream. Power Ring's hand lit up, the emerald glow flaring into a shield and a cannon. Johnny vanished into lightning, and Elman hesitated. Just for a second. Arthur activated Monarch's domain, the room exploded in pressure. Darkness rushed out like a tidal wave from Arthur's body, swallowing light and twisting gravity. His shadow soldiers pulsed, grew sharper, faster, deadlier. Superwoman's path shifted. She was fast, brutal, aiming for Arthur, but Galatea was waiting. She caught the punch with a thunderclap of impact, her feet skidding slightly on the floor. Galatea growled. You fight me. Arthur moved. No sound. No war cry. No wasted motion. He launched forward like a freight train of death, his arm crashing down toward Power Ring with terrifying precision. As if he knew, Power Ring might be a problem. As if he could smell it. The emerald constructs shattered like glass. Jima was already on the move, trying to catch the red blur that was Johnny Quick, tridents slashing, crashing, locking against the speedster in a deadly dance of flickering sparks and shadows. Arthur then simply raised his sword, the Demon King Longsword, and pointed it directly at Elman. Its blade crackled with blue lightning, their eyes locked. And for the first time, perhaps in his entire cold, calculated life, Elman felt dread. Chapter 93 Arthur vs. the Crime Syndicate. Power Ring roared, thrusting his hand forward as green constructs erupted from his ring, bladed chains, spiked hammers, and roaring beasts of willpower. They surged toward Arthur like a tidal wave of glowing death. Arthur's eyes gleamed cold blue. He vanished between strikes. One construct missed entirely, sliced clean through the air, the second met steel. Arthur's Demon King Longsword hummed, splitting a jagged, green battering ram in half with a single, casual swing. Another construct came from behind, a bladed serpent trying to coil around his throat. Arthur spun, slashing upward in an arc. Lightning exploded from the blade, cleaving the serpent in two and reducing it to embers. Then came the real strike. Elman dropped from above like a silent executioner, twin blades drawn. His moves were sharp, brilliant, almost perfect. Arthur didn't look. With a flick of his wrist and a pulse of thought, ruler's authority snapped forward. Elman stopped in midair, frozen. Then crack. He was slammed into the floor with such force the concrete cratered, dust exploding outward. Before the dust could settle, Thwom. Arthur lifted him with invisible force and hurled him into the wall. The impact shook the entire room. Elman coughed blood as he dropped, knees hitting the floor. Arthur stepped toward him slowly, sword dragging behind him with a hiss of sparks. You're just a human, Arthur said coldly. After all. Behind him, chaos kept boiling. Johnny Quick blurred into motion, lightning trailing him like a storm on legs. Jima was holding his own, but Johnny's speed began to overwhelm. Hit after hit slammed into Jima's torso, face. He kept regenerating, stitching itself. Arthur's eyes flicked to the side. TCH. He turned his head slightly, commanding. Jima, switch. Without hesitation, Jima moved, twin tridents twirling as he went toward Power Ring instead, leaving Johnny blinking for a heartbeat of confusion. Arthur moved. One burst of speed, not a blur, but a silent flicker. He reappeared behind Johnny with a swipe of his sword aimed for the neck, but Johnny twisted just in time, the blade slicing only his shoulder. Sparks flew as the edge grazed the speedster's suit. Johnny grinned, panting. You almost had me, spooky boy. Arthur tilted his head. Almost. They clashed again, Johnny zipping around him, fists flying, but Arthur parried each one with demonic calm. Every swing of his blade forced Johnny to dodge, not because of power alone, but the sheer precision. Every strike was meant to kill. Meanwhile, across the room, fists thundered against flesh. Superwoman and Galatea were locked in a war of titans. Punch. Block, kick, grapple. Galatia's fist slammed into Superwoman's ribs, sending her skidding backward into a wall, cracking it. Superwoman wiped blood from her lip. Smirked. Not bad, Shadow. You think you got strength that rivals mine. Galatia cracked her neck and grinned. That face of yours, I'm about to plant it in the floor. They charged again, fists colliding midair, creating a shockwave that blew debris in every direction. Galatia feinted low, twisted, and elbowed Superwoman across the jaw, only to be grabbed by her wrist and thrown through a column. Superwoman followed with a knee to the gut midair, but Galatia caught it, flipped her, and slammed her to the ground like a meteor. The floor cracked. Both women grinned through the pain. No wonder you like my king, Galatia breathed. You lack strength, and you wish to be part of his army. Superwoman laughed, blood in her teeth. Shut up, servant. Arthur and Johnny collided again, one a blur of lightning, the other a storm in human form. Alman pulled himself from the rubble, bloodied but trying to vanish into shadow. Arthur saw him. And smiled. Johnny blitzed left, then right, his fists becoming flashes of lightning as he tried to push Arthur back. But Arthur didn't budge. His glowing blue eyes were on Alman. Crawling. Bloodied. On one knee, trying to disappear into the shadows like a rat into a drain. Arthur stepped forward, ignoring Johnny completely, his Demon King longsword dragging along the floor with a rising screech, sparks flying in his wake. Then his eyes changed. That cool, calm glow darkened, deepened, like a storm turning into a black hole. Bloodlust activated. The air thickened. The room froze. Even Superwoman, locked mid-punch with Galatia, stopped to glance toward him, sensing it. Her smirk faded. Arthur's aura now pulsed like a second heartbeat, murderous and absolute. Alman couldn't move. He physically could not move. Every rational instinct in him screamed to run, to activate a gadget, to vanish, but his body betrayed him. It trembled, locked in place. The sheer weight of Arthur's intent had become a prison of its own. Arthur raised his longsword, death incarnate stalking his prey. That's when Johnny noticed. No. In a last-ditch panic, Johnny grabbed the last vial of speed juice from his belt and jammed it into his neck. His body convulsed, red lightning exploded around him, and the speed force answered. Or so he thought. They vanished, became motion, a living bolt of power, and in less than a blink, he was right there, reaching out to save Alman. But Arthur was smiling. He'd been smiling the whole time. His other hand, until now hidden behind his back, clicked once. A device, small, black, and humming with tech that reeked of Luther's genius, lit up. It blinked red. Johnny felt it instantly. He staggered mid-run. His feet felt like they slammed into mud. What? Johnny choked. And then he realized a bit too late. Arthur was holding his wrist. The Monarch of Shadows stood right beside Alman, his gauntleted hand gripping Johnny's forearm like a vice. Arthur leaned in, voice low, cold as the grave. Alman was just a bait, to lure you into tapping the speed force. His eyes blazed like the gates of hell. Your connection to it is pathetic. The flash of my world. He is the speed force. Arthur's grip tightened, bones cracked beneath the pressure. Johnny panicked. He struck Arthur's face with lightning-fast jabs, 5 hits in a flash. Arthur bled, but he didn't even flinch. I've fought fast foes, Arthur said quietly, like a man delivering a final prayer. You're just a junkie with a spark. And then the punch. Arthur's doomsday bone gauntlet cracked back, and with all the force of a meteor boom. He buried it into Johnny's gut. The shockwave blew Alman backward like a ragdoll. His scream died in his throat as blood gushed from his mouth, thick and crimson. It splattered across the floor, across Arthur's clothes. Johnny's eyes rolled back, the speed drained from his veins, his body limp in Arthur's grip. Power Ring's jaw dropped, his construct shielding flickering. Superwoman stopped dead mid-kick, stunned. What the? And then Arthur retracted his hand. Took one step back. And with a single, clean swing of the Demon King longsword, Johnny's head was severed clean from his shoulders. It bounced once. Rolled to a stop near Alman's feet. Arthur stood there, still bleeding slightly from the face, but his gaze was ice. He whispered, voice calm and lethal, regenerate after that. The room was silent. Even the shadows around Arthur seemed to hush, in awe. Only the faint crackle of dying lightning remained. Smoke still curled from Johnny Quick's headless corpse. Blood pooled beneath it, steam rising. The silence that followed was deafening. Not even Superwoman moved. Arthur stood still. Breathing slow, calm. Then he looked up, eyes glowing with icy menace. He turned to Alman. "You watching?" Arthur asked, voice low, measured, like thunder before the storm. Alman coughed, blood dripping from his mouth. He tried to sit upright, but the pain kept him low and broken. Still, his sharp, calculating eyes locked with Arthur's, defiant in pain. "I want you all to see this," Arthur said, gesturing around to the crime syndicate still frozen in disbelief. "Because this," he motioned to Johnny's lifeless, crumpled body, "is what you'll look like very soon." Power Ring shook his head in silent horror. Superwoman's lips curled, fists clenching. Galatea smirked. Arthur knelt beside Johnny's corpse, his Demon King longsword in one hand, the other hovering just above the mangled remains. He placed his palm over Johnny's chest. Dark tendrils of smoke burst from Arthur's hand. The floor trembled. A cold wind howled through the sealed room as if death itself had just entered. Arise. Then boom. Black lightning cracked from the body. And then, a shadow emerged. The room dimming for a heartbeat as a dark form rose from the body. Tall, lean, vibrating with corrupted speed energy. Red lightning crackled across its shadow uniform. A twisted helmet masked its face, but the shape, the stance, was unmistakable. Johnny Quick, but now he was a shadow in Arthur's ever-growing legion. Eyes glowing a sinister violet. No heartbeat, no breath. Just obedience. He knelt to Arthur silently. Power Ring fell back, scrambling on hands and knees. That's not possible. Alman watched, jaw trembling, body cold. The truth dawning. He tried to speak, but his throat barely worked. Still, he managed it. He raises, Alman's voice cracked. Raises the dead, to fight for him. Arthur looked at him, a cruel smirk dancing on his lips. Correct, he stood. Now, die at the hands of your former teammate. He turned, the reborn Shadow Johnny standing at his side like a loyal demon knight. Chapter 94 Arthur vs. the Crime Syndicate 2 inches Johnny, Arthur said coldly, voice echoing with command. Hit them like you did with me. Hard. The shadow of Johnny Quick vanished in a blur of black-red lightning. His body twisted through the air like a serpent of death, targeting Power Ring. At the same time, Jima leapt from the shadows, twin tridents spinning, aimed straight for Power Ring's exposed flank. Get back! Power Ring screamed, conjuring construct barriers in a panic. One shattered, then another, the third cracked. Then came the blitz. Shadow Johnny collided with him like a thunderclap. A haymaker straight to the jaw, laced with speed force corruption, sent Power Ring flying into the wall, boom. And Jima was already there, spearing his shoulder midair. Power Ring shrieked in pain. The battle was ending, Arthur was winning. And Superwoman knew it. No, she growled through clenched teeth. No, you think you've won. With a furious cry, she drove a fist into Galatea's gut, sending her skidding backward, but Galatea just grinned. We don't think we are winning, she said. But Superwoman wasn't playing games anymore. She reached for her lasso of submission, a weapon imbued to compel obedience. It cracked through the air like a golden whip, wrapping around Galatea's body before she could react. The glow shimmered across her form. Now, Superwoman hissed, eyes glowing, go and deal with your master. Galatea stood still. Bound. Silent. Her eyes dipped. Then rose. A heartbeat passed. Then a smirk. Her eyes lit up red, and heat vision shot from her gaze, burning past Superwoman's cheek, slicing a strand of her hair and singing her skin. Superwoman staggered back in horror. Impossible. The lasso slithered to the floor, tossed aside like a useless string. Galatea rolled her neck, cracking it, the red glow of her pupils still burning. The only one I submit to, she said with icy pride, is my monarch, and my monarch alone. Superwoman stepped back, confused, angry, rattled. These things, she muttered, barely believing it. They're not alive. They don't have a will. No doubts, no guilt. Galatea's boots crushed the lasso beneath her heel as she took a step forward, fists rising. Oh, we do, she whispered. Then she launched herself forward like a cannon. Boom. A barrage of punches, each one shaking the air. Superwoman blocked one. Took the second to the jaw, then a third, fourth, Fifth Galatea fought like a storm, vicious and relentless. And through it all, she grinned. But you're just an insect. A knee crashed into Superwoman's gut. So you wouldn't get it. She went airborne, slammed into a pillar with enough force to crack it in half. Arthur, still calm, still regal, smiled faintly as the battlefield unfolded just as he intended. Power Ring screamed as he struggled to stay afloat, constructs flying from his ring in erratic bursts, shields, spears, barriers all flickering, pulsing like a dying heartbeat. "Stay back," he shouted, voice cracking, wild eyes darting between Jima and the thing that looked like Johnny. But Shadow Johnny didn't answer. He just smiled. A dead smile. No warmth. No life. Just obedience. And then he vanished in a streak of red-black lightning. Boom. Power Ring barely raised a construct shield when Johnny came from the left, slamming his fist into it so hard it cracked on impact. He went wide-eyed, turning too late. Boom. A second strike hit him in the ribs. The sound of shattering bone echoed like thunder. No. Power Ring shouted, trying to fly upward, but Johnny blitzed around him in a vortex, tearing through the air at inhuman speed, cutting off escape. Johnny's voice finally came through, warped by the shadows inside him. "You used to look down on me," he said, tone distorted like a broken radio. "But now," a punch to the spine dropped Power Ring to one knee. "You'll look up." Johnny vanished again, only to reappear above, spinning midair, leg cocked back in a devastating axe kick. Crack. The ground cratered beneath Power Ring's skull as he hit the floor, coughing blood, ring flickering madly, screaming like it was alive and afraid. Johnny stood over him, eyes glowing red with black mist spiraling off his frame like a demon cloaked in lightning. And then he said, calm and hollow, "Try to construct your way out of this." He leaned down, touched Power Ring's shoulder, and the shadows erupted around him in a blinding spiral of lightning-fast strikes. To anyone watching, it was just blurs, 100 punches in a second, 1,000, red-black streaks shattering the body, cracking ribs, breaking will. Power Ring didn't even scream at the end. He just slumped, broken, sparks and blood spilling from his mouth. Johnny stopped, standing tall again. The only thing left of Power Ring's body was ash and a broken ring rolling to Arthur's feet. He stared at it. No emotion. Then he lifted his boot and crushed it, emerald fragments crunching beneath him like glass. "We did a favor to that idiot," Arthur muttered, coldly. "This ring is evil." Then, with almost casual indifference, he walked over to Alman, who was slumped against a cracked pillar, barely conscious, blood painting his chin. Arthur plopped down next to him, legs stretched out like he was watching a movie. "Are you enjoying these scenes, Alman?" he asked, voice eerily calm, as if they were just two friends on a lazy afternoon. Alman chuckled, or tried to. The sound came out broken, blood bubbling up as he coughed. His voice rasped like torn fabric. "What are you?" he started, eyes glazed in pain. Arthur didn't hesitate. "Death, I guess." That made Alman actually laugh, dry, bitter, wheezing laughter laced with agony. "And here I thought we only had one problem." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Alman turned his head just enough to look at him, the glow in Arthur's eyes reflecting off his visor. "You don't know, do you?" he whispered, his voice barely above breath. Then he laughed again, mad, like a man who knew a truth no one else wanted to. "Something great is coming," Alman said, his tone now unnervingly lucid. "A great calamity, bigger than you, bigger than us, and according to my calculations." He turned his head back to the sky, a smirk forming under the blood. "Well, let's just say there's no stopping it." Arthur stood slowly, towering over him like the shadow of the end. "I see," he said, raising the Demon King Longsword, eyes glowing a cold, ominous blue. "Thanks for the warning." With one smooth, final arc, Arthur severed the last thread of Alman's life. The sword hummed with power as it slid back to his side, black mist curling around the blade. Alman's body crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Arthur turned, looking out across the battlefield, the Syndicate almost crushed, except for Superwoman, who was still struggling against Galatea. A storm was coming. He didn't know what. Didn't care. "All the more reason," he muttered under his breath, "to leave this world, and fast." Arthur's eyes glowed faintly and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. "The Ice Elves. They found what Luther asked for," he murmured, mostly to himself. Let's wrap this up. Ultraman's going to be pissed when he comes back, he muttered, amused. Let that junkie come after us. It doesn't matter. His gaze snapped forward. Galatea, fists blazing, was still trading brutal blows with Superwoman, their punches shaking the walls, every strike causing stone to crack and quake. But now, it was time to end it. Shadow Johnny Quick blurred into view beside him like a ghost of vengeance. Arthur simply gave the nod. And they moved. Superwoman roared, twisting midair to block Galatea's punch only to be blindsided by Johnny, his black and red streak slamming into her ribs like a freight train. She barely caught her footing before Arthur appeared behind her, Demon King Longsword in hand. Surprise, princess, he said coldly. She turned, trying to counter, but Galatea grabbed her wrist, twisted it, and snapped it backwards with a satisfying crack. Ah! Before she could even scream, Johnny Quick slammed her with a tornado of punches, his distorted voice whispering with glee, "This is for humiliating me." Superwoman tried to fight back, lashing out with a kick only for Arthur to catch her leg mid-swing. His glowing blue eyes locked onto hers. "Your reign ends here, syndicate scum." He drove the Demon King Longsword forward, plunging it through her chest, lightning crackling from the blade as it pierced her heart. The impact sent out a shockwave, glass and rubble flying in every direction. Superwoman's scream was cut short. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at him, lips trembling, blood pooling in her mouth. Arthur leaned in, whispering the last thing she'd ever hear. "You liked using people like tools. Breaking them, bending them, isn't that right? Well now, you'll be mine. A tool forged in shadow, bound in silence, and mine to wield for all eternity." He pulled the sword free with a savage twist, and Superwoman collapsed, smoke curling from her lifeless body. The ground beneath them trembled. The battle was over. The Shadow Monarch, his blade bloodied, stood among the ruins of tyrants. Chapter 95. The Syndicate shadows. The corpses of tyrants were cooling in silence, and the end. Suddenly a familiar chime echoed in his ears. Cold, metallic, triumphant. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Arthur's eyes narrowed. Then new title acquired. The Architect of Fear. You do not conquer with armies. You conquer with dread, built into the bones of your enemies. A pulse of dark energy erupted from him. Stat bonuses applied when equipped. Int +4 OSTR +30 Agility +30 Sense +30 Passive. Dread Architect. Fear is not an emotion. It's a structure and you are its builder. Enemies within range suffer. -10% int, -10% AGI, -10% sense scales with int. All summoned shadows now. Inherit 25% of your sense and int. Gain +15% crit damage against debuffed enemies. Arthur equipped the title and he exhaled slowly as the cold rush of power settled into his bones. It felt good. No perfect. Like the title had always been there. His voice came low, a whisper not meant to echo, but it did. Architect of Fear. He chuckled under his breath, the sound cold and cruel. I like that. The battlefield was quiet now, eerily so. The corpses of the crime syndicate lay where they had fallen. Ash, blood, silence. Until another chimes kept ringing in his ears. New item acquired. Lasso of Submission. A dark violet coil materialized in his hand, pulsing with divine corruption. It hissed, alive with twisted energy. Lasso of Submissio forces enemies ensnared to reveal one deepest desire or weakness. Can compel lesser beings to obey a single command. Deals both holy and corrupt damage. Forged with the essence of betrayal and lust. Arthur tilted his head, letting the whip slither around his arm like a living serpent. Twisted, corrupted, dominating. He smirked. Oh, I can have some fun with this. Then new skill acquired. Speed step. Arthur blinked, and suddenly moved. Not teleported. Not dashed. But a flicker of after-image. Speed step mimics low-tier speed force movement. Can be upgraded to full speed force access with mastery. Oh, this is going to be one hell of a skill. New crafting item acquired. Volthum's cracked ring. A broken shard of power floated before him, twisting and screaming silently in his hand. It vibrated with madness. Can't be used yet, need a power ring to fuse. Arthur inspected it with a hum. Volthum, huh, we'll see what you become when I fuse you. New equipment acquired. Cape of Silent Descent. A shadow-woven cloak emerged over his shoulders, weightless yet imposing. The hem danced like smoke. Cape of silent descent agi +30 you make no sound when moving, falling, or landing. Arthur walked a few steps. Not a whisper, not a creak. He smiled again. Owlman could never. He looked over the wreckage, the dead Owlman, the shattered ring of power ring, and the still bleeding chest of Superwoman. His glowing blue eyes narrowed. Then, he whispered to himself, voice like thunder trapped behind stone. This is pretty nice loot. His grin widened, inhuman and regal. But now, his palm opened and the darkness answered. A ripple of shadow erupted from his feet, spreading like wildfire. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his will. It's time for the real prize. The battlefield turned black. Arise. From the void, they answered. Twisted. Reborn. Bound to the Shadow Monarch. The earth quaked with the arrival of new horrors. Shadowed visages of villains once feared now loyal, eternal soldiers in Arthur's legion. First, Superwoman, her body flickering in a dark mist. Her eyes glowed with a strong violet light as she kneeled before Arthur, the lasso of submission hanging uselessly at her side. Second, Owlman, his body bent in reverence, the once prideful mastermind of the syndicate. Now, he knelt before a monarch. And last, Power Ring, the last flickers of the green ring gone, replaced with a new dark ring, with a violet glow in his eyes. His arrogance had been extinguished. Now, his soul was bound. Arthur stood tall, a king in his own right, his eyes glowing blue. He surveyed them, every movement deliberate, every word heavy with the weight of command. Owl. He nodded to the shadowed form of Owlman, now kneeling before him. The name fit. Owl. Knight rank. The shadowed figure of Owlman stood, now forged from the darkness, towering and bound to the monarch's power. A knight in his shadow army. Ring. Arthur's gaze turned next to Power Ring. His eyes locked with Arthur's, no defiance, only loyalty and submission. I can't think of a better name. So, Ring it shall be. Arthur's voice dripped with sarcasm, mocking, but filled with finality. The shadow of Power Ring stood tall. Ring, elite knight rank. Quick. Arthur's eyes moved to the shadowed form of Johnny Quick, the once speed demon now bent to his will, still just as powerful. Quick, general rank. Arthur intoned. You are stronger than I expected you to be as a shadow, but still weaker than Galatea and Doom. A twisted grin tugged at his lips. Your speed is still impressive. Empress. Finally, his gaze rested on Superwoman's shadow, her form ethereal and powerful. She, who had once been the embodiment of strength and invulnerability, now kneeled at his feet. Empress, general rank. Arthur spoke the title with disdain, yet the power in his words rang true. Each of them, Owl, Ring, Quick, and Empress rose to their feet, their bodies pulsing with dark energy. They were his shadows now, bound to him in service for eternity. Arthur nodded once. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Too bad Ultraman is not here. His voice was laced with amusement, but beneath it lay a chilling promise of domination. He would have been great to have as my shadow soldier. A Justice League of my own. A ripple of shadow stretched from his feet, and they returned, one by one, to the depths of his domain. Arthur's eyes flared with an otherworldly glow. His grin widened, full of wicked satisfaction. I gotta go back to Luther now, he murmured to himself, an air of triumph and mystery surrounding him. And inquire about this threat. The alarm suddenly blared, the red lights flashing violently across the syndicate tower, signaling an impending disaster. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Arthur couldn't help but laugh. He turned watching as the countdown ticked down with a sense of satisfaction. Of course, self-destruct, he muttered, his voice cold but laced with amusement. His grin spread wider as he looked toward the flickering lights of the countdown, knowing what was to come. Too bad for you, Owlman. His words were drenched with mockery, but beneath it all, a quiet thrill ran through him. Arthur uttered a single word. Exchange. And in an instant, he was gone, vanishing into the shadows, his figure consumed by darkness. The world outside didn't know what hit it. A deafening explosion shook the very ground, and a blinding, fiery eruption consumed the syndicate tower. The entire structure buckled and collapsed into itself, collapsing into a towering inferno, a sea of flames and destruction. The shockwave rippled across the city, windows shattered, buildings shook, and the people who dared to witness the spectacle could do nothing but stare in awe and terror. The skyline, once a symbol of might, now stood in ruins. Out on the street, crowds ran, screaming, seeking safety, but no one dared venture near the crater where the tower had once stood. Smoke billowed up into the sky, a thick, choking black cloud. And somewhere in the distance, Arthur stood on a quiet street far from the explosion, his gaze casting one last, deliberate look back at the wreckage. He felt no regret, just a quiet certainty that this was merely one step on a path to get back home. Without a second thought, Arthur turned his back to the chaos, his cloak billowing behind him as he walked away, disappearing into the city. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the tower, the sky had grown darker as Ultraman returned, his flight cutting through the air with terrifying speed. His sharp gaze landed on the shattered remnants of his once proud base. The devastation was impossible to miss. The Syndicate Tower, the symbol of his team's strength, was now nothing more than a smoldering crater. He landed amidst the ruins, his boots crashing against the rubble as his eyes swept over the destruction. His fists clenched, and then thanks to his supervision, he saw it. A few broken, charred remains of his comrades, fragments of their power, scattered across the debris. They were gone. A growl rumbled in Ultraman's chest as fury rose in him. "You were right, Alman," he murmured, his voice low and bitter. "About everything, including the demise of our world." His eyes flared with violent rage as his grip tightened around the shattered pieces of his team. "Still, it was your fault. You were weak, all of you." His red eyes burned with an intensity that could turn the night into flame. "And I underestimated him. I didn't expect he'd best you all." Slowly, his gaze drifted upwards, his anger radiating from him like a storm. He rose from the rubble, levitating into the air, his eyes now an inferno of rage. His heat vision crackled and hissed, restrained but on the verge of eruption. "I will find you," Ultraman growled, his voice a low, dangerous whisper, like thunder before the storm. "You will first turn to dust before this world does." His eyes locked on the distant horizon, the city below now nothing more than a speck in his fury-filled vision. Chapter 96 Ultraman. The shadows coiled like serpents at Arthur's heels as he stepped into the doors of Alexander Luthor's hideout. The place a sterile mix of reinforced metal and flickering consoles, hidden deep beneath the Earth's crust where no satellite dared look. But now, there was tension in the air. Waiting. Alexander Luthor stood with his back to a glowing data terminal, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto Arthur the moment he entered. He stepped forward, voice low but urgent. "What the hell happened in their tower?" he demanded. "It was reduced to rubble. I thought you died." His voice faltered, a mix of concern and disbelief. "Was it Ultraman?" Arthur stopped, a quiet smirk creeping onto his face. "No," he said calmly, shadows curling slightly around his shoulders. "It was me." Alexander's eyes widened. "What? You don't have to worry about the Syndicate now," Arthur continued, voice cool and precise. "They're dead. All of them, except Ultraman. For some reason, he wasn't there." Alexander took a half step back, utterly stunned. "They're really gone." From the rippling blackness under Arthur's boots, four figures emerged, silent and graceful like death itself. Quick, Empress, Owl, and Ring. Their eyes glowed faintly with violet light, kneeling at Arthur's feet like loyal knights before a sovereign. Arthur said nothing. Instead, he raised a hand and gestured toward them. "Here they are." Alexander stared. "No way," he whispered, his voice robbed of breath. "That's Johnny Quick, Superwoman, Alman, and Power Ring." He turned to Arthur, utterly bewildered. "They're kneeling for you." "They're mine now," Arthur said simply, folding his arms. "Their strength is better used under my command." Alexander slowly paced forward, examining each of them. Even now, they exuded power, power tempered by obedience. The madness in Quick's eyes was gone. Superwoman knelt with a prideful silence, but she did not resist. Alman's calculating gaze remained, even as an undead. Ring, twitchy as ever, seemed more subdued, more precise. "I really can't believe it," Alexander muttered. He paused, then exhaled deeply. "Well, I guess it's great. Back to our objective. Did you get what I asked for?" Arthur turned his head slightly. "Come out." Alexander blinked, confused. Then his jaw clenched as, one by one, Arthur's ice elves slithered from the shadows beneath his feet, tall, beings with eyes like frozen stars. They carried crates, relics, glowing containment canisters, and vials of tech-infused liquids. They marched silently, forming a semicircle and then unloading everything at Alexander's feet. Arthur glanced toward the bounty, then back to Luther. This should be enough, right? Alexander was still frozen, his brain processing a battlefield's worth of information, shadow, and strategy unfolding right in front of him. Then he blinked, shook himself back to clarity, and finally nodded. Yes, it's enough. Arthur gave a satisfied nod. Good. Now can we talk about this threat you mentioned? Alexander's face darkened at the word. Alman mentioned something similar, before I killed him. That drew a look from Luther. His shoulders sagged slightly, something long carried, heavy and bitter, settled behind his eyes. Very well, he said, walking slowly to his console. I suppose I have to tell someone. I can't carry this alone anymore. He sat down, tapping a few keys on the glowing console. Lines of data streamed across the screen, images flickering, cosmic symbols, deep space readings, flickers of ancient ruins not found on Earth. His voice was lower now, slower. There's something coming, Arthur. Not from this Earth. Not even from this universe. Something far older than the Syndicate. Far more destructive than Ultraman. Alman tried to understand it. So did I. But we barely scratched the surface. He paused, then added grimly, whatever it is, it doesn't want to rule. It doesn't want power. It just devours. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Well, there are a few examples popping in my mind. Arthur's Earth inside the stillness of the Titan's tower. Raven's chamber pulsed faintly with violet light. Candles flickered in a perfect ring, suspended midair by invisible threads of magic. Ancient glyphs floated around the room, glowing in rhythmic patterns. Raven sat cross-legged at the center, sweat trickling down her face. Her cloak hung loose, her fingers locked in a focused mudra, and her breathing was shallow, strained. She had been at this for hours, days maybe. Searching, reaching across realms, trying to find him. Arthur. But every time she felt like she got close, his energy slipped like a shadow into smoke. Her eyes flickered open. Red light flared across her irises. Suddenly, the room dimmed, unnaturally so. The glyphs around her turned crimson. Then, a voice like grinding stone and molten fire echoed through her mind. You're slipping, daughter. Her spine stiffened, a chill crawling down it. The voice was unmistakable. Trigon. Your focus wavers. Your soul flickers. You're becoming pathetic. Raven's jaw clenched, eyes snapping shut as she tried to silence him. Shut up, she hissed. I'm not getting weaker. You are. His voice coiled around her skull. You can barely hold your emotions together, let alone your magic. You reach for him, and yet, you're the one drifting away. Her fingers trembled slightly. Arthur. Trigon mused mockingly. He consumes your thoughts. He unsettles you. A boy born of darkness, yet you fear his loss more than you fear me. How poetic. Shut up, she shouted this time, her voice echoing off the stone walls. The glyphs flared with black and violet. Silence. A long, cold silence. Then, Trigon's voice was gone. Raven sat in the middle of the chamber, breath ragged, heart pounding. The candles had all extinguished. Only the faint hum of residual magic remained. She clenched her fists against her knees, her voice barely a whisper. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Her gaze dropped to the floor, her voice tighter now, angry but honest. I can barely control my emotions. A long pause. Then she looked up above her, and it's getting worse the longer he's gone. Alexander's hideout. Arthur stood at the edge of the room, arms crossed, Demon King's longsword sheathed on his back like a silent warning to the world. Alexander exhaled. This threat. He paused, expression grave. It's not something you can punch, Arthur. It's not a man, not a monster. Arthur tilted his head, eyes narrowing. Alexander continued, it's. How should I say it correctly? A cosmic entity. It doesn't conquer worlds, it devours them. It consumes matter, time, light, everything. Before he could say the name, Arthur's voice cut through the room like steel on bone. It's the anti-monitor. Alexander froze, lips parting slightly in surprise. So you do know. Arthur's gaze darkened, jaw tightening. Damn it, he muttered, voice low and bitter. I don't think I have a chance against something like that, especially not right now. A spark of sarcasm lit Alexander's eyes, but there was no humor in it. What? You expecting every problem to fall to fists and fire. This one's not going to bleed for you, Arthur. I know, Arthur snapped. Then his voice softened, his honesty unshakable. I'm not strong enough for something like that, yet. Alexander's brow twitched at the word, his lip curling. Yet, he looked genuinely annoyed now. You really are that confident in your strength? Arthur gave him a quiet, level stare. I'm not stupid, Luther. I know what that thing is capable of. What it's done. What it will do if we don't escape. There was a pause. And then, Alexander turned back to the terminal, fingers dancing over the console. Lines of code cascaded down the screens, quantum energy humming louder with every passing second. We don't have time anyway, he muttered, more to himself than anyone. So I'll get to work. I promised I'd get you out of this place. It will take at best 2 days with the help of your shadows, and I keep my word. Then, something in his voice shifted. Softer. Regretful. You already did us a favor by destroying the syndicate, he said, not looking up. Even though, part of me wished they might have tried to be better. Tried to help save this world from the doom coming for it. Arthur's voice was cold, final. Well, too late for that. They're gone. And Ultraman's still breathing though. He stepped forward, boots echoing on the steel floor. You can bet he's out there. Hunting. Burning. Just waiting for the moment he finds me. Alexander finally looked up, meeting Arthur's gaze, and for a moment, 2 worlds of resolve collided. I'm sure he is, Luther said, eyes flaring with a scientist's fire and a survivor's fury. 2 days later, the sky was dark still in an endless night, and high above, suspended in the air like a storm held at bay, Ultraman hovered, arms folded, cape billowing in the high-altitude wind. His eyes burned a cold crimson, scanning the dead zone below. Concrete husks, fractured towers, and shattered streets passed beneath his gaze, until he saw it. A flicker. A twitch, barely noticeable, but to him, a heartbeat was louder than thunder. Something or someone moved within the ruins. Ultraman's mouth curved into a grim smirk. TCH, he exhaled slowly, voice as heavy as the clouds above. I didn't think I'd have to find you like this, scum of Alexander. He floated lower, letting the static in the air build across his skin. His red eyes narrowed, focus sharpening like a blade. I always knew you'd run to the sewers. Hide in the filth. After all. He clenched his fists, cape snapping behind him like the wings of a demon. You're nothing but a rat. And now, a cornered one. He dove. Like a missile forged of wrath and fury, Ultraman shot downward, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderclap. Buildings shook, windows shattered, dust spiraled into the air as the force of his descent lit the air aflame. Chapter 97. The looming threats. Minutes before Ultraman arrival, the lab buzzed softly with the sound of working machines and whirring tech, cobbled together brilliance powered by desperation and genius in equal measure. Alexander Luther stood hunched over the console, hands moving with surgical precision as he calibrated coordinates and tuned the energy matrix. Arthur sat off to the side, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. Despite the high-stakes moment, his demeanor was relaxed, bored, even. Just a few more sequences, Luther muttered, sweat beading at his brow. Final touches are being made right now. You should be able to get home in no time. Arthur glanced at him, then leaned back with a sigh. About the anti-monitor, he said. You think it'll arrive soon? Alexander paused longer than expected. His jaw clenched. I really don't know, he admitted, voice lower now. And that's the scary part. But it's coming. Arthur gave a slow nod, absorbing the weight of that inevitability. Then, without warning, he stood up and wandered toward one of Luther's cluttered workbenches. Don't touch that, Lex barked, not looking up. Too late. Arthur was already fiddling with some strange sphere-like device, squinting at it like a puzzle box. What does this do? He muttered, twisting the top. The machine sparked. Beast. A loud pop echoed through the lab, and smoke puffed out like a startled dragon. Arthur. Luther turned sharply, eyes flaring with rage. Do you have to touch everything? This isn't a toy shop. Arthur held up his hands, a grin creeping across his face. All right, my bad. Just trying to kill time. He moved to step away, then stopped. His body went rigid. His eyes flared blue, a luminous flash that cast dancing shadows on the walls. We have company, he said quietly. No humor. No sarcasm. Just certainty. Luther's face paled. Shit. He rushed to the nearby terminal, tapping into the broken city's sensors. But he didn't need confirmation. His voice dropped with dread. It's Ultraman. He must have swept every corner of the globe by now. Arthur took a slow breath. He flexed his gloved fingers, drawing in a tether of shadow to his side like a companion. Well, he turned toward the stairway leading to the surface. Then I'll go and take care of him. He didn't sound cocky. He didn't sound scared either. He just sounded ready. As he walked toward the exit, Luther called out behind him. Don't underestimate him. He's angrier than ever. Stronger, too. Arthur paused, his silhouette bathed in flickering lab light. I don't plan to underestimate him, he said. I'm just planning to end this. Arthur's earth. Darkness curled at the edges of Raven's chamber. The candles surrounding Raven sputtered and went out one by one, as if they sensed the presence building within her. Raven knelt alone, the floor slick with sweat beneath her trembling form. Her body was trembling, not from exhaustion, but resistance. Her hair clung to her cheeks, damp, her breath uneven. She tried again, and again, focusing, channeling, searching for Arthur. Still. Come on. Just a little longer. I need to find him. Her voice cracked. Her hands, resting on her knees, began to twitch. The red chakra gem on her forehead suddenly flared with a blinding light. A deep crimson glow. Her eyes went wide. No. Then the pain hit her, raw and piercing, as the gem in her forehead started showing black cracks of magic. The room echoed with a deep rushing sound, like 1,000 voices whispering from behind a veil. And then it spoke, his voice. Still clinging to hope, still pretending you have control. How exhausting. Her lips parted, and Trigon's voice echoed out through her own mouth, warped and inhuman. You're getting weaker, my child. Every moment you fight me is one step closer to your end. Raven's body contorted as she cried out, one hand clawing at her head, the other pressing to the gem, now glowing like a furnace. Shut up. I'm not weak. I'm not. Oh. His voice coiled around her like a serpent. Then explain this. With a sickening sound, the chakra gem cracked open, and the first wraith emerged, a specter of pure shadow with 4 blazing red eyes, shrieking in rage. Then another, and another. Each ghostly wraith peeled itself free from her, crawling and clawing its way and then spread in different directions into the world with hunger and wrath. What are you doing? Raven's voice was frantic now, her body trembling violently. What did you release? My will-given form, Trigon purred. Weak fragments of myself, but they are more than enough for this pathetic excuse of a world. She watched in horror as dozens of these black wraiths slithered from her chakra gem, each shrieking like a banshee before vanishing in bursts of dark fire to every corner of Earth and beyond. Stop it, Raven pleaded. You made it possible, my daughter. Trigon laughed, cruel and ancient. Soon enough, you'll see what I've done. What you've helped me do. She fell to her knees, gasping, clutching her chest as though trying to keep her soul from spilling out. What did you release? She asked again, softly this time. Answer me. There was a moment of quiet. Too quiet. Then, the end of this realm. The echo of my return. Soon, I will be whole. And when that time comes, my child. His voice dropped to a whisper that felt like it came from inside her bones. This world will kneel, burn, and I'll thank that little shadow king of yours, by dragging his corpse into the void myself. Arthur. Her voice cracked. I messed up. With a final scream of willpower, Raven slammed both hands to the ground, chanting words in a forgotten tongue. The chakra gem sealed shut, the crimson glow dimming. The room went still again. Raven collapsed to her side, chest heaving, sweat matting her hair and cloak. She blinked slowly, staring at the ceiling. Shit. This is bad. She whispered. I can barely keep him contained anymore. I need help. John. Maybe he can. But then, the laughter returned. Faint, distant, echoing in her mind. Too late, daughter of mine. Too late. Raven curled up, trembling. The ground crunched beneath Arthur's boots as he stepped out of Alexander's hidden lair. And silence outside welcomed him with the stench of blood. Smoke coiled through the broken surroundings like grasping fingers. Ash rained softly from the sky, a parody of snow. Somewhere nearby, fire crackled, and the wind carried the metallic tang of death. Arthur's blue eyes narrowed. He walked forward slowly, scanning the devastation. Rubble, scorch marks, bullet casings, and then he saw it. Through the smoke, a shape. A towering figure stood alone, cloaked in shadow and fury. His muscular form was unmistakable. Red, glowing eyes burned like twin furnaces in the fog. In one hand, he held a limp guard by the throat, head twisted at an unnatural angle. Dead. The corpse slipped from Ultraman's hand and hit the ground with a lifeless thud. Arthur's jaw tensed. Took you a while. His voice was low, calm, but cut through the haze like a blade. For someone who can see and hear everything. Ultraman's head lifted slowly, and his eyes locked with Arthur's. The air vibrated from the sheer weight of his presence. You killed them. His voice was venomous. All of them, even though I still had some use for them considering what is coming. He stepped forward, cracking the pavement beneath his boots. Do you think killing them makes you a god, boy? Arthur didn't flinch. His stare was cold, intense. No, I don't think I'm a god. Black tendrils of shadow began to rise around his arms and feet, twisting and coiling. Not yet, anyway. The shadows crept along his body like living smoke, but you sure as hell aren't one either. He smirked. After all, you're just a junkie in a cape. Ultraman's eyes flared red. You'll die. He stepped closer. On your knees. Begging. Arthur exhaled slowly. His voice dipped into a growl. Calm, confident, dangerous. Funny. From the shadows around him, 4 figures materialized. Quick, Empress, Owl, and Ring, their forms silent and deadly at his back. That's exactly what they said. He raised one hand, gesturing to the spectral warriors. Before I made them mine. Ultraman's face changed. Rage. Disgust. A flicker of confusion as well. Then he lunged. Faster than lightning. A blur of crimson and blue. But Arthur was ready. 2 solar gauntlets forged from molten energy and shadow materialized, locking onto his arms with a thunderous hum. Boom. Their fists collided with a deafening shockwave, cracking the ground beneath them. Arthur was sent flying, blowing the smoke apart like a bomb had gone off. Chapter 98 Arthur vs Ultraman. Arthur rose from the cracked pavement, blood trickling from the side of his mouth, one gauntlet-covered hand clenched, slightly scorched from impact. He looked down at his palm, smoke curling from the gauntlet. I might want to avoid direct hits from him, he muttered, exhaling hard. A blur moved beside him. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing faint blue as he leaned back, just in time to dodge a fist that shattered the concrete wall behind him. Rubble exploded outward. Ultraman, standing there, eyes glowing red, jaw clenched in fury. You're quick, he growled, turning his head slowly. No wonder you bested them. I see it now, you're more than just tricks. Arthur vanished with a speed step, reappearing 10 feet back, crouched low, breath steady, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. That, and also because I play dirty. From the smoke behind Arthur, massive shadows pulled themselves into reality. Galatea, clad in a dark, shadow variant of her armor, eyes locked on Ultraman like a lioness. And beside her, Doom, the mute colossus, emerged, his monstrous frame dwarfing even Ultraman, bone cracking, red eyes glowing like hellfire. Behind them, the kneeling shadows of Quick, Ring, and Empress rose like wraiths, their twisted figures awaiting orders. Ultraman scoffed, cracking his knuckles. You think these ghosts can harm me? Arthur's shadow rippled behind him, suffocating even the air itself. Let's find out. And they struck. Galatea flew in first, a sonic boom in her wake as she smashed into Ultraman mid-charge. Their fists collided. The shockwave shattered everything in a 10-block radius. Ultraman snarled and grabbed her arm mid-strike, swinging her sideways, but Doom leapt in, grabbing Ultraman by the throat and tackling him through a building. The tower collapsed behind them as Doom's fists pounded into Ultraman's body, each strike sending tremors through the earth. Ultraman grunted, eyes flashing, and then headbutted Doom, the impact leaving a crater in the ground. Doom roared silently, lunging again. Arthur closed in now, weaving between the chaos, his solar gauntlets burning bright. He ducked under Ultraman's swing and slammed his fist into Ultraman's gut. A hiss of searing flesh. Sunshine that bad for you. Arthur grinned. Ultraman howled, staggering back, but grabbed Arthur by the arm and hurled him across the battlefield. Quick appeared in front of Ultraman in a flash of shadow, throwing rapid-fire punches, each one landing with a crack, but Ultraman blurred and snapped Quick's arm with a counterblow, sending him skidding away, Ring tried to lock him with energy constructs, but Ultraman sliced through it with his heat vision. Galatea came back in from above feet first and kicked Ultraman straight down into Doom's waiting arms. The Shadow Juggernaut caught him and slammed him into the ground with both fists like a meteor. Dust rose. The street cracked. But Ultraman pushed off, bleeding a bit, panting, furious. "You're throwing everything at me," he snarled, chest heaving. "And it still won't be enough." Arthur, eyes glowing blue, hair swaying in the rising wind of shadow energy. "It doesn't have to be enough," he said calmly. "It just has to hurt." Arthur's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and the air twisted. A pulse of black energy exploded from him in every direction, like a shockwave of night itself. Shadows bent unnaturally toward him. The world around him darkened further. Monarch's domain, the shadows around him trembled, then surged with power. Doom's red eyes blazed, doubling in intensity as the energy flooded into his form. The Syndicate shadows moved faster, more precise, more violent. Even Galatea, her own strength heightened by proximity, clenched her fists with a grin. Arthur, cracking his neck, turned to her. "Let's put the tyrant back in the dirt." And they moved. Ultraman stood his ground, the concrete beneath him breaking under the pressure of their approach. Arthur struck first a jab with his solar gauntlet, aiming for Ultraman's ribs. Ultraman blocked it mid-air, the searing heat hissing against his skin, then returned a punch that Arthur ducked under, spinning to land a counter-strike to the side of his jaw. Galatea came in with a blurring haymaker, catching Ultraman square in the face. He stumbled back a step. She followed up with a flurry of Kryptonian blows, but Ultraman roared, grabbed her mid-punch, and smashed her headfirst into the pavement. "You're just an insect," he snarled, raising a fist to finish her. But Doom barreled in, tackling Ultraman with such force that the street beneath them imploded, shaking blocks around them. The two exchanged raw, savage blows, fist meeting fist in a rhythm of destruction. Ultraman reeled back, only for Doom to grab his leg, spin, and slam him through a wall. But Ultraman stood instantly. He growled, and uppercut Doom with a charged fist, launching the silent beast into the air. Arthur blurred forward with a speed that rivaled his. "You're open." A punch, glowing almost red, slammed directly into Ultraman's face. His head jerked back from the impact, and for once, his eyes twitched with pain. But he didn't stay stunned. In a flash, Ultraman twisted forward and grabbed Arthur by the throat, lifting him. Then, skyward. They rocketed up like a missile, streaking through the clouds, punching through layers of atmosphere. "Let's see what kind of god you are in space," Ultraman hissed, his voice vibrating with hate. "I wonder if you can survive the vacuum." Arthur coughed, wind roaring past his face, the stars above already peeking through the blackening sky. His ears popped. His skin tingled. "I'm not planning to find out," he said through gritted teeth. His eyes flashed. Exchange. In a blink, Ultraman wasn't holding Arthur anymore. He was gripping Doom. Ultraman's expression twisted. "What?" Doom snarled silently. Then headbutted Ultraman. The force disoriented him for just a second, but then Ultraman grabbed him mid-air and threw him upward with monstrous strength. Doom sailed straight into the upper stratosphere like a rocket. Boom. Ultraman returned moments later, crashing back to Earth in a thunderous shockwave. He landed hard, cracking the street. Dust billowed around him. Arthur stood there calmly as the smoke cleared, rolling something small and green in his fingers. Kryptonite. Ultraman's breath caught. His eyes dilated. He took one step forward, almost drooling. "You want this, don't you?" Arthur teased, flipping the glowing shard between his fingers. Ultraman's voice trembled. "Give it." Arthur just smiled. "After all, I did take your entire drug pile." Ultraman snarled, fists shaking, taking another unstable step forward. "Give it to me." Arthur gave him a mocking shrug, and with a flick of his wrist, the shard vanished back into his inventory. "Not happening, junkie." Ultraman's scream of rage cracked the sky. Suddenly BZZT. BZZT. A calm crackled to life in his ear, Alexander's voice tense and distorted. "Are you there, Arthur? Come on. Answer." Arthur, eyes never leaving the figure across from him, responded calmly. "Yeah, I'm here." "Good. Then listen closely. This is bad." A pause. "I know you've got your hands full with Ultraman, but take a look at the sky." Arthur's gaze lifted, and his eyes narrowed. Far beyond the city's burning skyline, the moon was disappearing. Like a curtain being pulled back by an unseen hand, it began to fade, piece by piece, swallowed by an invisible force. A cold chill spread through the air. Even Ultraman turned to look. And his expression, the invincible tyrant, shifted. From fury, to fear. "No," Ultraman muttered, backing a step. "No, no, no." Arthur's voice dropped into something darker. Sharper. "He is here." Alexander's voice returned, tight and urgent. "Yes. You need to finish that quick, Arthur, now." Arthur didn't flinch. He clenched his fists, sparks of golden flame flickering over the solar gauntlets. His shadows stood behind him, like silent sentinels. His voice was calm, but thunder echoed beneath it. "Then I'll make it quick." The sky began to shift. The darkness that had cloaked the heavens like an endless shroud was peeling away, and from beyond eye trays of sunlight pierced through, soft at first, then almost blinding. Golden light washed over the ruins. Ultraman was staggering back as the rays touched his skin. His muscles tensed, withdrawal igniting in his bones like fire. "No. No, not yet," he yelled. "I thought Alman said it will take longer to arrive." Arthur's lips curved into a smile. Passive activated plus 50% damage in direct sunlight. His shadows stood behind him like generals of war, unmoving, unblinking, loyal to the core. His eyes glowing with dark, unrelenting power locked onto Ultraman's, and he stepped forward. "Ultraman," Arthur said slowly, voice like a blade, "I guess your world really is over." Ultraman's face contorted with rage and desperation. "You'll die first before it does." But Arthur, his expression calm, fearless, basked in the rising light. "How can you say that?" He raised a hand toward the glorious, shining sun that now burned in the sky. "When that beautiful sun is up there." Chapter 99 Arthur vs Ultraman 2. Arthur stood firm, solar gauntlets burning golden on his fists, energy flaring from the seams. Across from him, Ultraman, a bit bloodied, cracked, eyes burning red with madness, hovered inches above the ground, lips curled into a snarl. Then boom. They clashed. Arthur's fist came in first, solar-powered and fast, slamming into Ultraman's ribs with a heavy crunch. The impact sent the tyrant careening into a gutted building, shattering through concrete and steel like tissue paper. Dust exploded outward in a shockwave. Arthur didn't wait. Speed Steph vanished, reappearing midair just as Ultraman burst from the wreckage, heat vision firing wild, molten red. Arthur dodged between beams, danced across the air like a coiled spring. He reappeared above Ultraman mid-flight, drove his knee into the Kryptonian's back, slamming him down into the street. Asphalt cracked like glass. The pavement split, a crater erupting beneath them. But Ultraman rose, grinning. "You're strong, but not strong enough for someone like me." In a blur, he lunged, grabbed Arthur by the neck and launched him into the sky. Arthur's body slammed through 2 floors of a skyscraper, steel and glass bursting around him. He tumbled midair, gritted his teeth and caught himself mid-fall on a chunk of falling debris. "Not being able to fly," Arthur muttered, coughing blood, "is really a pain." Ultraman was already there. He barreled into Arthur like a meteor, grabbing him mid-fall and driving him through the rest of the building, slamming him down level after level, until they crashed out the other side in a plume of smoke. Arthur's gauntlets flared. He threw a wild uppercut, caught Ultraman under the chin and sent him spiraling into the sky, skin burned under sunlight. Arthur landed on a rooftop, chest heaving. "He's still fighting like a mad dog," he whispered, gaze flicking to the sun. "Is it desperation, or is the sun not working fast enough?" Ultraman roared down from above like a missile. Arthur crossed his arms, took the impact, barely, and was driven through the roof, through the floors below, slamming down into a subway station. Tiles shattered, walls cracked, the ground buckled. The station caved in around them. Arthur groaned, blood dripping from his mouth, and pushed himself up from the wreckage. "You done?" he asked, spitting red. Ultraman landed, coughing but laughing. "Not even close. I still have time to break you." Arthur's gauntlets glowed brighter, responding to the sun overhead. He cracked his knuckles. "Well, I don't." They charged again. Blow for blow. Ultraman's strikes were brutal, heavy, slamming Arthur into walls, into trains, through rebar and concrete. But Arthur gave as good as he got. Solar gauntlets slammed into Ultraman's chest, burning flesh on contact. One hit knocked out a tooth. Another made his ribs snap with an audible crunch. They grappled in the dark, flickering light of the ruined station. Arthur dodged a heat vision blast, slammed Ultraman's head into a pillar, then got thrown across the tracks like a ragdoll. But he caught himself mid-roll, shadows cushioning his landing, and he launched himself back in, throwing a haymaker that cracked against Ultraman's temple. Blood sprayed. They were titans. Every hit shattered walls. Every slam ruptured the earth. And still neither yielded. Ultraman had Arthur by the arm, dragging him through a half-collapsed building, sparks flying as stone and steel scraped by. Arthur's body trailed a wake of dust and debris until a boom split the air, and a streak of black and red smashed into Ultraman's side, sending him skidding across the ruins. Galatea stood where Ultraman once was, eyes blazing, her shadow hair fluttering in the wind. Her voice was fire and fury. "Where do you think you're dragging my king?" A flash of motion beside her quick burst forward in a blur, his fists crackling with energy as he delivered a punishing flurry of jabs and uppercuts to Ultraman's jaw, chest, and ribs. Each hit left tremors in the air. Ultraman growled, bloodied but furious. He caught Quick mid-motion. With a flex of his arm and a sickening crack, he crushed Quick's neck in his grip. Snap! Galatea's eyes widened, but Quick's body dissolved into shadow mist, reforming a second later behind Ultraman, neck twisting back into place, all regenerated. "Try harder again." Ultraman snarled, but before he could turn, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Doom! The monstrous figure of the shadow-born Doomsday came crashing down, both fists like meteors as he slammed onto Ultraman's back with a quake-inducing impact. The ground shattered beneath them. Ultraman's body dented the earth like it was rubber. Grog! Ultraman roared in agony beneath Doom's crushing weight. But pain only made him angrier. Still pinned, Ultraman's eyes ignited with burning red heat vision screamed from his face, blasting Doom point blank in the chest. The beam punched through rubble, melting steel and slicing the sky. Doom was blown off, body skidding, smoke and molten shadow trailing from his chest. Arthur stood atop the debris, cape fluttering behind him, a dangerous glow pulsing from his solar gauntlets. The poor bastard had enough. His voice rang like judgment. The shadows obeyed, all backing away like loyal sentinels, falling into place silent, watchful, waiting. Ultraman staggered to his feet, still smoking, still snarling, even as his knees buckled. But Arthur was already gone from his perch. Speed Steph appeared right next to Ultraman, face close, eyes glowing icy blue. "This is for dragging me through the dirt." Boom! Arthur drove both fists into Ultraman's chest, releasing a blinding solar pulse, a wave of burning light and kinetic force that exploded outward like a miniature sun. The shockwave flattened a city block. Glass shattered for miles. A crater opened beneath them. Ultraman's scream was guttural. He dropped to his knees, smoke rising from his chestplate, wheezing, gasping. Skin seared, muscles twitching, the sunlight finally starting to hurt. He looked up, face twisted in pain and disbelief. Arthur loomed over him, breathing hard, gauntlets still glowing, shadows swirling behind like a storm ready to consume the sky. "Told you," Arthur muttered, voice cold as winter. "You're not the god here." Every inhale stinging like fire in his chest. His gauntlets were cracked, glowing faintly, and his fists bled freely, skin torn raw from the relentless exchange. His knuckles dripped crimson, staining the dirt beneath. Across from him, Ultraman knelt, smoldering, body trembling, head down but alive. Barely. Arthur's hand trembled only for a moment before a shadow rippled into form in his grasp. The Demon King Longsword emerged from the void with a crack of thunder. Midnight black, blue lightning arced across its blade, pulsing with the wrath of the abyss. Arthur gritted his teeth, the pain in his body screaming at him to stop, but he stepped forward anyway, dragging the blade through the ground as it hummed with power. Ultraman looked up. His once proud face was bloodied, his lips split, one eye swollen. But the hatred still burned behind his gaze. Even defeated, even dying, the fury remained. "You, little insect, you better are." He didn't finish. Arthur pinned him with ruler's authority and then simply swung. A surge of bloodlust and a single, devastating arc of the blade, thunder roaring as the slash tore through the air. A storm of lightning erupted, searing blue tearing through sky and stone. It crashed down like divine wrath. Ultraman's head flew clean from his shoulders, rolling across the broken earth before dissolving into vaporized ash. For a moment, nothing moved. Then Arthur staggered. His sword dropped. He fell to one knee, coughing hard. Blood splattered on the rocks beneath him. His vision blurred. His breath was shallow. He could barely lift his arms. That was a weakened version of Superman. His voice was barely above a whisper. A reminder, a warning, a bitter truth. He stared at the spot where Ultraman's body had fallen, now just a smoldering crater of burnt flesh and shadowed stone. Arthur clenched his bleeding hand, the pain anchoring him to reality. I need to get stronger. The words left his lips like a vow. Then a voice. Smooth, feminine, timeless. It echoed directly into his mind. Indeed you must. Arthur's glowing eyes snapped open, his breath caught. He stood, spinning on instinct, scanning the horizon, his shadows rising in tension. Who said that? Don't bother looking for me, the voice whispered again, calm and omnipresent. I've always been watching you. Arthur rose to his feet slowly, fists clenched. His vision flicked to every shadow, every corner. Still nothing. Even his shadows looked confused, uncertain. You believe you have dominion over death, the voice continued, like it was walking through his thoughts. Yet here you are, so close to what you think you can control. Arthur was standing tall now, his bloodied hand still trembling slightly, but his posture resolute. I'm not close to death, he said coldly. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Silence. And then a touch of finger. Light, barely there. A tap on his shoulder. Arthur spun, faster than thought, shadows swirling like a storm, and stopped. There she stood. Chapter 100 Death of the Endless. A woman cloaked in flowing, obsidian black robes that shimmered like the void between stars. Each fold of her garment seemed to devour the light, an elegant curtain of eternity. Her skin was pale as moonlight, lips dark as midnight ink, and her eyes. Her eyes were endless, twin dark abysses, as if galaxies spinning slowly in their depths, as if the stars themselves were caught in quiet orbit around her soul. Around her neck hung a necklace with a symbol. An ankh, the sign of life, and of its end. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. He staggered backward, blood still running from his split lips, knees threatening to give in entirely, not from fear, but from awe and exhaustion. His eyes widened. You are death, she smiled, not cruelly, not kindly, merely knowing, like she had always known. You know of me. Her voice rang like a bell through his mind, soft, serene, and absolute. Arthur tried to answer but only managed, sort of. His voice cracked, barely a whisper. Then his knees buckled fully, and he dropped down to the ground with a grunt, one hand bracing his trembling frame. She laughed softly, a dark velvet chuckle, not unkind, but laced with irony. I assure you, this is not my doing. She stepped forward with grace that mocked gravity itself, her feet barely disturbing the dust of the broken earth. And then she knelt. On one knee, opposite him. Her fingers, cold and smooth as glass, reached forward and cradled Arthur's bruised face gently. Her gaze pierced his very soul, but there was no judgment. Only recognition. Then, her voice rang with quiet command. Take him, I will continue to allow it. Your powers are interesting. Her hand gestured without looking toward the corpse of Ultraman, his severed head lying beside his fallen body. Arthur looked, unsure what she meant. But before he could ask, she leaned forward and kissed him. A soft press of lips to his cheek. Like frost touching the edge of flame. A strange warmth bloomed where she touched him, even as the cold of the void echoed in its wake. And leave as soon as you can. Arthur froze, caught off guard, wide-eyed. Then she rose, tall and unbending, the galaxies in her eyes spinning faster now. I have grown interested in you, Arthur, she said, turning her back as the wind began to howl unnaturally. Ever since you first meddled with the energy of death. Her robes flowed behind her like the tail of a comet, her steps unhurried as the sky began to bend above her. She paused only once, casting a glance over her shoulder. I'll be seeing you again. Arthur Blackwynd. Monarch of Shadows. And with that, she vanished like she was never there at all. Only the silence remained. And Arthur, still kneeling, bloody and breathless, stared at the space where death herself had just stood. What the hell? Was that about? Arthur stood slowly, wincing as his joints cracked and muscles protested. Blood still clung to his knuckles, his breath ragged from the relentless battle. A long sigh escaped his lips as he gazed upward. The sky was changing. Too quickly. Well, At least she's right. I need to leave. He muttered to himself. The horizon was beginning to brighten. Rays of sunlight crept across the battle-torn landscape, illuminating ash and debris with unforgiving clarity. Daylight of demise was fast approaching. It wouldn't be long before this world would be no more. He turned toward what remained of Ultraman, his decapitated body resting like a fallen god in the ruin. For a long moment, Arthur just looked at him, this broken weapon of another world. Then he stepped forward and placed a bloodied palm gently upon Ultraman's chest. Arise. Silence. No stirring of shadows. No pull of death's whisper. Arthur frowned. He glanced around, tense. Tried again. I don't have time. Come on. Arise. Nothing. His brow tightened, a bead of sweat slipping down his temple. Did she do something? He whispered, remembering Death's enigmatic expression. Then, narrowing his eyes and focusing all of his will, he commanded the world, arise. The air shivered. A ripple of dark energy burst outward from Ultraman's corpse like a shockwave of smoke and lightning. The sky dimmed for a moment, just a blink like it remembered the night. The ground cracked beneath him. Shadow tendrils whipped and curled, and then, he emerged. A new figure knelt at Arthur's feet, shaped like Ultraman. Cloaked in flickering black, a long tattered cape trailing behind him. A stylized, glowing violet hue burned on his chest. His eyes, once crimson with rage, now burned with a deep, pulsing violet fire. Ultra, Shadow General Arthur's gaze sharpened as he took in the transformed being, the immense aura rolling off him like waves of controlled fury. Impressive, Arthur murmured. He walked a slow circle around the kneeling figure. I can tell, you're almost a martial, just like Doom. The Ultra Shadow remained kneeling, head bowed in total submission. Arthur exhaled deeply, and with a wave of his hand, all his soldiers, Doom, Quick, Galatea, began to retreat, dissolving back into the swirling depths of his own shadow. One by one, they vanished, until only Arthur stood amidst the ruin. I need to get out of here. The sky had turned bright again. Dangerously bright. Without another word, Arthur raised his hand. A flicker of dimensional energy sparked around him. Exchange. And in a blink was gone. Earlier that hour the city was chaos incarnate. Glass shattered in skyscrapers as shockwaves rattled through concrete and steel. Sirens blared in every direction, police, fire, and emergency units overwhelmed by the raw unreality of what was happening in the sky above. A woman held her daughter tight beneath the awning of a bus stop as the sky cracked with thunder, not from a storm, but from fists slamming into gods. Is that Ultraman? A man asked, eyes wide, cell phone shaking in his hand as he tried to film. He's furious. Who the hell is he fighting? Are those ghosts? Up above, figures blurred like comets, smashing through buildings and tearing across the skyline in streaks of black and red and silver. Every punch left sonic booms in their wake. Every crash sent birds fleeing, car alarms wailing. From atop a rooftop, a teenage boy pointed to a moment frozen in time, Ultraman slamming a figure through a building, bricks exploding outward like a wave of paper. That man. Who is that? I don't know, but he's going toe-to-toe with Ultraman. Street-level panic grew. People abandoned their cars mid-intersection, running for cover as chunks of metal rained from the sky. A flaming bus flipped through the air like a toy tossed by a tantrum. Run, run, he's coming this way. And then, suddenly silence. Not peace. Not safety. Just the void left behind when too much has happened too fast. The fighting had stopped. Smoke curled into the heavens, pillars of ash and fire. People crawled out from hiding, shielding their eyes from dust and heat. A young girl on the steps of a church pointed to the sky, eyes wide. Mommy, where's the moon? Heads turned upward. Murmurs became screams. Wait, it was just there. The moon, it's gone. Did it explode? Who destroyed the moon? Panic rippled like a storm surge. People began to run, again, but not from buildings or monsters. From uncertainty, from the sheer wrongness of the sky itself. And as the pale silver light of the missing moon gave way to a rising unnatural brightness. What is that light? It's getting brighter. Is it even the sun? From the shattered remains of windows, from alleyways and rooftops, everyone felt something had changed. Something cosmic was approaching. Arthur stood beside Alexander Luthor, the flickering lights of the machine casting jagged shadows across both their faces. Alexander was working feverishly, fingers dancing across a cracked control panel, his eyes sunken with fatigue but sharp and calculating. Arthur's voice cut through the tension, urgent but composed. "That thing is approaching. We don't have time. Is it ready, Alexander?" The other man didn't answer immediately. He was adjusting a dial, then pressing a glyph-marked button with the steadiness of someone used to doing the impossible with seconds to spare. A brilliant vortex began to bloom in the center of the machine. Alexander finally spoke, his voice quieter than Arthur expected. Almost hollow. "Yes." Click. "It's ready." The portal flared open like the eye of a god. Wind tore through the chamber. The machine howled with power. Alexander's eyes reflected galaxies. "The coordinates should be correct," he murmured. "This'll take you back home." Arthur glanced into the portal. He felt it in his bones. This was real. This was the thread that would lead him back to his own world. But something pulled at him. He turned to Alexander. "Come with me," Arthur said, voice steady despite the roar of energy around them. "My world could use a decent Lex Luthor. One with a brain and a soul. You might even change some people. Superman himself wouldn't believe it." Alexander's hand slowly dropped to his sides. The glow of the portal played across his features, but his eyes remained unreadable. He didn't look at Arthur right away. Seconds passed. Then, "I can't," he said, simply.
Another tale fades into the silence. But here, in the fantasy audiobook library, stories never sleep. Subscribe and return when your heart seeks adventure. We'll be waiting.